Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Ashborn's successor and fell for Hae-In? Part 1. This story is Izuku Midoriya, Shadow Monarch by Armored Lord 1115. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Nothing could have prepared Izuku for the day when he met the symbol of peace and number one pro hero All Might. Standing in front of the man he idolized for years overwhelmed him with both excitement, admiration with a little nervousness. It was just a few minutes ago that a slime villain had attacked him with the intention of taking over his body for the purpose of escaping authority and most importantly to escape All Might, who had been chasing the villain all over the city after his failed attempt of robbery and assault. He couldn't express how terrifying the experience was for him. After all, the slime villain method of taking over was a lot more disgusting and painful as he inserted himself through the mouth and forced his way through the windpipe, essentially blocking his airway, almost giving the green-haired boy a slow death by suffocation, which was not the best way to go out after just being told to take a swan dive of the roof of the building by his former childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo. Luckily All Might was in the nick of time as he launched a Texas Smash, releasing a powerful gust of wind that forcefully removed the villain and saved the green-haired boy, although he had fainted afterwards due to the rush of air returning to his windpipe and the adrenaline calming down. He had woken up shortly by a light slap to his cheeks, which brought us back to where we started. He was standing in front of his idol and he was freaking out like he always did as he scrambled back in both shock, with his eyes spinning around, unable to fathom the fact that he was face to face with the big man himself. If he was being honest, his first meeting with his idol was quite pathetic. He was freaking out and scrambling around like a lost puppy. The pro hero didn't seem to be fazed by the boy's reaction, already expecting it. "I'm glad you're okay," exclaimed All Might, feeling relieved that the boy seemed to be quite energetic after being at the receiving end of his Texas Smash. "Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fighting. I don't usually make mistakes like this, but I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place," explained All Might before he let out his signature laugh. "But you were a big help." "Thanks." The number one expressed his gratitude towards the green-haired boy who was in the process of fainting. He then grabbed 2 bottles of soda that were in his cargo pants as he displayed the villain being stuffed inside the soda, although from the villain's reaction he was suffering quite a lot from having his body separated. "I captured him safely. The number one hero, All Might. He's the real thing. He looks completely different in person," thought Izuku loudly as he then remembered his notebook as he frantically looked around. "Oh, right. An A autograph. Where should I?" asked Izuku as he frantically searched for himself before he found his hero notebook lying on the ground, still having the mark of his friendship with Bakugo. "In that notebook," said Izuku as he opened the book only to find the All Might signature written, which took over 2 pages. "He already did," exclaimed Izuku loudly, freaking out. As he stood up, bowing to All Might for what appears to be 1,000 times, almost hitting his head as well on the concrete floor. Thank you very much. It'll be an heirloom. A family treasure," exclaimed Izuku frantically as the pro hero gave his signature smile and a thumbs up. "Okay. Well, I need to take this guy to the police. See you again on the other side of the screen," exclaimed All Might, crouching as he is ready to jump in the air to depart from the neighborhood. That put a stop to Izuku's excitement as he became sad. "Wait, already?" said Izuku, already wanting to ask the question that has been haunting him for years, and All Might was his only chance to finally renew his will and give a meaning to everything he had done so far. "Pros are constantly fighting enemies in time," said All Might as he continued stretching his muscles to take a leap to the air. Izuku didn't want the man to leave as he tried to reach his hands towards him. "Wait, there are still things I want to ask," thought Izuku as the man stopped stretching. Not looking at the boy who was trying to reach him, he gave his last goodbye. "Well then, I'm counting on your continued support," shouted All Might as he leapt into the air, creating a gust of wind where he previously stood. "Wait," said All Might, realizing that there was an extra weight on both his legs. Looking down, he saw the green-haired boy latching on both his legs. The air was going through his eyes and mouth as the man frowned. Hey, 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 hey. "Let go of me. Your fanaticism is too much," said All Might as he tried to push the boy off him, not realizing that they were pretty much flying in the air. "If I let go now, I'll die," said Izuku through the amount of air that was going through his mouth as All Might stopped trying to remove him as he realized the current situation. That's true, said All Might as Izuku, who was still not used to being high in the air, had a hard time getting his words out. I have a lot of things I want to ask you directly, said Izuku, although it was painful for All Might to watch Izuku's current state. Okay, I get it, so close your eyes and mouth, said All Might as the boy buried his face onto his cargo pants as All Might brought his left hand onto Izuku's back, securing him to his legs, although he couldn't hide his cough as he covered his mouth with his right hand, hiding the trickle of blood that was seeping from his mouth. Shit, thought All Might as he realized that he had hit his limit, landing on the roof of a building with a large thud. Luckily nobody had noticed as the place was quiet and had not many people walking around. Izuku was shaking as he realized how close he was to death, as his lips were dried and hair was disheveled and eyes were white pale. That was scary, expressed Izuku, his reckless yet near-death experience. All Might had his back turned towards the boy, quite displeased to say the least. Good grief. If you talk to the people downstairs, I'm sure they'll let you down, said All Might as he started walking towards the ledge. I seriously am out of time, so I really must go, continued All Might, which was enough to break Izuku out of his shaking as he looked at All Might. Wait, said Izuku, although All Might wouldn't hear any of it. No, I will not wait, said All Might, but Izuku was persistent. But, said Izuku as a distant memory came to his mind. You should probably give it up, was the voice of the quirk doctor. I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm sorry, came the cry of his mother Inko Midoriya. Don't worry big brother, I'm here for you, said his sister Fubuki with a sympathetic tone. What the hell can you do? You're quirkless, came the sardonic question from his childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo as he mocked Izuku's lack of quirk in a hero society. That might be true, but even so, thought Izuku as he clenched his fist, gathering every ounce of determination to ask the question. Even if I don't have a quirk, can I become a hero? Asked Izuku, who stopped the #1 hero in his track. Can even someone without a quirk be like you? Asked Izuku as he poured his heart into the question, as the man looked at Izuku with concern and surprise. Without a quirk? Asked All Might, but he was cut short when smoke started releasing from his body, reminding the #1 hero of his limit. Oh no, holy shit, goddammit, thought All Might, although Izuku was unaware of the #1 hero dilemma as he was looking at the ground, showing his lack of self-confidence. It might have been because I don't have a quirk, but I'm always made fun of. Maybe that's why, I don't know, but I think saving people is super cool, said Izuku, as at this point the smoke had already engulfed the #1 pro hero, obscuring him from everyone's sight as Izuku gained a smile. Saving people with a fearless smile. I want to be the greatest hero, like you, said Izuku with a blush on his cheeks as he poured out everything as he raised his head to look at the pro hero. I want to be the greatest hero, like you. Although he was quickly cut short when All Might's skinny form was revealed to him, giving the boy a jump scare. Izuku let out a scream. Why you're deflating, said Izuku before he looked left and right. Wait, up until now, said Izuku, showing confusion as he looked at the skinny All Might warily. Fake. A fake? You're so skinny, said Izuku. The deflated All Might tried to defend himself. I am All Might. Although he vomited blood as Izuku screamed dramatically. No way, said Izuku, denying that his idol would be so skinny. You know how the guys at the pool are constantly flexing and posturing. It's like that, said All Might, wiping the blood off his mouth, although Izuku still denied it. No way, shouted Izuku as he shaked before he repeated the same thing again. It can't be. All Might is fearless. He saves everyone with a smile. He's the greatest, said Izuku as he stated every positive attribute of All Might to try and justify that the man standing in front of him is a fake. All Might looked away with a sigh. A fearless smile, asked All Might to himself as he sat on the ground, leaning his back on the ledge of the roof. Now that you've seen me like this, young man, make sure you don't write about it online, even accidentally, said All Might as Izuku leaned forward before All Might pulled his white shirt, revealing a large scar, scaring the boy. It's an injury I got from an enemy's attacks 5 years ago. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and the aftereffects. Right now, I can only work as a hero for about 3 hours a day," said All Might with a serious look, wanting to convey the seriousness of the topic. Izuku had a grim look on his face. "That can't be. 5 years ago, was that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw?" asked Izuku as he looked at the man who adjusted himself on the ground. "You're well informed. But a punk like that couldn't defeat me. This fight was not made public to the world. I asked that it not be made public," said All Might before he looked down and then to Izuku. "I will save people with a smile. They symbol of peace cannot be daunted by evil. I smile to show the pressure of heroes and to trick the fear inside of me. Pros are always risking their lives. I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without power," said All Might as Izuku gasped in shock and eyes widened at having his dream be rejected as well by his favorite hero. Looking down, he tried to put a forceful smile on his face. "I see," said Izuku as All Might stood up from his sitting position. "If you want to help others, then you could also become a police officer," said All Might as he started walking towards the roof door. "They're often teased because they get villains delivered to their doorstep, but that is also a fine occupation," said All Might in an honest tone. Opening the door, he stood for a few seconds. "It's not bad to dream. But you also have to consider what's realistic, young man," said All Might, finally hitting the nail in the coffin and shattering everything Izuku had dreamt as years of hardship and holding hope was all for nothing. Looking down on the floor, Izuku walked away defeated. At this point there was no reason to pursue a dream that was hopeless. Even his idol have told him in a nice way that it was a stupid dream. He walked towards the door, opening it. Although unlike with All Might there was a large portal before he could make sense of everything, he was quickly sucked inside with his plight for help went unanswered. Being declared quirkless was a hard blow to the stomach that Izuku will never forget. He could vividly remember the day he went to the doctor's office only to have his dream shattered. "You should probably give it up," was the voice of the quirk doctor. "I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without power," said All Might as he looked at Izuku with pity. A word that was used multiple times as people continuously rejected his efforts. Each insult was shaving his sanity and humanity as a whole. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," came the cry of his mother Inko Midoriya. Apologies that were thrown around without any consideration to his feelings, being treated as a frail child that needs babying. "You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there actually might be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swine dive off the roof of the building," said his childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo as he mocked his dream. Didn't people already have enough rejecting him, rejecting his kindness that they continuously took advantage of? Is he really that disliked that they would want his death? "To think I would find such an innocent soul surrounded by darkness," said an unknown voice as Izuku frantically opened his eyes as he looked around him, getting nervous when the only thing he could see was darkness. Then purple flames were summoned, creating a circle that surrounded Izuku before it lit a giant throne that reached the sky itself. Sitting on it was a large armored man being flanked by a larger soldier with equal size. "Who are you, mister?" asking Izuku to be polite, as the more he looked at the man's eyes he felt like he was looking at death itself, like he was looking at the embodiment of darkness itself. "I am Ashborn. I was a former ruler that loyally served under the Absolute Being until his death by the hand of the other rulers. Right now I'm the Shadow Monarch. In your human language I'm the God of Death," said Ashborn as Izuku freaked out. "GG, God of Death. I didn't die, did I?" asked Izuku frantically, not expecting to be face to face with the God of Death himself. Ashborn felt amusement but also a sense of pity for the boy life that had driven him insecure. "Do not worry, I'm not here to take your soul, nor are you dead," said Ashborn, finally calming down Izuku, who raised his head from bowing down. Then why am I here?" asked Izuku, stuttering to form the words as Ashborn nodded his head. "I know meeting me is an overwhelming experience for you, but I only have good intentions. Right now, I've been growing tired and I'm in need of an eternal slumber, but I can't do that without having a successor to the throne," said Ashborn, and Izuku seemed to be following as he nodded his head. "Under any circumstances I would have left such a task to the architect of finding me suitable heir, but I do not trust them with such a delicate task, so as you have guessed I've been searching for a successor to my powers, but it had to be someone who fulfilled a set of requirements," said Ashborn as Izuku nodded his head. My requirements were no easy task as I wanted someone who had been already exposed to the darkness of the world but managed to maintain his innocence and kindness and selflessness for so long. Such was the basic of a king, and you Izuku Midoriya have passed my requirements. Said Ashborn cracked a small smile as Izuku was shocked. What? Why me? I'm sure there were a lot of candidates that were even better than me. Asked Izuku as his insecurities surfaced once more. That is the reason why I want you as my successor. It's your selflessness that had attracted me to your soul. In my many years I had overseen the mortals around the universe. They all have displayed greed in order to fulfill their desires, which is why I couldn't let my power fall into the hands of those who was going to abuse it. Said Ashborn as he looked in the eyes of Izuku. Accept it, Izuku Midoriya, for it's your destiny to change this world into something even better and combat my old enemies that are bound to wake up. Let my power guide you and vanquish the monarchs. Said Ashborn as Izuku gained a determined look, something that made the giant man behind Ashborn to crack a smile as he saw Ashborn in place of Izuku. Izuku knelt in one leg. I accept the responsibility that comes with being the monarch of the shadow, and I thank you, my predecessor Ashborn, for giving me this opportunity. Said Izuku with determination in his eyes as Ashborn smirked. You have the making of a king. Very well, use my powers, but this journey will be a tedious one, but I'm sure your iron will could overcome anything that it stands in its way. Said Ashborn as the darkness around him manifested, taking the shape of shadow soldiers that were composed of all kind of monsters. The shadow then engulfed Izuku, overwhelming him before he started to fade away from the plane, leaving only Ashborn, Bellion and the high-ranking shadow soldiers. I could see why you chose to pick a successor yourself and not use the help of the rulers, said Bellion, praising his master. I merely picked my successor. Moving forward he will pave his own path, and the system created by those architects will help his body grow accustomed to the power that comes with being a shadow monarch, and most importantly prepare him mentally for the things that will be required from him to do, and killing will be something he will have to get numb to eventually, or he won't survive for long with the kind of enemies I had accumulated in my lifetime. Said Ashborn. Izuku had expected to wake up on the same roof of the building where he got rejected, but oddly enough he found himself in the hospital bed. Under any circumstances this would have freaked him out, but instead he felt much calmer, and his head that always went at the speed of a bullet train was much calmer, making him able to process his surroundings properly. Looking up he found a blue screen floating in front of him and finally understood that his meeting with the Shadow Monarch wasn't some fantasy his mind had created in order to compensate for his rejection by the symbol of peace, although with his brilliant mind he would never imagine something like that with great details. So you finally woke up? Came a calm voice as Izuku narrowed his eyes at the chair that is in the far corner of his hospital room to see a handsome young man with slick orange hair, having only a single strand poking out, and black eyes. The young man was seen wearing a black tux. So what is the chief inspector of the Japanese Hero Association's surveillance team doing here in a room with a no-name quirkless civilian? Asked Izuku, unflinching as he made eye contact with the man himself, not bothered that he was talking to a high-ranking agent. Jinchul seemed to be pleasantly surprised. From the reports the boy was said to have a lack of confidence due to being quirkless and is likely to stutter when facing someone of important status, but that doesn't seem to be the case, thought Jinchul before he adopted a professional look, maintaining a stoic expression on his face. You're right on that, Izuku Midoriya. I wouldn't be here for something as trivial as that considering my busy schedule, but the chairman himself had taken an interest in you after you successfully managed to survive entering a dungeon. Said Jinchul, although his tone showed a great amount of curiosity. Dungeon. So he is talking about the portal that sucked me in to meet the Shadow Monarch. Luckily Ashborn was kind enough to give me some basic information on those so-called dungeon, thought Izuku to himself before he looked at Jinchul. So that gate that sucked me in was a dungeon. Well, that explains the monsters that were roaming around, said Izuku, obviously faking his story, which went unnoticed by Jinchul. But I'm curious, why would a big shot like the chairman take an interest in me? Asked Izuku as the man nodded his head. The gate that you went through is something still relatively new to us, and we have been secretly keeping it away from the public. Even pro heroes are clueless about the existence of those gates, which should give you an idea of how dangerous the situation is, said Jinchul, putting emphasis that even pro heroes were not entitled to the existence of the gates. But that's not all. Those gates don't allow anybody to enter unless you're quirkless or have a weak quirk, but people like All Might can't enter the dungeon no matter how much he tried, explained Jinchul, and Izuku knew where this conversation was going. We're still studying those so-called gates, but from what we gathered so far, those gates lead to some sort of pocket dimension where there is monsters. The goal is to kill every beast inside, including the boss himself, in order for those portals to close. If not cleared within 7 days, we will have something called Dungeon Break, in which those mythical beasts could be able to enter our world and cause chaos. Luckily we have managed to keep it hidden, said Jinchul. Jinchul then continued. From our research we also found that those quirkless people who have successfully survived those dungeons came out with powers which couldn't be classified as quirks. As such, it was decided for it to be called mana, said Jinchul as he rubbed his head. That sounds interesting, but something tells me that this visit wasn't about what dungeons are, considering I had a first-hand experience, said Izuku as Jinchul nodded, impressed. You're right. You see, Chairman wants to create a special task force called the Hunters. Their goal is to solely kill those monsters before they could ever set foot on our country and harm the civilians living in it. Just know you're not forced to accept if you don't feel your heart in it, but I assure you we will pay you handsomely for your services, said Jinchul. I accept regardless of the situation. My dream was to one day become a hero like All Might, but that died a long time ago when my idol rejected my dream. But being a hunter sound better for me. I could actively work to save people from threats that are even dangerous than those low-life villains. Even if people don't know about it, I will be honored to be part of such a task force and to get the chance to serve my country, said Izuku with conviction, as Jinchul couldn't help the smile on his face. The reports about him are very true. He is still a selfless teenager, especially with how life has dealt him a bad hand. Maybe this won't be bad, thought Jinchul. Very well, we will have all the necessary paperwork prepared in order for you to be part of the task force. We will be contacting you as soon as possible in order to start training you and the others that will undoubtedly take part in the task force, said Jinchul before he stood up and wore his sunglasses. He started walking towards the exit. Once more, I would like to thank you for accepting this. You may not be recognized by the populace, but we appreciate your loyalty to our beloved country Japan. Stay safe, said Jinchul before he slid the door open and walked away. Izuku nodded his head before he looked at the blue screen in front of his eyes. Message. You have unread mail. Izuku had tried touching the screen to no avail as his hand phased through the blue screen before he decided to try another method. Open the mailbox, said Izuku, and luckily the blue screen changed once more. Message. Welcome. Player unread. Daily quest. Preparing to become strong has arrived. Unread. It was then that 3 blue screens appeared in front of him. I don't expect this to be easy, thought Izuku with a sigh. Alarm. The system will help the player's growth. Alarm. If he fails to obey the system's orders, there may be penalty. Alarm. Your rewards have arrived. Izuku had read the alarms that had popped up in front of him and had understood a few of what was required of him to do. The system was meant to help him grow stronger, to help him prepare himself, so the system is some kind of a limiter placed on me, thought Izuku. Looked at his still scrawny body. It was really pathetic and sad. I don't really blame All Might for breaking my dreams. I wouldn't survive the entrance exam if that was the case, but with the system things will be different. But this time I will become a hunter and not a hero, thought Izuku. Preparing to become strong. Check, said Izuku as the screen started changing, revealing a long list of training which was required from him to fulfill. Question directions. Daily quest: getting ready to become powerful. Goal: incomplete push-ups 0 100ths. Incomplete curl-ups 0 100ths. Incomplete curl-ups 0 100ths. Incomplete squats 0 100ths. Incomplete running 0 10ths of a kilometer. Warning: failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. Izuku was bug-eyed as he looked at the ridiculous training session. Even for an athlete who had trained a lot, this is simply insane. Do they really have so much high expectation of me to fulfill such task? Thought Izuku before he begrudgingly remembered his rejection at the roof. No, I can't just back down like this. Besides, if Ashborn is correct about those so-called enemies, then I need to be strong as quickly as possible, so I can't reject an offer of becoming strong, thought Izuku before he uncovered himself ready to start completing his training session. 4 days have passed ever since he first met the chief inspector of the Japanese Heroes Association's surveillance team and started his first step into becoming strong thanks to the system. His mother had been frantic the moment she heard that he was in the hospital and had been inspecting him for any injuries. Luckily and thanks to some outside help, his condition was simply written off as a panic attack from almost being killed by the slime villain. His little sister Fubuki was quite a pain in the ass. While she may have worried about him, she was also quite annoyed that he always found himself in quite a lot of trouble, so he couldn't really blame her for that. But one good thing that came out of this is that she found her resolve. "You might not be able to become a hero like you always wanted, big brother, but I will become one for you, so cheer me on," said Fubuki with dedication in her eyes. If he was being honest, that little declaration really put a smile on his face. For a long time Fubuki had never taken interest in being a hero like he did. She simply wanted an easy life by lazing around the house and being on her phone texting to her friends. But with her taking a resolve to becoming a hero, he knew she will be able to achieve it, and with her having an enhanced version of their mother quirk at this point, she is guaranteed a place in the hero course. Although he was surprised to learn that his little stunt with All Might had resulted in the 2 soda bottles containing the villain to fall, allowing the villain to roam free and capture his former childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo. Luckily All Might was around the area and had put an end to the villain, although Izuku could already guess how painful it was for the symbol of peace to push himself beyond his 3-hour limit to save a hostage after the heroes in the scene proved to be incompetent in fighting the small-time villain. He felt bad since he was responsible for the incident to happen, but at this point there were no point in thinking about the past. He is starting anew, and it felt quite ironic to him, as while he may have not died in a manner of speaking, he did get reborn with a power that far surpass anything a quirk can do. So far his stay in the hospital was rather pleasant, and the staff were quite caring to his needs, although he rarely asked for anything. But it was obvious that the Hero Association, more precisely the chairman himself, has been taking care of his medical bills and preventing any discrimination from happening inside the establishment. Right now, it was his last day inside the hospital. For some reason, despite being at full health, he was restricted from leaving the hospital until further confirmation. He could only assume that they were trying to have a medical report about him to make some sort of diet and training regimen so they could properly train him, although it's useless considering that the system had already done its job. Alarm. Running 10 kilometers. Complete 10/10ths of a kilometer. The blue screen once more showed to the black-haired boy how far he had gotten in his training. He had been doing the daily quest every day, having not experienced the penalty zone, which showed the amount of discipline and dedication he had for his training and really getting strong, as at this point if anybody could improve himself would be him. If there was anything he learned those 4 days is that he got to decide if he really reached his limit or not, if he could do something or not. There is nobody who could love him more than himself, and he should show his body appreciation. He can't just neglect his body and hope that All Might or any other to do that for him. He needs to work hard for it. Question directions. Goal. Push-ups 100 100ths. Curl-ups 100 100ths. Curl-ups 100 100ths. Squats 100 100ths. Running 10/10ths of a kilometer. Izuku then looked at the overall goal for the day and was satisfied that he had finally completed his daily quest. Quest rewards. Choose your reward. You may choose one of the rewards below. Reward number 1. Status recovery. Reward number 2. Stat points +3. Reward number 3. Random box +1. Will you accept? Accept, reject. Izuku then picked the first reward before accepting the quest reward. Accept status recovery, said Izuku as he was engulfed in a green light as his fatigue was healed. Izuku was already impressed with the 3 rewards that the system offered. He had tried, as the reward number 3 had basically given him a random box which contained a key for a dungeon. Reward number 2 had increased his stat points by +3. He was already continuously leveling up. It was like playing a video game, with the game being the one in control of your life and monitoring your progress. Status. Name. Izuku Midoriya. Level 1. Job. None. Fatigue 0. Title. None. HP. 100. MP. 10. Strength. 16. Vitality. 10. Agility. 10. Intelligence. 10. Sense. 10. Remaining points. 3. Izuku then decided to shift the screen to his current skills, and while it disheartened him seeing himself still LV.1 in the system, he was quite determined to become even stronger until he could become a worthy Shadow Monarch. I need to up my game. I need to become stronger so I don't ever feel that emotion again, said Izuku to himself, not wanting to feel that emotion of weakness and hopelessness. Skills. Passive. Question mark. Unknown, max. Muscularity LV.1. Active. Sprint LV.1. A month has passed since the system and the meeting with the chief inspector of the Japanese Hero Association's surveillance team. He had been diligently training both his mind and body. Luckily those random box that the system offered had dungeon keys, so basically he was racking experience the moment he had left the hospital. Back then time felt like moving slowly, but after the system things have been going quite quickly. Maybe it was because he no longer worried over unnecessary things that only held him back. The only problem that he had to face was his mother, his little sister Fubuki and Katsuki Bakugo. Obviously his unnatural growth that came from his daily training had left a lot of questions on the mind of those who knew him, but the changes in his appearance, like his hair becoming black and his freckles having disappeared completely, made him the center of attention, especially the girls at his school, as he had shifted from the plain quirkless nerdy-looking guy in school to a handsome Adonis quirkless guy. Basically he became a chick magnet in just a month's time, and the amount of flirting done had made him even more hated by the so-called proclaimed alpha male in the school, who had to re-evaluate themselves completely. Then there is the issue with the teachers. He had obviously skipped school several days at one point for his training or some dungeon clearing to level up. Obviously the teachers were quite unhappy, but the girls seemed to think otherwise, as they viewed him as a mysterious bad boy. It was a pain in the ass, especially trying to avoid an already pissed Katsuki Bakugo, who was pretty much humiliated publicly when a no-name villain had almost suffocated him to death back then. Adding to his changes made him even more agitated and quite violent. Then there is his mother, who was contacted by the school headboard about him skipping school. Obviously his mother had pretty much been breathing down on his neck ever since then, as she had taken to interrogating him on several occasions, and when she couldn't get anything out of him she had taken an extreme measure, which was spying, and oh boy did she really suck at it. Too bad for her, his solo dungeon quest had pretty much allowed him to increase his overall stats, and his senses was one of the qualities he had invested in quite a few of his stat points aside from strength, intelligence, agility, etc. Now all he could do was strengthen himself until the Hero Association dealt with their own problems and then contact him, but he was in no rush. He had already pulled away his application into the hero course, much to the pleasure of Katsuki Bakugo and worry of his mother and sister. Izuku had taken to doing his daily quest without a shirt, quite proud of what he had achieved on his own, with the fact that he no longer had the need to hide under baggy clothes to hide his shame. The past month he had taken to creating some sort of plan the moment he understood how the system worked, well, not completely, but the rewarding system. He had realized that simply investing in strength only would probably make him a buff version of All Might, which made him frown remembering the memory of his rejection. The same could be said to the others, so he had taken to creating a balance between his stats. Although strength was the main factor that he had invested in, as experiencing his first dungeon he had realized how difficult it is to fight when being unarmed or weapon broken. Agility was the very next thing he invested in, because he had realized that all monsters are not like the hero versus villain scenario where they fight out in the open, but rather some of those monsters like to attack when the opponent has his guard down, so agility was very much needed at this point if he needed to survive. Status. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Level: 18. Job: None Fatigue. 0. Title: Wolf Slayer. HP: 2220. Dash 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 dash. MP: 350. Strength: 50. Stamina: 27. Agility: 35. Intelligence: 27. Sense: 29. Remaining points: 0. Izuku was sitting on the sofa watching the TV for news. It was the usual, although All Might has been sighted more often around Musudafu, which, if he was being honest, he was quite surprised, but at this point he couldn't find any reason to care about the man. Ring, ring. His phone went off, and it was quite odd to get a call from anybody. Not even those annoying fangirls called him, although the fault was his since he never really gave his number to anyone. Picking up the phone, he quickly answered the phone as he placed it on his ear. "Hello Mr. Midoriya, I hope your month has been pleasant so far," came a familiar voice that Izuku would never really forget. "Hello to you as well, Mr. Jinchul, and yes, this month have been far more pleasant thanks to your efforts," said Izuku. "Something like this was of no big deal. We're sorry if we have kept you waiting this whole month," apologized Jinchul, but Izuku didn't mind. "Don't worry about it. I didn't really expect this would be an easy task to do considering the weight of the situation we found ourselves in, but that month has helped me get accustomed to my own situation while having to train my body to lift some of the weight of the trainers that will undoubtedly take over our training," said Izuku as Jinchul had a small smile on his face, extremely pleased. "I'm glad to hear that you have been keeping yourself busy, but we're now prepared. We have already finalized the necessary papers, and the facility where you will be training along with the other recruits has been already built a little away from the civilization, you could say near a high school itself," said Jinchul, a little pleased and relieved. "I'm glad to hear things have been going well at your end, Mr. Jinchul, so when am I expected to be there?" asked Izuku. Jinchul looked at the paper resting neatly in front of his desk. "Taking into consideration that you haven't filled your family with your situation, and given that most of you are still teenagers who go to middle school, we will say Friday would be a suitable time for all of us to meet," said Jinchul. "Your transportation are already handled. You're expected to be at Mustafu Stop, which is near an abandoned gas station, at 12 o'clock in the morning. You will find parked on the side of the road a black bus. You will just have to further confirm your identity with one of our agents. Once he gave you confirmation, you could take a seat and patiently wait until you're brought to the facility," said Jinchul as Izuku smiled at the idea of meeting others with a similar backstory as him. Jinchul then took a serious tone. "Although I know the idea of getting acquainted with others with similar backgrounds, make sure you avoid certain individuals that will undoubtedly be in the bus. Some of them have ill intention," said Jinchul as Izuku furrowed an eyebrow. "So what do you suggest I do?" asked Izuku as Jinchul stayed silent for a few seconds. "I recommend you stay put in the bus until you all have arrived at the facility. Once that happens, those with ill intention will be isolated into another part of the facility to avoid them from causing trouble to the others, but so far the ones who are close to your age have proved to be trustworthy like you," said Jinchul as Izuku nodded. "Very well. I understand and thank you for your efforts, Mr. Jinchul. Until we meet again," said Izuku as the man. "Have a nice day, Mr. Midoriya," said Jinchul before he hung up. Finally, this monotonous life will soon be over and I get to do something exciting and most importantly get stronger, thought Izuku with a smile on his face. Just like planned, Izuku was ready to leave the apartment wearing black shirt, black pants along with black shoes. He was definitely taking the color black to a new whole level. He could vividly remember when his taste in clothes had pretty much turned upside down. His mother had thought that he got involved in a group of teens who worship the devil. That day was filled with trying to explain that he had just taken a liking to the color black. Opening the door of the apartment, he managed to escape undetected, although when he returned he will probably get an earful from his mother, but at this point he didn't care because he had a job to do. The trip was quite long, but at the end he found the gas station and the bus itself. Walking towards the door, he knocked on it slightly, which opened to reveal a man in a business suit and black glasses. "The name is Izuku Midoriya," said Izuku simply as the man simply gave the black-haired teen a nod. "Get inside," was the only response that came from the agent as he walked inside to find that some of the seats were occupied and was surprised that there were a lot of teens. His eyes then fell on the only empty seat so far, which was next to a pretty young woman with gray eyes and blonde hair in a bob cut. She was wearing a white buttoned shirt highlighted by black and black pants and brown sandals. Walking towards the girl, "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" asked Izuku in a polite tone as the girl looked up to meet with Izuku's eye, and she suddenly started to have a red tint in her cheeks before she nodded meekly. "No, you could sit," said Hae-In. "Thank you," said Izuku as he took a comfortable seat next to her. It was painfully obvious that the girl was quite nervous and uncomfortable, and he could relate to her on a personal level. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you. I hope I'm not making you uncomfortable," said Izuku with a kind tone. "No, it's fine, I'm just not a social person and my name is Hae-In," was the nervous response that came from Hae-In as she nervously looked down with a small blush. "It's fine. I am also not really a social person. My previous experience had made it a little hard for me to trust anybody, so don't worry, I'm sure that eventually we will get over this phase," said Izuku softly as Hae-In felt comfortable when she heard that. Leaning forward, "Are you quirkless as well?" asked Hae-In as she whispered her secret nervously, and Izuku simply smiled and rubbed her head affectionately, which made her blush but also happy. "Yes, I'm also quirkless, so you don't need to be nervous, I'm not one to judge," said Izuku as Hae-In smiled, although she didn't know how to continue her conversation with the mysterious handsome nice guy. How did you get reawakened? Asked Izuku, seeing as she wanted to make a conversation but was really failing. I was running away at the time and I accidentally ran into that blue portal thing. I don't remember much of what happened aside from the fact that I had killed some of the goblins in self-defense before I fainted and woke up in the hospital bed with Mr. Jinchul talking to me. What about you? Asked Hae-In. She obviously has trust issues, I need to show her that I'm willing to trust her as well, thought Izuku before he nodded his head. I had the chance to meet my favorite pro-hero, which I won't reveal his name for his sake. Being quirkless, I wanted to become a hero, but he kindly told me that the profession with my current situation would be impossible. It was a heavy blow to the stomach, but when I tried to leave the roof that we landed on, I was dragged to a dungeon, and just like you, I woke up with Mr. Jinchul talking to me. Said Izuku as Hae-In felt great sadness, as well as she was also at one point a great fan of heroes and wanted to be one. Being quirkless, she was told to give up in a not so nice way by her peers. But it's fine now. The dungeon has allowed me to reawaken and get those mana, which helped fix some of my lack of self-confidence. But aside from that, why did you accept to work as a hunter? Asked Izuku as Hae-In took a serious look. At this point, no job will ever want me to work in their establishment due to me being quirkless. Aside from that, I felt that by becoming a hunter I would be achieving a distant dream that died down, which is to save people. What about you? Hae-In asked. I had the same reason to apply, but I did it because I merely wanted to serve my country even if I don't get recognized for it by the population, and I prefer it that way since there will be no paparazzi harassing my family and be able to walk on the street. Said Izuku as Hae-In nodded with a smile, with a little admiration towards Izuku as she had gotten comfortable that she didn't realize that the bus had already moved a long time ago. The bus had shortly stopped as the same man with business suit stood in front of the future hunters. Now we have arrived at the facility. We request all of you to obey the regulation and follow us onto the gym in an orderly fashion. Said the agent as everyone nodded their heads. They're quite strict, thought Izuku with a little sweat on his forehead, realizing that this will be a little annoying to deal with, but he is bound to get used to it. The first row seat had stood up before they left the bus, and then the second row, and the same process had continued like that until they also got their turn to exit the bus. Hae-In was twiddling her fingers nervously as she stood closer to the only person she felt comfortable around, which was Izuku, who didn't really mind the company. It's best if you take a few deep breaths and don't overthink the situation, or you will get even more nervous. Said Izuku as he gave advice to the girl next to him, who complied as she took a few deep breaths, finding her heart started to ease down and stopped feeling nervous, although the pressure was quite high on them. Izuku, on the other hand, remembered his conversation with Wu Jinchul and had been glancing around him constantly to check the competition. He was quite pleased to know that most of them were quite good people. The first one that he already felt he would get along with would be a lanky teen with red hair in a curtain hairstyle that is parted over the left side of his right eye. He had a very amicable smile, although he could feel nervousness surrounding the teen. He was wearing a striped business suit, trying to appear professional in front of high-ranked officials. The second person was an above-average teen with spiky orange hair, orange eyes, pronounced canine teeth, and neatly trimmed sideburns. Just like the redhead, he was wearing a black tux. Although compared to the others he was quite nervous as he glanced around him until his eyes landed on Izuku, who just gave him a reassuring smile and a nod with a thumbs up, which managed to put a smile on the young orange-haired teen. The others were impressive in their own rights, but some of them he had already didn't like, and it was shown through their arrogant smirk and the look they gave to them, like a predator looking at their prey. He knew that confrontation with them will be imminent, but he will trust the chairman to deal with the nuisance before they got way over their head. A black limousine rolled over as everyone tensed when the chairman Go-Gun came out, a muscular old man with gray hair, greenish-gray eyes, and numerous scars on his body. Given his status, he was wearing a three-piece suit. The man's smile seemed to be genuine as he gave a look of a grandfather looking at his grandchildren, although his aura that surrounded him made everyone flinch or unable to make eye contact with him. That man is intense. I expect no less from the chairman of the Hero Association, thought Izuku with a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He knew the man was concealing his aura, but even the few that were leaking out showed the gap in power between him and the chairman. Hello, future hunters. My name is Go-Gun and I'm the chairman of the Hero Association. I thank you for accepting my selfish request, but rest assured your services will be rewarded. Said Go-Gun with a smile on his face, although his attention was solely on Izuku, Hae-In, the redhead and the orange hair boy. You four are the next generation. thought Go Gunhee with a smile, having already made a background check on the 4 of them and they were still pure in his book and the ones with the most potential out of anyone, although if he is being honest, Izuku and Hae-In were the ones who stood out even when they don't want it. Now behind me is a gym built with all technology Japan could offer, as it's resistant to even All Might punches but not immune, so you can go all out as you wish. You will be separated into groups and separated to different parts of the facility," said Go Gunhee, seeing nobody arguing, which was his fault given his intimidating aura, before he looked to his back to see his right-hand man Wu Jinchul. "Ahem. My name is Wu Jinchul. I will be stating the groups that you will be around indefinitely. Even when training in a dungeon you will be in the same group," said Jinchul as everyone nodded their heads in understanding. "Now Group 1 consists of Izuku Midoriya," said Jinchul as Izuku locked his eyes at the man and Hae-In seemed to grip his black sleeve shirt. "Hae-In," continued Jinchul as said girl sighed in relief to be around Izuku, who simply patted her head. "Choi Jong-in," said Jinchul as the redhead adjusted his glasses, although he looked more relieved to be around others his age. "Lastly, Baek Yoon-ho," said Jinchul as the team smiled, a genuine one as he looked at his team. "Now that Group 1 has been announced, please follow one of our agents into the gym section belonging to your group," said Jinchul as the new team stepped forward and obeyed the order by following one of the agents inside the gym, leaving Jinchul and Go Gunhee to single out those with malicious intent. "This won't go as you both planned, Wang Dongsuk and Wang Dongsu," thought Jinchul as he gave his stoic expression, but it was obvious from his glowing purple eyes that was hidden behind his glasses that he disliked the two brothers immensely. Izuku walked inside the gymnasium built by the Hero Commission. It was obviously highly teched with all kinds of technology, which showed to Izuku that they are serious with training them. He let out a sigh as he saw his new companions' eye dart everywhere. It was obvious that they felt out of place even with the suits that they were wearing. Even he himself felt out of place, but at this point he didn't care about such trivial matters. The agent that was escorting them was unique to say the least. He wasn't like the others who had a professional face and spoke only 2 words. His eyes glowed blue as the agent aura became clear to him. If I were to judge him in hero standards, I'd say he would be in the top 20, scratch the top 15 at best, but then again I can't compare hunters to heroes," thought Izuku as he observed the young man with spiky purple hair and matching purple eyes. Just like all other agents, he wore formal business attire. Hunters from his knowledge have no restriction like the heroes have. Hunters only answer to the chairman of the Hero Association and are given license to kill monsters, and he wouldn't be surprised if they were allowed to kill humans and be in their legal rights to do so. So comparing hunters to heroes would be quite stupid from his part. Izuku's thoughts were cut off when the agent stopped in front of a metal door as he pulled his ID and ran it through the scanner. "Welcome Kong Taeshik," was the voice that came from the scanner as the door opened, revealing equipments, but the place looked also featured things like kitchen, rest room, television and other entertainment room. The agent then turned towards the teens. "Now that we've arrived at our destination, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Kong Taeshik. I'm a hitman and an inspector under the Japanese Hero Association's surveillance team." Introducing Taeshik as he looked at them with a smile. "Hitman?" asked Baek, a little curious but intimidated to say the least as Taeshik nodded his head. "That is correct. I'm a hitman that is tasked to do the things that heroes mostly are not allowed to do. Sometimes there are threats that need to be killed rather than sent to prison. That's why people like me are tasked to eliminate them, and one of the reasons why I was tasked to train you as well," said Taeshik. "So we're expected to be assassins as well?" asked Jong-in as he adjusted his glasses and a frown on his face. "Not really, but you're expected to eliminate the monsters in the dungeon before they come out of the gates, but you need to also take into account that gates lead to another dimension, so there will be no camera and you don't know if your so-called teammate will never attempt to stab you in the back," said Taeshik. I was told by Mr. Jinchul that some of the recruits had ill intentions and told me to not make contact with them until they have isolated them to further deal with them," said Izuku as Hae-In looked at him in relief. "So that means that those who were left were the ones with ill intention?" asked Hae-In as Taeshik interrupted. "Yes, although some of them could be redeemed, but there are 2 that we doubt will ever be redeemed, so we could only wait for them to fall into our trap before we could legally arrest them," said Taeshik. "Are we good in the government standards?" asked Izuku curiously, wanting to see what the commission thought about them. We've already done a background check. Aside from you all being formerly quirkless, you all have a perfect track record, and don't tell anyone this, but the chairman himself had already taken a liking to the four of you, said Taeshik, making Baek Yunho, Choi Jong-in and Cha Hae-In to gain confidence in themselves. Now with that out of the way, let me give you a brief explanation on what is going to happen now that you're all here. As you see, the room that you're in is the room you will be all training in indefinitely, said Taeshik as he pulled 4 ID and skillfully threw it to each of them, revealing their own ID. Those ID are the ones that will help you access this room. Only you, me, Mr. Jinchul and Chairman could access this room, so you can get comfortable here without any worry about any unwanted guests making their way here, said Taeshik, seeing the relieved expression of the teens. Taeshik then walked towards a table and pulled 4 papers as he showed it to the teens and handed each one to the teens. As you see, those are your training regiment that you will be expected to follow, which also include your meals, so keep those with you even when you return to your homes, said Taeshik. Izuku then looked at the paper and his suspicion was confirmed. They have written everything that includes my medical evaluation, mused Izuku as he remembered the multiple tests he had to go through in the hospital. I won't be here the whole time since I have my own responsibility, but I will be there in the start to make sure that you're able to complete your physical portion of your training. After we have you all be in better shape, we will start with developing your skills, said Taeshik as he looked at Baek. Mr. Baek, your abilities allows you to transform into a tiger-like monster, so we will have you create a martial arts that revolves around your ability, which includes claw strike, and most importantly work on your durability and speed, because tigers are a fast animal. So those are the 2 main things that we will have you work on before we get to anything complicated like transformation, said Taeshik as Baek nodded his head with determination, although he glanced at his partners to see them giving him a nod of approval, which meant a lot to him. Taeshik then looked at Jong-in. Mr. Jong-in, you're more of a mage type rather than a fighter type like Mr. Baek, so we will have you do something different, which is controlling your flames, which in the back of your training regimen you will find the type of exercises you will be required to do. Once that is complete, we will have you go through simulation where you will have to fight while using at the same time your flames, said Taeshik as Jong-in smiled excitedly. Taeshik then looked at Cha Hae-In, who seemed to get nervous. Mrs. Hae-In, just like Mr. Baek, you're a fighter type, although we have learned that you're more interested in swordsmanship, so we included that in your training regimen. We've also noticed that you have a sensitive nose that reacts to the smell of mana and quirks, which makes anything smell foul to you, so we will have you control that as well, because enemies are bound to take advantage of that, said Taeshik as Hae-In nodded her head. Aside from that, after you've created your own sword style and mastered its kata, you will be required to get combat experience, so we're going to have you fight someone. After that, you're going to create your techniques that are unique to you, continued Taeshik before he looked at Izuku. As for you, to be honest, we don't know how to classify you, because there were instances that you displayed to be a mage type and instances you displayed to be a fighter type. At the end, we've decided to classify you as mage type, but one thing is for sure from our evaluation, you're a hunter who grows stronger every time you fight, said Taeshik, unable to hold his curiosity. That's amazing, said Baek as he showed respect to Izuku, who simply smiled slightly. You could say that. I'm not really sure, but I think that the more I fight and gain experience, the more I grow and get accustomed. That's just my theory, said Izuku, although not really divulging about the existence of the system or his identity of being a shadow monarch. Well, that seems plausible, and it's also the conclusion we came to, so your training will be much more different compared to the others. You will fight Mr. Baek, which will help you both, as you could grow stronger while Mr. Baek could get some form of experience by fighting, said Taeshik as Baek grinned in excitement and Izuku smiled. We also recommend that you use weapons, preferably daggers, and engage in a spar with Hae-In to help her create her own sword style and help her gain confidence, since she seemed to be quite attached to you, said Taeshik, much to his amusement when he saw Hae-In blush at being caught, and both Jong-in and Baek chuckled slightly, but Izuku didn't mind as he rubbed her head affectionately, which made her happy. Lastly, with Jong-in, you will also engage with him in a spar. It's recommended to also pressure him to fight, which will help him make quick decisions and get him quickly used to long-drawn fights, said Taeshik as Izuku nodded his head and Jong-in smiled. Now with that out of the way, let me show you around. As you see, the room was made to look like a penthouse, enough to house you all, so there will be 4 bedrooms which have their own personal bathroom. There is living room, washing room, etc., said Taeshik. So are we expected to move in? Asked Izuku in a curious tone as Taeshik shook his head. You're not really obligated to move in the gymnasium if the idea is uncomfortable for you all, but this was made to give you a comfortable environment because at the end of the day all of you are still teenagers and your comfort is our priority. I know that some of you live alone and are obligated to pay your rent, but this penthouse is rent-free and has all the necessary equipment, and most of all it's much safer," said Taishik as all of them smiled. "Think of it from this perspective. The more you climb the ranks and get stronger, the more you will be working outside clearing dungeons. There will be instances where the dungeons will be a higher level and a further plan will be needed, so you can meet here, plan and crash here," said Taishik as everyone found the merit in his words. "That does sound like a good idea. It will also promote friendship and camaraderie between us, so I see more benefit from it," said Izuku as the others nodded their heads. "But concerning the dungeon, are we expected to clear dungeons?" asked Izuku as he looked at Taishik, who nodded his head. "Of course you will be tasked to clear dungeons, but you will be accompanied by me. But you need to understand one thing, dungeons are ranked from E rank to S rank. So far we've seen up to B rank level threat, but until then we will be doing E rank and D rank dungeon level until I deem you ready for anything higher than that," said Taishik as they all nodded their head in agreement. "So are we going to start training?" asked Hae-In as she looked at their instructor, who shook his head. "No. We won't start training right now. We need you to get comfortable in the new environment and settle in properly while getting more acquainted with each other before we could start anything as training," said Taishik before he started moving towards the exit door as he pressed on a green button on the side, allowing the door to open as he walked outside, leaving as the door shut behind him. "So, what are we going to do?" asked Beck as he looked at his teammates. "We should probably get to know each other. We don't need to reveal anything that makes us uncomfortable, but establishing some form of camaraderie will be beneficial in the long run," said Izuku as Jong-in nodded his head, even though the idea was foreign to him due to his past. Izuku walked towards the kitchen and towards the fridge, opening revealed sealed foods and drinks. "There are sodas in the fridge. What do you prefer to drink?" asked Izuku as each one picked their choice of soda as they all took a seat on the sofa with Hae-In being next to Izuku. "I'm going to start first. My name is Izuku Midoriya. You can call me what you want as long as it's comfortable for you. My likes are not as it used to be due to my circumstances, but I like analyzing heroes. I even had my own notebook where I wrote my own analysis in hopes of one day becoming a hero myself, but as you see that dream died down," said Izuku. "I hope I'm not overstepping the boundaries, but what made you give up on being a hero?" asked Jong-in as he adjusted his glasses. "It's fine. I always admired heroes and my number one idol was All Might, so the idea of becoming a hero to save everybody sounded appealing to me, but being quirkless had changed a lot of things, including my standing among my peers in school. Due to the years of bullying I had low self-esteem and was quite shy back then, but that's beside the point. I had a chance to meet All Might, but he had kindly rejected my dreams, but I can't blame him, I was quite frail back then," said Izuku as everyone flinched in the room. It was obvious that being rejected by your idol would shatter anyone, especially when you admired him for years. Moving back to the introduction, I like training to get stronger so I don't feel the feeling of hopelessness and weakness, and so I can protect everyone that matters to me. I like my mother and little sister, and I like to wear black attires because it helps me not stand out or disappear in the night," said Izuku as everyone nodded their heads so far. "My dislikes are fake heroes who's in the job for the wrong reason. My dislike are bullying and discrimination against quirkless people and discrimination on those with villainous quirks. I dislike when people hurt my family and friends," said Izuku as everyone nodded their head following so far. "My hobbies are training to properly understand my mana abilities and further grow stronger, analyzing anything that catches my interest, helping my mother and my sister, and clearing dungeons," said Izuku, catching everyone's attention. "You make it sound like you cleared other dungeons," said Jong-in as he looked at Izuku, who nodded. "Only one dungeon aside from the one where I reawakened," said Izuku. "Lastly, my dream is to get stronger to protect my loved ones and to serve my country by defeating the monsters in the dungeon and maybe have an easy life, but something tells me this won't go as I want," said Izuku as everyone grimaced, knowing that dungeons are something relatively new to them and they're going in there with minimal information. Jong-in then stood up. "I guess I'm next. My name is Choi Jong-in, just call me anything, I don't really mind that much. My likes are smoking because it helps relieve stress. I like my grandparents and I like this group already because I feel like I belong somewhere and it's nice to have people with similar background," said Jong-in as everyone smiled. "My dislikes is when my grandparents tire themselves out for me, discrimination, bullying, villains and monsters. My hobbies are reading and getting knowledgeable because my grandparents always told me knowledge is power. My new hobby is discovering and understanding my mana much better, said Jong-in. My dreams is to one day become a strong hunter and a dependable leader and finally have my grandparents enjoy their retirement by using the money I earn to have them go on vacation to enjoy their short life, said Jong-in. Although everyone could see that the idea of his grandparents dying was hard for him, but he understood it more than anyone that life is short. Izuku smiled. I'm sure your grandparents will be proud of you and just know that we have your back, said Izuku as Beck and Hae-In nodded with a smile of their own. Thank you guys, said Jong-in a little more happier than before as he sat down with Beck standing up. My name is Beck Yunho, just call me Yunho or anything else that makes you comfortable. My likes are training to become strong, my father who is a retired pro hero, said Beck enthusiastically. My dislikes are discrimination, villains, bullies, being weak and not being able to be like my father, and that is being a dependable person, said Beck a little sad, but a smile from his companion cheered him up. My hobbies are training to become strong. While I'm not a bookworm, I enjoy learning new things which include reading my father's strategy books and other stuff, said Beck. My dream is to one day become a dependable leader and surpass my father, and even though he had always loved me and respected me, I want to do something to deserve his praise and make him even prouder of me, said Beck. I guess we have something in common, Yunho. Let's help each other reach our goal, said Jong-in as Beck grinned and Izuku gave an approving look. Hae-In nervously stood up, being the only female in the group, but seeing Izuku's comforting smile she steeled her eyes. My name is Cha-Hae and I don't really mind what you call me. My likes are swordsmanship because it's unique and underrated. I don't really have a family member because I was an orphan, so I mostly lived on my own, but I do like studying to become a good student and at one point to get a good paying job, said Hae-In as she felt slightly uncomfortable with revealing some of her life, but Izuku's kind smile made her forget about her worries. My dislikes are bullies, discrimination, villains, fake heroes and lecherous boys who doesn't respect me as a woman and try to take advantage of my status as quirkless to try and get their way with me, said Hae-In as the boys frowned but gave the girl a comforting smile, which was what she needed to continue. My hobbies are watching old videos that are related to swordsmanship, reading, studying, watching movies, practicing with a bokken. Although with my reawakened I like to learn about my mana abilities even further to improve myself while trying to implement my own sword style, said Hae-In. My dream is to one day become a respected woman and a hunter and maybe find a special person to me, said Hae-In as she stuttered at the end, but it was obvious that her glances had been going towards Izuku when she declared her dream, and they knew that she had fallen in love with Izuku. That's a nice dream, Hae-In. Don't worry, we all have your back to the very end, said Izuku with a smile as he patted the girl, much to her pleasure and slight embarrassment. Okay then, I won't be moving in here, mainly because I haven't told my mother or sister about my situation, because my mom is a very worrisome person and have a fragile heart, so if she learns that I'm involved with the government will probably give her panic attack, which I'd rather avoid as much as possible, although it's obvious that she will learn about my situation eventually, given that my changes had caused a lot of suspicion, especially my mom who had taken to spying on me even though it was obvious, said Izuku with a small chuckle as the rest chuckled as well. The same here for me, honestly. I can't leave both my grandparents alone. I need to be there for them and support them every day because they're not in their prime anymore, said Jong-in. Same here. My father doesn't really know about my situation, so I can't move in as well. Besides, I want to learn as much as possible from him, said Beck. I will move here instead. My apartment is far away from here, so being close will be much better and it's rent-free, said Hae-In as the entire place has a training facility so she could train, although it will be lonely. I suggested we exchange numbers, suggested Beck as everyone nodded their heads as they all exchanged their own numbers before Beck created a group on WhatsApp with a grin plastered on his face, quite happy to say the least. Today marked the friendship between the four of them, as later they would separate to create their own guild, although Hae-In and Izuku will remain inseparable as their relationship would extend beyond friendship and love will bloom between them. Their names shook fear in the hearts of many, but none had much impact then. Both Izuku and Hae-In, names once quirkless, now both are national-level hunters respected in many countries due to their prowess. Being a hunter was quite fun to say the least. There was no day that passed without there being a story to tell or experiencing new things, but the most important thing that mattered even more than being a hunter, and that is the friendship that was built between the four quirkless teens. Although for both Izuku and Hae-In it was love that was growing each passing day, and at this point everybody knew they were meant for each other even if they were unable to properly express their true feelings due to the horrible childhood that they had to endure for years. Izuku's situation at home was finally calming down after a month, but it was obvious for anyone that Midoriya still worried for her baby boy. Although seeing him gain confidence and grow every day to become a handsome young man brought some sort of comfort in her old heart, and deep down she couldn't help but regret how she couldn't support his dream of being a hero. But at the end there are times when harsh truth can be what someone needed to remove the shackle that is binding him down and explore new things in life that are much better. For Izuku's case, All Might rejecting his dream was a spear to the chest that he at the beginning doubted he would ever recover from, but with that rejection doors were opened, giving him endless possibility that was much better, and being a hunter was the best thing that had happened to him, as he was surrounded by supportive friends who all understood the pain of being quirkless and all worked together for a common goal. His relationship with Hae-In was improving progressively and became much more comfortable with the idea of going out to eat, although both of them didn't try to step forward with the idea of dating each other because of their insecurities. But maybe he could finally confess to her, but he will have to pick a special day to do it. His school life situation was still as always bland. With everything going in his life, nothing could really get to him, not even Katsuki's attempt to bring him down. As for the girls, they were the same, trying to get a date with him, but they were underestimating him because he didn't so much as bat them an eye, and sometimes would have rather avoid them completely. It obviously put him in a bad light in front of many who thought he was quite rude, but at this point he didn't care because they were the same people who laughed at him. Training was going quite well in terms of physical conditioning, and although he had barely entered dungeon ever since his second one when he went against Blue Venom Fang Kasaka and obtained Kasaka's Venom Fang, he was still leveling up. He could only assume that the system was taking into consideration his situation. Status: Name: Izuku Midoriya. Level: 21. Job: None Fatigue 0. Title: Wolf Slayer. HP: 2600. MP: 391. Strength: 53. Stamina: 30. Agility: 38. Intelligence: 30. Sense: 32. Remaining points: 3. Skills: Passive, ? Unknown, Max. Muscularity LV.1. Active, Sprint LV.1. He can't say that he leveled up quite a lot since last time when he was in LV.18, but considering that dungeons these days are quite rare to find due to it being a new phenomenon, he couldn't really complain, as he still leveled up nonetheless. Although he is not the only one who has been improving, as Baek Yoonho had reached a breakthrough in his training and his physical condition had improved as he became quite muscular for his age, showing that his training had paid off, but his abilities had undoubtedly given him a boost in his physical growth. As for his transformation ability, it was obvious that he couldn't immediately pull a full transformation, but partial transformation was within his reach, as he had gotten used to having his hands and hair transformed, which gave him an increase in his physical stats, although that in itself exhausted a lot out of him, so currently he is working on prolonging his partial transformation. Choi Jong-in was the next in line, as he remained really the same in terms of physical condition, but it was obvious that he had gained a few muscles then and there. But because he is a mage type, he was focusing on controlling his flames, which he managed to successfully complete the exercises that he was asked to do. But right now he is working on a few defensive and offensive attacks, although it wasn't really strong but impressive nonetheless. Hae-In had really outdone herself compared to the two others. She had been practicing in creating her own sword style, although for the moment she was unable to create it, but she showed creativity which allowed her to find unorthodox ways to kill monsters efficiently. But in training session it was the practice dolls that suffered her worth, and Izuku himself had engaged with her in sparring matches using Bakken, and she really gave him a run for his money, but at the end he won. Currently, with Izuku's help, she has taken to increasing her speed in hopes of overpowering her enemies through speed and raw strength. She was also able to partially transform her sword into light, but it was quite draining and exhausting, so she chose to further her sword training before going into anything complicated. Weekends were something that Izuku greatly enjoyed, especially when he got to spend the whole day in the penthouse inside the gymnasium. But what made it even better is waking up early to spend time with Hae-In before others came in. She loved him and he loved her. Drinking from his soda, he let out a small sigh as the blue screen popped back to life in front of his face. Alarm! A harmful substance has been detected. Buff. Cure poison's effect is healing you. Because of the special ability that the system gave me, even alcohol is being purified. Mused Izuku to himself, although he found it both a blessing and a curse at the same time. 3, 2, 1. Cure poison has been completed. A reward the system gave me as soon as I woke up after making it through the dungeon disaster. Since there's a lot to take in recently, I just overlooked it. To think it gave me this as reward, thought Izuku as his mind drifted to the system. Quest reward, secret quest. Courage of the weak. Great Spellcaster Kandairu's blessing. The Great Spellcaster Kandairu has gifted a special spell to you. Kandairu's spell will ensure that you will always be strong and healthy during your lifetime. Quest reward, temporary effect will to rehabilitate. Any dismembered body parts are restored. Permanent effect longevity. All diseases, poison and status effects are healed, and sleeping will explosively increase regeneration ability. He had already experimented with Risaka's venom. It was stupid, but after he drank the A-rank potion, the system had obviously done its job by purifying the poison that invaded his body and undid the effects that it had on his muscles. So what do you think we will do today? Asked Hae-In as she drank from her own soda, looking at Izuku with a blush on her face. Izuku pondered for a few moments. I can't really say I know, but at this point we've made a lot of progress. It's just a matter of time before we're allowed to clear dungeons. Said Izuku as Hae-In nodded her head, a little excited to finally start clearing dungeons. Speaking of which, how was your stay here? I'm sure it must have been quite lonely, said Izuku as Hae-In shook her head. It's fine. Besides, you've always made sure to visit me every day, and on weekends you mostly come early to spend time with me, so I'm grateful, said Hae-In with a blush on her face and a big smile. Don't worry about it, said Izuku with a smile on his face, but they were interrupted from further talk when the door opened, revealing Jong-in and Beck enjoying their conversation with each other, although it seemed that a rivalry was born between them as they sometimes butted heads with each other over trivial matters. Luckily the rivalry was a healthy one. I hope we didn't interrupt you too, said Jong-in when he noticed both Izuku and Hae-In. No, it's fine really, said Hae-In, although she was slightly disappointed that her alone time was cut short. Good, you're all here early, came the voice of Taishik, who came through the door like he normally did as he gave his calculative gaze and nodded his head. It was obvious for the team that Taishik was a busy person, and when he came it was for either taking their training to the next level or to evaluate how far they went in their training. Today will be much different than what you have been doing for the past 2 months, because this time around I deemed you 4 ready to finally start clearing dungeons. Obviously you're only limited to E and D rank gates only until I deem otherwise, said Taishik, much to everyone's excitement. As for your ranks, Izuku Midoriya, you're now considered a C rank mage, said Taishik as Izuku nodded his head. Hae-In, you're also promoted to C rank fighter, said Taishik as Hae-In smiled brightly as she looked at Izuku, who gave her a thumbs up. Jong-in, you're currently promoted to D rank mage, said Taishik as Jong-in nodded, not really upset about being lower in rank compared to the other two. Lastly, Beck Yunho, you're currently promoted to D rank fighter, said Taishik as Beck grinned, not really upset with being ranked lower than Izuku and Hae-In. You've all become stronger than before, as such you're all ready for the next level of your training, and that is dungeon clearing. All of you should have received your hunter, or what we like to call raid costume, that you have submitted, along with any extra equipment like sword in the case of Mrs. Cha, said Taishik as Hae-In nodded her head, as she had already seen her sword and she loved it as the material used was made out of the mana crystals found in dungeons. So what is the rank of our first dungeon? Asked Izuku as Taishik pulled paper and distributed it to everyone. The dungeon is E rank. The gate had manifested 2 days ago in an abandoned school 10 minutes from here near a subway, said Taishik as he saw the puzzled look from Beck. You can ask anything. You may be recognized as a hunter, but you're no different than a hero in training, said Taishik as Beck nodded. Why give us a report instead of telling it to us orally? Asked Beck curiously. I've been waiting for you to ask me this, and you're right, it's a waste of time, but this is merely a way to start getting you used to what you will be expected to do in the future. There are times when dungeons will be much bigger, so you can't just force your way in, so having a report to analyze from would be useful. There is also the fact that you were bound to be asked to file a report, and getting an idea on how reports are written would serve as a good example and instill some form of discipline, said Taishik as the group of teen nodded their head. Chairman might be a lax person, but we're still soldiers that need to follow the orders and protocol. Izuku thought with a newfound respect for the chairman. He is like a father who is a fun and relaxed person, but when he asks something you're more bound to do it because you want to make him proud. Now then, gear up while the dungeon is E rank. We need to get you used to being quick because some of the dungeons could pop at any moment and be needed to be cleared as soon as possible, said Taishik as they all nodded and headed for their respective room, which they had put some of their items inside for safekeeping. Izuku was the first to come out. Not much has changed from his outfit, as he didn't enjoy the idea of tight costumes, so a white shirt along with black jacket and black pants was all he needed to do the raid. Baek Yunho was the second person to come out, as he wore a black armor with yellow shoulder guards, gray pants, and a set of golden claws. He always liked to wear badass things, and having a set of golden claws made him look much more badass while also adding some damage with his fighting style. Hae-In followed shortly, as she wore a red-themed armor and carried a black sword with a silver hilt. She obviously felt much more confident in her choice of attire, and with Izuku's support she felt much more comfortable to show her raid costume. Lastly, Jong-In walked. He wore a goldish brown and white suit with a flowing red cape and a set of 8 rings. Everyone knew that Jong-In grandparents were old-school people, so wearing a suit was his way of paying tribute to them. Taishik glanced at his watch before nodding his head. Good, you've all quickly changed in 10 minutes, that's a good start. Now follow me, said Taishik as the 4 teens followed without complaint. After being led outside, a black SUV car pulled over in front of them as the teens looked at Taishik incredulously, who just smirked. You didn't really expect us to always have you ride a bus, do you? Now hop on, said Taishik as he took the front passenger seat next to the driver while the teens took the backseat, finding a lot of things which include cold drinks and a TV. Surprisingly, the backseat looked more like a sofa rather than a chair, but they were able to all fit in despite being 4, although Hae-In had taken advantage of this to be much more closer to Izuku, secretly enjoying his intoxicating scent, as Izuku was the only person that didn't smell foul to her. The SUV started to move immediately, heading towards the location. Sir, what do we expect to encounter in an E-rank dungeon? Asked Jong-In, taking the situation seriously. Taishik pondered for a few seconds. Usually E-rank gates have low-rank monsters like goblins. They're extremely weak and their intelligence is that of a 5 years old, but their strength lies in numbers. Think of it like having a child wield a knife. Regardless of how inexperienced he is with said knife, he could still hurt and even kill someone, said Taishik. Although referring to goblins as children was not the best way to describe it, because an image was already formed in their minds. I know that the gate is extremely low ranked compared to what you have been training for the last 2 months, but at this point gates are quite rare to find these days due to it being a new phenomenon, but our scientists estimate that after 9 months the gates will be much more high rank, and at this point its existence will be revealed to the world because we're already struggling to keep those gates' existence a secret, said Taishik as Izuku let out a sigh. I guess the hunter profession will be also revealed to the world. This is like a repeat of the hero system all over again, said Izuku as Hae-In looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Asked Hae-In, obviously confused, as Izuku patted her head much to her delight. Back then the hero profession was not really accepted by the populace, as people believed that everything should be handled by the police and military, so discrimination back then was more common, as hero students were harassed daily in streets with the goal of having them fall under pressure, said Izuku as everyone eye widened. Taishik nodded slightly. That is a possibility, but unlike before when the hero profession was introduced out of the blue, we're preparing you to clear dungeons, and by the end of the 9 months your files will state all of your achievements so far. That will stop any discrimination to happen because you would have proven yourself to the public, and the fact that you're protecting Japan from the shadow would put you in a better light among the older generation and younger generation, said Taishik, much to the displeasure of Izuku. Great. Paparazzis, said Izuku as the others chuckle slightly, knowing that they will be thrusted into the limelight. We're here, sir, was the voice of the chauffeur, who was secretly an agent working for the government. Great, all of you get out, said Taishik as the 4 teens nodded their heads and got out of the car, revealing the sunlight hitting their faces, but remained unbothered as they walked towards the abandoned school. Luckily there were no passerby. The school was obviously guarded by agents as they made way for the 4 teens and Taishik to walk inside the building. It was obvious that the building was being renovated because new equipment was seen on the ground wrapped around its plastic bags. They walked slowly before they stood in front of a blue gate. It was as big as a large door as Taishik turned towards the team. Are you all ready for this mission? asked Taishik as everyone checked their equipment and took a few breaths knowing that this was their second dungeon and for Izuku it was his third dungeon. Seeing them ready, Taishik was the first to walk inside the dungeon as he was the leader and the rest followed him as Hae-In. Jong-in and Beck were slightly overwhelmed by entering the gate since it was a new feeling. As for Izuku, he was used to it. Looking at their surrounding area, they were quite mesmerized at seeing the inside of the dungeon much clearer than the first time, as it looked like the inside of a cave. "Focus," said Taishik as the three teens broke out of their stupor as they looked at their leader while Izuku was focused on the dungeon. "Here is what is going to happen. I will be walking behind you four and observing you. I won't interfere unless you're in danger, but I doubt this will be a problem for you as goblins are E rank," said Taishik as the four teens nodded their heads. Their walk was quiet, but suddenly from behind a small rock a green dwarf-like monster with childlike physiques, green skin, sharp ears and teeth, and glowing red eyes jumped with a scream as he tried to attack Hae-In. The appearance of the dwarf startled Hae-In as she almost froze in her place but quickly regained herself as she quickly drew her sword, decapitating the green creature, killing it. Everyone was obviously taken aback. Even Izuku himself was surprised by its appearance as he only went against Werewolf and Blue Venom Fang Kasaka, who were more into frontal attacks rather than sneak attacks. Obviously killing was still foreign for Hae-In, and seeing the decapitated goblin releasing green liquid from his missing stump made her cover her mouth in order to suppress her desire to vomit, but a hand on her shoulder and a comforting smile from Izuku made her get back her bearings. "Don't worry, you've done well. You will eventually get numb to the idea of killing. Just remember that if you didn't kill the goblin, he would have killed you instead. Inside this dungeon it's all about the survival of the fittest, and we need to be stronger together and have each other back," said Izuku, managed to motivate Hae-In and by extension the others. "He's a natural-born leader," thought Taishik as his lips twitched into a smile as he watched as the four teens continued advancing more on guard than before. It was obvious after the first surprise goblin attack the four teens were more on guard and were no longer surprised when their numbers started to increase the more they went further. Beck had put his new set of golden claws into good use as he slashed goblins into pieces. His animalistic side that came with his abilities made him handle the killing much better than the other two. Jong-in was also handling it better as well as he torched the goblins and used a few offensive spells when their numbers increased, incinerating them, although it was obvious that offensive spells were still quite draining on his mana. Hae-In had gotten comfortable in killing the goblins after a few of her kills as she didn't hesitate to slash them to pieces using her swordsmanship, as she used an effective way in killing the goblins through decapitation and any other means that could end life quickly. All in all, she was doing better compared to her two other teammates as she didn't suffer much of mana depletion. Izuku was obviously using his daggers to kill goblins as he killed with no hesitation and sliced them, which activated both skills, which were Paralyze and Bleed, which left the goblins to die a painful death as the poison slowly killed them. They finally arrived into the boss chamber to see a much larger goblin with red skin but a slash to the throat from Izuku dagger which paralyzed the goblin boss, and Beck ripping both his arms along with Hae-In decapitating him, and lastly Jong-in incinerating the body. Taishik, who was leaning on the wall next to the boss chamber door, had his hands folded with a smirk. They work well together and they effectively eliminated the dungeon boss, even though one of them could have taken care of him, especially Midoriya's interesting daggers ability, thought Taishik as his eyes lingered slightly on the daggers before his eyes shifted towards the bag that he was carrying. Obviously he had been collecting the mana crystals inside the dungeon in order to be sold, and it's where their salary would come from and how they're able to build a lot of the high-tech facilities. "Now let's go. Once the dungeon boss is eliminated the dungeon will close. Let's leave quickly," said Taishik as the four teens nodded their heads as they all rushed outside the dungeon before they returned back to the school as they watched the gate shrink until it disappeared. Taishik then turned towards the four teens who had finally dropped her guard down. "Good job, the four of you have done splendidly, even though some of you froze from the beginning, but that is a normal reaction considering you're still new to the profession. You're going to be escorted back to our facility to rest and enjoy the rest of the day," said Taishik as the group nodded their head. Completing the first official E-rank dungeon together was an overwhelming experience, and in a good way. Even if they had to kill in the dungeon they were able to swallow it much better since the goblins were only monsters and not human life. They knew that this was a taste of what they will be facing in the future, but instead of E-rank dungeon it will be D-rank dungeon, which will increase every time they get stronger, and they all knew that they will encounter more than just goblins in the future. Now they're all sitting comfortably on the sofa after they have returned and changed into much more comfortable clothes. We should celebrate today's achievement, said Beck as he broke the silence and everyone looked at him. What? We've completed our first dungeon together as a team even if we had to kill. Each of us knew that life was not fair, besides we've taken our first step into protecting Japan from the monsters of the dungeon, said Beck as the other smiled. You're right, celebrating could ease some of the tension that was built from the dungeon, said Izuku as Beck grinned, seeing someone agreeing with him, and Jong-in nodded. Well, I can't say I'm against celebrating, said Jong-in with a smile on his face as Beck threw his arm around Jong-in's shoulder, picking him up on his feet. Let's go raid the kitchen fridge, said Beck enthusiastically as Jong-in was dragged towards the kitchen, not before giving a wink to both Izuku and Hae-In, who understood what this was about. Izuku's eyes shifted to the blushing Hae-In and was slightly concerned for her, but didn't show it because it would be disrespectful on his part if he pitied her. He knew that Beck had taken Jong-in to leave him and Hae-In comfortable enough to confess their feelings, and while he didn't have experience in dating others or ever understood how women's minds worked, he had decided to follow his heart. He stood up before he took a seat next to her and brought the blonde girl into a hug as her head rested on his chest and his chin was resting on the top of her head. Hae-In's face turned extremely red, but feeling the smell of his mana enter her nose made her wrap her arms tightly around his waist as she drowned herself with the intoxicating scent of her crush. How are you feeling, Hae-In? Asked Izuku with a caring voice as the girl broke out of her stupor to look at him with a blush. I'm fine, really, said Hae-In, although her stutter came to life due to how close they were to each other and found her lips twitching in desire. Izuku wasn't a love expert and neither was Hae-In, as such he didn't know how to come out with his feelings, but he only knew of a way to do it and it was quite straightforward. He brought his right arm to her right cheeks before he pulled her into a deep kiss in the lips, which surprised Hae-In quite a lot, but found herself melting in the passionate kiss as she kissed back, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck. She loved the feelings of her lips connecting with Izuku, adding with his mana scent made it even more better as she wanted more as she greedily bit his lower lips, which made Izuku's mouth open, allowing her tongue to roam around until she wrapped her tongue with Izuku's own, and just like her future title, her tongue danced around his own, trying to establish dominance but more importantly to connect with him in a much more personal level. Separating from the kiss with a trail of saliva connecting between their mouths, she let out a content sigh as she wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Her head was resting on his neck as she slowly placed a few kisses, sending small shivers down Izuku's spine. So does that make us be boyfriend and girlfriend? Asked Hae-In with hope in her eyes as Izuku smiled. Of course, I'm sorry if it wasn't really romantic and was quite straightforward, said Izuku as Hae-In beamed happily as she attacked his lips with her own. Quite happy to say the least, as a single lone tear fell from her eyes. No, I think it's special and unique. Not many people can be this straightforward, besides I really loved it, said Hae-In quite happily as Izuku smiled as he let the girl straddle him. Seeing her exposed neck, Izuku decided to also show his appreciation by planting a few butterfly kisses on her bare neck, making her shiver in pleasure. It's about time you two got together. It was really hard to watch you two trying to confess, said Beck as he brought the food for the celebration. Congratulations to you too, said Jong-in as he held the whiskey as the newly coupled rubbed the back of their head in embarrassment but grateful nonetheless. Man, I can't really wait until those 9 months are over, said Beck as he started drinking with vigor, and everyone couldn't help but agree. Yeah, 3 months really did pass quickly, to be honest. Back then, before reawakening, life felt like it was slow motion. Every time I opened my eyes it was torture because I had to go through the day being belittled by those I trusted. The only reason I was sane to begin with because I didn't want my mother and sister to be hurt, and at the time All Might was my idol, so I believed that just like him I needed to smile and look at the world positively, said Izuku as everyone listened and knew that it was right as they had experienced similar things. I sometimes wondered how I survived that long. Especially how my former childhood friend told me to take a swine dive off the roof of the building and hope for a quirk in my next life, said Izuku as everyone gasped in shock. Beck was furious as he had to suppress his growl. Jong-in frowned and Hae-In was angry but worried for Izuku. That bastard, suicide baiting someone is the lowest of the low, said Beck furiously. Izuku smiled. Don't worry about it. In a way he got what he deserved that day when he was attacked by the sludge villain. He merely survived because of All Might saving him, said Izuku as everyone realized who Izuku was talking about. You mean that ash blonde punk with that mean look on his face? Asked Beck as Izuku nodded. I've met those types a lot in my old school. They all have good quirks and like to pick on others weaker than them because they're jealous. They're selfish pricks who want everything for themselves, and when they see something they don't have they compensate for it by bullying others, said Hae-In with a frown on her face, obviously speaking from experience. Beck grinned. I bet he is small down there in the department. He is probably acting that way in order to compensate for not being a man enough, said Beck as he cackled out loud, much to everyone's amusement and Hae-In embarrassment. I've seen it. He is small, 2 to 3 inches in fact, said Izuku with amusement as Beck bellowed out in laughter, and Jong-in chuckled in amusement as he covered his mouth with his hand in an attempt at being a dignified person. Mo, we were supposed to celebrate our first raid. When did this topic shift to male genitals? Said Hae-In, although there was no heat in her words. Oops, my bad. You're probably thinking about your Izuku-kun. Beck was cut off by Jong-in covering his mouth to stop him from saying something that will get him castrated. Beck glared at Jong-in before they all bellowed out in laughter as they started drinking. It was obvious that out of the 4 of them Izuku was the one who didn't get drunk, although nobody would know that Izuku had a system that purged the alcohol. Surprisingly, Jong-in had a high tolerance for alcohol, as being around his grandparents who were into the old classic type of alcohol made him build tolerance. Beck was obviously standing up due to his animalistic side helping purge the alcohol, but he obviously became tipsy after a few shots. Hae-In was not a person who drank, so when she started drinking it was obvious that she immediately got tipsy and started openly flirting with Izuku, letting out her inner desires, as in certain moments she had let her urges out and started making out with Izuku, with Beck obviously cheering from the sidelines. She had also revealed some of her fantasy and secret, which included her multiple photos that she took of Izuku in secret. Luckily nobody heard it except for Izuku, who just patted her head much to her delight as she purred, imitating a cat. Overall, the whole place was utter chaos as Jong-in and Beck started butting heads with each other as they argued over who had a high kill count in the E-rank dungeon, which the conversation shifted quickly to who had the best ability and skills. At this point, Izuku knew they were on the verge of beating each other up. Izuku then imagined himself drunk and then let out an involuntary shiver as he knew that he would have accidentally killed everyone in the room by accident. I guess having the system purge the alcohol was a good idea, thought Izuku as he ran his fingers through Hae-In blonde hair, who was sucking on his neck, determined to leave her love mark on his neck and ensure that all girls knows that she had claimed him as hers. Izuku didn't really mind. His only concern would be his mother finding his hickey. She would probably interrogate him or probably faint, thinking that he has been doing illegal things. His sister will probably tease him to death, and in school those annoying parasites called fangirls will probably start a riot, and let's not forget about Bakugo, that guy will throw a hissy fit like the bitch he is. But just like they say, enjoy the moment and worry about the future for later, so he is going to enjoy his moment of being a teenager and then deal with the backlash for later. Looking at Hae-In, the girl had already fallen unconscious in the middle of her assaulting his neck. Picking the girl up in bridal style, he went to the second floor to find her room. As he opened it to find a very average room. After all, Hae-In wasn't like the girls in today's society. She had after all lived on her own for most of her life, so she was really indifferent to materialistic desires. In a way, they shared a lot of similarity together. Inside her room was a large bed, enough for 2 people to sleep in. Next to her bed was a nightstand where she usually charges her phone. On the wall was a study desk in which there was her personal computer, which had sticky notes stating important dates and reminders. There was a shelf which had books, and surprisingly comic books, and few posters of movies that she enjoyed. What surprised him the most was the many pictures he had taken with her in the 2 months they have been together as friends. She had obviously cherished those photos as much as he did, and just like she said in her drunken state, there were many pictures of him. He was at least glad that they were able to come out with their feelings as he tried to place the blonde girl in her bed, but she had an iron grip on him. He tried to remove it, but she was obviously not budging. Even in her sleep she was stubborn. Please, stay, muttered Hae-In in her sleep as Izuku let out a sigh but smiled as he could see that being alone was lonely for her. He gently removed the bed cover as he slid inside with Hae-In still holding onto him. Once he pulled the bed cover, Hae-In latched onto him with both her legs and her arms. I guess I will have to come up with an excuse tomorrow for my mom, thought Izuku as he himself succumbed to sleep. It was the next day and Hae-In eyelids opened as she tried to get a sense of what happened the previous day, but a weight was felt on her chest as she looked, and to her embarrassment Izuku's face was buried in her breast. Slowly memories started surfacing back to her brain as she remembered confessing her darkest secret and how she had forced Izuku to sleep with her. She felt slightly ashamed of herself, but seeing as Izuku wasn't against it made her heart flutter with happiness. If anything, she was able to sleep much better than she ever did in her whole life. She felt safe, loved and cared for, which is more than she ever had received in her life. Izuku had accepted her even when he learned about some of her secrets, like her stalking him. She then relaxed as she snuggled more into him as she played with his black hair, and his scent was still refreshing. If only she could wake up every day to this. "I hope you were able to sleep at night, Hae-In," came the voice of Izuku, who opened his eyes and smiled as the girl let out a yelp, but seeing his charming smile made her nod her head with a blush. "Why yes, I'm sorry if I selfishly made you spend a night with me. Your mom must be worried about you," said Hae-In, although her tone showed slight bitterness because she knew he would eventually need to return home to his mom and sister, leaving her alone in the big house. "It's fine really, I will just have to make up a story for later. Besides, I always learn to live in the moment and worry later about the consequences, and this is no different. I enjoyed my night with you, so don't feel guilty about it," said Izuku with a smile as Hae-In felt relieved. Izuku then leaned towards his girlfriend, catching her lips with his in a small yet passionate kiss. "Now, good morning, my dear beautiful girlfriend," said Izuku with a smile which did its trick as Hae-In beamed happily as it made her feel like they were a married couple. "Good morning, babe," said Hae-In as she smiled comfortably, resisting the urge to squeal loudly in joy. Izuku pulled the girl back to the comfort of his chest as she made sure to inhale her boyfriend's scent to prepare her for the long day that is awaiting her. Izuku heard a buzzing sound as he looked to see his phone ringing. Looking at it, and no doubt about it, the caller ID showed Mama Midoriya as he sweat dropped and started contemplating what to tell her. Picking the phone, he took a few deep breaths before answering the call. Obviously his ear was harassed the moment he answered the phone call. "Izuku, Midoriya, where the hell are you? Do you know how many times I have called you last night?" shouted an enraged yet worried Midoriya. "Hello mom, it's nice to hear your voice on this lovely morning," said Izuku as Hae-In looked at Izuku weirdly. "Don't lovely me, Izuku, Midoriya, tell me where the hell are you?" asked Inko once more. Fine, I was at a friend's house yesterday along with a few friends to celebrate his 15th birthday. Someone accidentally spiked the drinks and we got drunk, but don't worry, the one who spiked the drinks got caught and kicked out," said Izuku with a straight face, and Hae-In couldn't help but feel some sort of admiration for Izuku for being able to lie with a straight face. The other side of the call was silent for a few moments, and the silence was quite unnerving for Hae-In, although for Izuku it was normal occurrence. "I'm glad to hear you're okay, my little baby. I've been so worried for you when you didn't answer my calls. I even went to the police station to file a missing child report, but told me that I have to wait 48 hours before I file one," said Inko, making both Izuku and Hae-In sweat drop at the same amount of overprotectiveness. "Thanks mom for your concern," said Izuku, obviously giving his poker face as he looked at Hae-In, who found the whole thing wholesome yet hilarious at the same time. "Okay sweetie, make sure to come back home or I will feel like I'm getting old. It's one of these days where I feel like you will come back home with a girlfriend, although I wouldn't mind having grandbabies to spoil," said Inko as she gushed at the idea of having grandbabies, not aware that in fact Izuku was dating and Hae-In was a blushing mess as hid her face into Izuku's chest. "Don't worry, I will be back by sunrise. I need to help my friend clean his house like a proper guest should do," said Izuku, lying once more as Hae-In looked at him surprised, but he ruffled her hair and knew that she got to spend more time with him, which made her extremely happy. "Of course sweetie, I'm just glad I heard your voice and that you're safe now. Take care and goodbye," said Inko. "Goodbye mom, and take care of yourself," said Izuku as he ended the phone call. Izuku looked at Hae-In. "Wanna cook something together?" asked Izuku as Hae-In nodded her head rapidly, quite excited at the prospect of doing something every couple does together. Getting out of the bed, Hae-In and Izuku walked downstairs and couldn't help the giant sweat drop when they saw both Jong-In and Beck unconscious. It was obvious from first sight that they had indeed gotten into a fight while they were enjoying their sleep. Beck was lying on the kitchen counter with burned pants revealing his boxers. As for Jong-in, he was tied upside down by his legs and the rope reached towards the chandelier. Luckily the chandelier was made out of very strong material, although every second the rope would move right to left. Really? They already got into a fight, said Hae-In, finding their rivalry extremely annoying from time to time. Izuku simply had his poker face, his mouth slightly open to watch the fascinating sight in front of him. I think we will get used to this eventually. I hope, said Izuku as Hae-In nodded with a little sweat drop. 1 month has passed since the team of teens had started clearing dungeons, and things have been improving for the better as they continuously racked up experience by going into E and D rank dungeons, and lately they started clearing C rank dungeons. Izuku has been leveling up much more quickly than before, and now he could confidently say that things were looking up for him. Izuku was sitting on the couch. On his lap was Hae-In, who was enjoying her time with Izuku. Their relationship progressed quite nicely, even though it was slow, but they weren't really in a rush, even though their love for each other couldn't be questioned by anyone, and at this point they knew that they had a future together. Today was Saturday, which was the last day before they all returned to their middle school, although for Hae-In online courses were more than enough for her. She felt quite uncomfortable around others, especially males, and her monosmell ability made most of those around her stink, so she didn't see a point in staying there for an entire day. Beck, on the other hand, was lounging on the couch sleeping out of boredom, although he was covered by a lot of playing cards, as sitting in front of him was Jong-in, who had his legs crossed. In his right hand was a pack of playing cards in which he would throw one at Beck, showing precision in his aim. They were interrupted when the door opened, revealing none other than the chairman himself, Go-Gun-hee, who was smiling. Realizing who was at the door, they all stood up on their feet, bowing to the man in respect, ignoring Beck, who was still soundly asleep. "Good morning, sir," said Jong-in politely as the man walked inside, followed by Jinchul, who was looking around before his eyes fell onto Beck. "Please wake him up," said Jinchul as Izuku chose to wake the boy up instead of Jong-in, because it will undoubtedly start a fight which they couldn't afford to display in front of the chairman. "Huh, another dungeon clearing," came the voice of Beck, who was waking up, realizing that he was pretty much drowned in playing cards. He would have started a fight with Jong-in if it weren't that he saw the chairman himself as he properly stood up and bowed to the man. "Good morning, sir," said Beck politely. "It's fine, no need to be tense now. Please all of you sit down," said Gun-Hee as everyone took a proper seat in front of the man, who had a proud smile on his face. "I would like to first say that you all made Japan and me proud of your dedication towards your new profession as hunters. It has been a difficult childhood for all of you, but all of you persevered and still held loyalty to Japan, and now a month ago you all took your first step into protecting Japan by clearing dungeons, and all of you displayed dedication and courage," said Gun-Hee as the teens smiled proudly of themselves and their achievements. Gun-Hee then looked at Jinchul and gave him a nod as the man took his phone and typed something, which resulted in notification to appear on all of their phones. "Of course, just like we said previously when you all accepted your profession, is that you will be given a salary for your services," said Gun-Hee as they all pulled their phones, checking their bank account, and to their surprise there was 5 million yen. Hae-In choked. "Sir, isn't 5 million yen a little bit much?" said Hae-In, shocked beyond belief as she stared at the 6 zeros, as the man simply gave a hearty chuckle. "Not really. You see, those mana crystals that could be found in the dungeon cost a crazy amount of money, which costs millions if not billions of yen, and some of the runes that you all pick from defeating dungeon boss are expensive in its own right," said Gun-Hee as he saw Izuku regain his bearings much quicker than the rest. "Should I assume that our ranks played a factor in our salary?" asked Izuku as he looked at the chairman, who simply smiled. "For the moment, no. All of you shared the same salary because you all worked together as a team, so we couldn't favor someone over the other, but after a few months ranks will definitely play a role in your salary," said Gun-Hee as everyone nodded their heads. "You should all learn how to manage your money and don't blow it all away," said Jinchul as he didn't want them to get way over their heads and blow it away on useless things. Izuku shook his head. "I'm not really a materialistic person, so I doubt I will ever use all the money. But I've already had a plan on how I could spend my money, which is Quirkless Orphanage. Get my mom to stop working extra shifts. It would be even better if she stopped completely and took more care of her health. As for my sister, I will probably pay for her tuition since she wants to become a hero and join UA. The rest will be left and build them up to buy a 2-story house so mom could enjoy a comfortable life. said Izuku as Gunhi couldn't help the smile that spread on his aged face. Even Jinchul was relieved that even with all the money he was thinking about his family. I also have a plan on how to spend my money. I could definitely donate money so quirkless children could get proper education so they could one day be part of society and be able to better contribute to its development. I could also start buying a few alcohol considering that my grandfather is into the old type of alcohol and my grandmother could definitely enjoy new furniture and later I could have them go on a vacation and enjoy their retirement to the fullest. Said Jong-in as Jinchul nodded and Gunhi smiled. I really had a comfortable life considering my father was a former hero, so I could really donate this money into giving quirkless children combat classes to prepare them for the future because eventually they will either become a hero or hunters or just simple workers in the government, which is fine either way. This money will also help me become independent and prove to my father that I am growing and that he doesn't have to worry about me anymore. Said Beck as Jinchul nodded and Gunhi smiled. To be honest, I don't really have family member, I only had myself to take care of, so I was really confused on what to do, but Izuku-kun told me that I could donate a portion of the money to make swordsmanship popular again because it's an art that is quickly being forgotten because of quirk, and this could also help those who one day plan to become hunters or heroes. Said Hae-In, quite happy that she could contribute as well as Gunhi smiled proudly. I'm really glad to hear that. I am also glad that the next generation are so open-minded and could one day fix the mistakes done by those ignorant fools who discriminated against others and labeled people's worth by their quirk, said Gunhi as he turned around ready to leave. I will be honest, I had my doubts about the four of you at the beginning. I didn't really trust that a bunch of teenagers could understand the weight of the world, but I guess Chairman was right about the four of you. I look forward to seeing you grow to become splendid hunters, said Jinchul as he bowed to them in respect before he followed behind the chairman. After Chairman Go Gunhi and Wu Jinchul left the teens, Beck cheered loudly. That's crazy, man, 5 million yen already, said Beck excitedly as the others smiled. It was obviously a milestone for them. Receiving our first salary just means that we all grew up, said Jong-in as being around his grandparents he was taught the importance of money and things that this generation and previous generation had neglected to learn. Even though we doubt we would ever have the need to buy a lot of things, we definitely earned this. We all work together to achieve a shared goal, and that is to contribute to society. We just need to help the others who are in need and never forget where we started from, continued Jong-in as the others nodded. It was obvious that most heroes nowadays have started at the bottom and climbed quickly the rank. Once they became popular and rich, they started to discriminate against those who are beneath them, forgetting that they were also in a similar position. Beck smiled sincerely. I agree with you. This just means that I get to finally become independent, that I no longer have to depend on my father's salary. After all, I heard one person say, once you receive your first paycheck you've earned the rights of passage to become a man of a house, and I intend to make my father proud, said Beck with determination blazing in his eyes. We've all come so far together and it's time that we get to enjoy the reward for our efforts, said Hae-In as the others couldn't help but nod their heads. Jong-in was the first to excuse himself as he left the gymnasium, followed shortly by Beck, leaving only Izuku and Hae-In. Hae-In, why don't you come with me to meet my mom and sister? Asked Izuku, not really wanting to force her into this. Hae-In looked at Izuku in shock before she started to fidget with her fingers. Are you sure I wouldn't be a bother? Asked Hae-In, feeling uncomfortable. Don't worry, my mom is a very understanding and kind person. Besides, it's about time my mom gets to know you, said Izuku as he watched Hae-In ponder the pros and cons of going, and Izuku decided to use the one thing he is going to regret but will be worth it. You could also get to see those old dusty albums, said Izuku, and just like a switch Hae-In beamed. I'm going with you, said Hae-In excitedly as she could get the chance to see pictures of Izuku when he was a child, and then rushed towards her room to get ready. Izuku couldn't help the sigh as he knew that his day will be filled with embarrassment, but at least she won't have to spend the night alone in bed. It was 10 minutes until she walked out, and Izuku couldn't help the whistle as she wore a blue long-sleeve shirt and blue jeans. How do I look? Asked Hae-In as she spinned around making a show in front of her boyfriend, which showed boldness. Absolutely sexy, babe, said Izuku, much to her joy as she jumped into his arms as he spinned her around, making sure to make her feel special. Izuku was standing in front of the apartment as he looked at the nervous Hae-In. Just act normal around mom. I'm sure she will like you, that I promise, said Izuku as he pulled her into a small lip kiss. Izuku then pulled the key to the apartment as he opened the door, removing the lock as he walked inside, and just like a predator, Midoriya was seen crawling on the floor, much to Hae-In's surprise as she launched towards Izuku, pulling him into a bear hug as she let out her famous Midoriya tsunami tears. "Welcome back home, my baby boy. I was so worried about you. Have you eaten?" Before she could go into any further rant, she was cut off by another female voice. "Mom, I think Big Brother brought his girlfriend," was the voice of none other than Fubuki Midoriya, who had a teasing smirk and a gleaming eyes that displayed mischief as Midoriya head turned slowly like a robot to see the guest. "My God, is she my daughter-in-law?" said happily as she covered her mouth, tears streaming down more, much to Hae-In's surprise. She was pulled into a hug as well, while not the famous Mama Midoriya hug, but it was a very nice and comforting hug. "Welcome to the Midoriya home. What is your name, daughter?" asked kindly as Hae-In had to resist the urge to tear up at the way she was warmly welcomed inside the household. "My name is Hae, and it's nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya," said Hae-In as smiled brightly. "Since you're Izuku's girlfriend, you should start calling me Mom," said as Hae-In smiled slightly, her heart beating happily as she looked at her boyfriend, who was giving her a thumbs up and a smile. "Thank you, Mrs. Mom," said Hae-In as she catched herself feeling the word Mom to be quite foreign but a very welcomed one. "Now Mom, please don't make my girlfriend wait outside. I don't want our neighbors to look at us," said Izuku with a genuine smile as nodded. "I will be preparing dinner for all of us. Make yourself at home, my dear," said as she smiled at the blonde girl who had already started to shed a tear. "Okay Mom, I will have to show in my room and then we will come outside to help," said Izuku as he picked up the girl's bridal style and walked towards his room, much to delight and Fubuki smirking look as she took pictures. Walking inside his room, it was a far cry from back when he was an otaku who filled his room to the brim with All Might merchandise and action figures. Now his room had a bed at the corner of the room which was smaller compared to Hae-In bed. Next to the bed was a computer desk where the upper shelf contained a few books, but in the middle were some of his family pictures. There was his laptop which was shut down. Next to the computer desk there was another shelf which contained numerous books. Izuku then comfortably sat on the bed sheet as he gently placed Hae-In on his lap as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Her head was buried into his chest, slightly sobbing, and he knew why. For the first time in years she was welcomed inside a home and was shown a motherly love, something she had never experienced. "Shish, it's fine, like I told you before. You're part of the family now and will always be part of the family," said Izuku in a soothing voice as he watched as her sobbing lessened, reducing to sniffing noises before she calmed down completely. Izuku continued to run his fingers through her hair in a soothing manner as she started taking calming breaths as Izuku Mana smell had done its job in calming her down. I'm sorry I acted this way," said Hae-In, embarrassed that she broke out like that. Izuku smiled. "Why are you apologizing? It's fine to cry, and besides my mom could cry tsunami of tears that could flood the entire building, so I doubt anybody could contend with her in that department. I even thought she had a water quirk," said Izuku as Hae-In let out a chuckle, feeling herself more comfortable. "Knock, knock, dinner's ready," came the warm voice of Midoriya as Izuku stood up. "We're coming out, Mom," said Izuku as he looked back at Hae-In, who steeled her nerves and grabbed his hands as they together walked outside of the bedroom and went to the living room. Hae-In saw a smiling Fubuki who gave her a friendly wave before she resumed texting on her phone, much to Inko's annoyance. Inko's appearance remained the same although she had the food on the table as she gestured for them to join them. A warm, comforting smile found its place in Hae-In's face. Is this what it means to be part of a family? Thought Hae-In as she looked at Izuku, who smiled at her as she walked inside, much more relaxed as she joined the small family to have a dinner that she will never forget for as long as she lives. Izuku let out a sigh as werewolves cowered in fear as he used his quick speed to make quick work of all of them as his daggers cut through 3 of the werewolves that attempted to attack him as he took a deep inhale of oxygen as he looked at his girlfriend cut through the werewolves like a pro and smiled proudly. After he introduced her to his mom and sister 2 months ago, she had become a member of the family and had taken to spending a lot of time with him instead of at the gymnasium. His bedroom might have been small, but she liked it that way because she got to be much closer to him, although his mom had to get used to the idea that they shared the same bed together. A werewolf tried to surprise attack him, but he ducked under the punch before he brought his dagger, activating his skill, Advanced Dagger Arts, and Vital Strike, at the same time allowing for 3 holes to appear on the werewolf body. "This seems good," mused Izuku as he smiled. Alarm. You leveled up. Alarm. The player reached the required level. Izuku raised an eyebrow as he looked at the system. Required level, thought Izuku as he kept watching as Hae-In dispatched the last of the werewolves. Quest alarm. A job change quest has arrived. Quest alert. Will you accept the quest? Accept refuse. Job change. Questioned Izuku before he decided to think about it later as he walked with Hae-In towards the boss room together as they stood in front of the door and gave a nod at each other before they kicked the door open, ready to exterminate the dungeon boss like the power couple they are. Status. Name. Izuku Midoriya. Level 40. Job. None. Fatigue 0. Title. Wolf Slayer. HP. 7229. MP. 638. Strength. 97. Vitality. 59. Agility. 97. Intelligence. 51. Sense. 81. Physical damage reduction. 20% active. Remaining points. 0. Skills. Passive. Question mark. Unknown. Max. Muscularity LV.1. Advanced Dagger Arts LV.1. Active. Sprint LV.1. Bloodlust LV.1. Vital Strike LV.1. It was night and Izuku had decided to spend the night with Hae-In as he was shirtless with Hae-In snuggling into his warm chest inhaling his scent. Ever since she was welcomed in the Midoriya family, she became much bolder in her advances as she felt much more comfortable than before when she was a shy girl, although she still blushed from time to time. Just like the chairman said, over the course of 6 months they became hunters. Dungeons became much more common, which include a lot of C-rank dungeons, and at this point with a heavy heart their group was divided into 2 as Hae-In and Izuku teamed up together and Jong-In and Beck teamed up, although it didn't mean that they never participated into a dungeon, the 4 of them together, but with their increase in their ranks and power the association thought it would be best if their skills were not wasted in clearing one low-rank dungeon. Hae-In honestly couldn't complain because she was able to have her alone time with Izuku, and thanks to that their relationship has grown stronger that even Inko herself had pretty much given them her blessings, which meant a lot to her. What happened today? You got a little distracted in the werewolves' extermination? Asked Hae-In concerned. The system had told me that there is a job change quest. At this point I might get the chance to promote myself to Shadow Monarch, said Izuku as Hae-In let out a small sigh as she hugged him tightly right after she was properly welcomed in the Midoriya household. Izuku had decided to come out about the existence of the system and his meeting with Ashborn. She was obviously surprised and a little afraid that the Earth might be invaded, but knowing this she didn't want to watch her boyfriend's back while he fight alone against those threats. She wanted to fight by his side till her last breath. It's where her resolve to become stronger had been born, as she spent every day with Izuku, cherishing their times together while training her hardest to one day be able to accomplish her desires. She also felt happy that Izuku trusted her with such a secret, and if anything it strengthened their relationship. "See, can I go with you?" asked Hae-In as she looked at her boyfriend in the eyes, who just looked at her for a few seconds before he smiled. "Why do you want to go with me?" asked Izuku curiously as he watched Hae-In face shift to embarrassment as her face reddened before she twiddled with her fingers, but looking at her boyfriend's eyes she steeled her nerves. "I want you by my side until I draw my last breath," said Hae-In with resolve and determination in her eyes as Izuku was taken aback by the proclamation before his expression softened. "You can come with me. I've already decided to take you with me everywhere. After all, I trust you with my life, Hae-In," said Izuku as Hae-In smiled in relief and leaned to share passionate kiss with her boyfriend before she snuggled into his chest as Izuku big hands wrapped around her. Today was a sunny day. Usually kids his age would be at school, but Izuku hadn't been in school for a very long time. He only came to do exams, in which, much to the chagrin of the male students and some of the teachers, he had aced it, which he could thank his ability to increase his intelligence. Obviously the fangirls had been praising him in hopes to get his attention. Luckily he had learned to be much more politer since the association has been preparing them with eventual confrontation with the media and fans after gates started increasing. Much to his annoyance, the fangirls seemed to get some sort of boost in confidence after having acknowledged them after months of ignoring or avoiding them, but he could only do this to get used to the eventual die-hard fans, something which all of them didn't look forward to. Even Beck himself didn't look forward to it, having been at the receiving end of it when his father was still an active pro hero. Glancing at Hae-In, he pulled the key of the job change quest. "Are you ready, babe?" asked Izuku. Much to his surprise, she seemed to be determined. "I was born ready," said Hae-In as Izuku smiled before a gate opened in front of them as he walked first. Followed behind him was Hae-In herself. The first thing they saw when they entered the job change quest dungeon was the large halls. "It looks like the interior of a castle," said Hae-In before a loud tapping noise could be heard, and looking behind them they saw a knight bringing his sword to his back in an attempt to decapitate the intruders. Luckily the knight's movement was slow as both were able to dodge. Hae-In clicked her tongue in annoyance. "His movements are dull and his attack don't have much force. He has no skill. Doesn't he know that the bigger the motion, the bigger the opening?" questioned Hae-In as she pulled her sword in a decapitating motion, but to her utter surprise the knight head didn't separate. Instead it continued fighting. Izuku jumped behind the knight, wrapped his arms around its neck before he applied force, resulting in its head to be crushed, and for good measures he ripped some of its armor around the neck. "Alarm! You have slain a knight. He's not that strong. It's just his armor is too thick for my dagger and your sword to penetrate unless you use your mana, which could do the job," said Izuku as Hae-In nodded her head. "If the whole dungeon is going to be filled with those knights, then I'd rather not waste my mana unnecessarily," said Hae-In as Izuku found it logical. "This type of monster is weak against drawn-out battles. Can you even call it a proper monster?" said Izuku before he pulled a torch from one of the hallways and Hae-In picked her own. "It's a good thing I came with you," said Hae-In as she was relieved that she made the decision to join him in this quest because she doubted that Izuku will be able to do it on his own. "Yeah, I guess you're right, because the system is forbidding me from using the potion and shop ability including status healing," said Izuku as he looked as the blue screen popped in front of him. "Alarm! You cannot leave this dungeon until you have cleared it. Alarm! In this area, your potion and shop ability is restricted. On level up, you do not receive status healing. This job change quest, we can't underestimate it," said Hae-In, making sure to remind Izuku that they were playing a dangerous game with unknown variables. "Yeah, I'm fully aware that this job change quest doesn't take weeks to complete," said Izuku as Hae-In nodded her head. Loud footsteps could be heard from behind them as marching troops of knights could be seen walking wielding weapons. Hae-In then placed her sword in the scabbard as she took a fight stance, her eyes glowing and her hands emitting golden aura. "All we have to do is strike their neck where the defense is the weakest," said Hae-In as Izuku nodded before both rushed with great speed towards the incoming horde of knights as Izuku landed a powerful gut punch to one of the knight, resulting in its armor to cave in from the pressure, and the wind pressure resulted in the knight to fly, landing towards two other knights. Hae-In on the other hand had used her superior speed and enhanced strength to snap one of the knight's neck while giving it a good kick for measures. A knight tried to ambush her from behind, but she quickly retaliated as she slammed her elbow repeatedly in its face, caving it in. Izuku jumped in the air as he landed a knee onto the face of a knight, shattering it before he jumped once more, wrapping his arm around one of the knight's neck, snapping its neck and removing its head. "Alarm! You have slain a knight! You have slain a knight! You have slain a knight!" Getting on his knees he rummaged through the knight's possession to find decent items. "There's a few that drop some decent items," said Izuku as Hae-In nodded her head as she also had a check on the knight's possession. Picking the leather pouch, he was surprised by how much money it contained. "It's an item that contains gold. 30,000 in fact," said Izuku as Hae-In threw some of her leather pouch to Izuku. "Item. Leather pouch has been opened. You have received 30,000 gold. Total gold. 863,400 G. Suddenly Izuku's senses spiked as he brought his dagger, stabbing the air, taking Hae-In off guard as smoke disappeared, revealing a knight using stealth skills to try and ambush them. "What the? Those are the same skills as Mr. Tashik," said Hae-In as she watched as the knight fell to the ground dead. "Alarm! You have slain a knight." Suddenly a ball of flames was launched in attempt to strike Izuku in the back, but reacting quickly he dodged as the flame curved past him, and looking behind he saw a magician with robes wearing creature with no face whatsoever and also holds a staff and a tome holstered to the hip. In addition to those, he has a winged pendant with blue gems pinned on the chest. A magician this time. Moreover, It uses blaze magic," said Izuku as he grabbed his daggers and rushed towards the magician in an attempt to eliminate it, but an arrow rushed in an attempt to reduce his brains into the hallway's walls paint. "Watch out Izuku, there are knights with bows," said Hae-In as she jumped towards Izuku's back, grabbing her sword as she deflected the numerous arrows that were headed into the unguarded back of her boyfriend. "Thanks babe. I now understand what they expect us to do. So far each of these monsters had their own weakness, like strength for knights, sense for assassins, agility for archers and vitality for magicians," said Izuku as he evaluated each of the monsters' weaknesses. Hae-In seemed to nod, having come to a similar conclusion. "Although magicians will be such a massive pain, luckily he is only one person," said Hae-In as she started pouring her mana into her sword, her eyes glowing, much more determined to have her boyfriend's back all the way. Izuku glanced at Hae-In for a second, observing that she was slightly tired from the whole ordeal. "I will be taking over defeating the knights, since in terms of strength I'm clearly stronger, and I will be taking to fighting the assassins since they can't ambush me due to my heightened senses," said Izuku as Hae-In nodded her head. "Just don't die on me," said Hae-In before she herself rushed towards her enemy, adding mana to her feet, giving her explosive speed as she grabbed her sword, decapitating the archers that dared to try and attack her beloved from behind before a knight tried to swing his own sword at her, in which she slammed her left elbow in its face repeatedly while her right hand was still swinging her sword around, essentially crippling their forces. Izuku, on the other hand, had been jumping around punching the horde of knights, caving their helmet to their armor. Overall, the knights didn't have much of a chance against him. There were obviously some of the assassins that tried to have their chance at assassinating him, but he is easily dispatched of them. The lone magician tried to attack the two-power couple, but Izuku grabbed his dagger as he flung it towards the magician face, stabbing it in the face while an arrow found itself lodged in its brain, showing that Hae-In grabbed one of the bows and used it to crush its brain. If it were a human being, the boring and empty walls would have been painted with the color red. Fatigue. 34. It was the system's reminder that Izuku was getting exhausted, but luckily Hae-In's presence had helped his situation, or he would have been on the ground trying to catch his breath as he checked on Hae-In, who was panting slightly. Sweat poured down her brow as she stabbed her sword at the head of one of the archers. Izuku walked towards her as he brought his arm around her shoulder, pulling her for comfort as she rested her head into his neck, inhaling his mana smell as she took a few breaths, finally regaining her breath as Izuku pulled from his inventory a bottle of lukewarm water as he passed to her, as she looked at him for a few seconds before she removed the cap as she drank it without hesitation. It was obviously warm, but at this point she needed to stay hydrated. Glancing at Izuku, she stopped drinking, wiping her mouth with her hands before she passed the bottle to Izuku. "Please drink," said Hae-In. It was obviously an order from her tone. She didn't want him to neglect his own health for her sake, because there wouldn't be a point in being here if she is being a hindrance to him, and the last thing she wants is being a deadweight. Izuku smiled as he picked the bottle and started drinking the other half of the water as the system popped once more, registering everything. Item: leather pouch has been opened. 20,000 gold. Water bottle filled with lukewarm water has been obtained. He let out a breath of relief as his dry throat has been hydrated, as he sat down comfortable on the floor and pulled Hae-In on his lap as she rested her head into his chest, her eyes closed as she rested her aching muscle, knowing full well that they were approaching the boss chamber and she need to be ready. "Were you trying to go on a suicide mission on your own?" said Hae-In as she opened one of her eyes, glaring slightly at him, which made Izuku gulp slightly, obviously nervous. "Don't you dare do something as reckless like this ever again," said Hae-In. It was obvious to Izuku from her tone that she was worried, and she had every right to feel that way. In this entire job change quest there were several moments where arrows could have pierced his brain, his heart, his jugular, and there were moments that assassins could have successfully killed him. Such thought brought slight tears in her eyes. "I just don't want you to die. I still want to do a lot of things with you, so promise me to never go on this kind of dungeon clearing on your own, even though I know that the system is only trying to make you stronger," said Hae-In as Izuku smiled sincerely. "I promise, Hae-In," said Izuku as Hae-In felt relief as she snuggled into his chest, more wanting to prepare for their eventual battle against the dungeon boss. After both of them got some rest, they stood up as they walked towards the boss chamber to see a large double door with a golden outline, and the handle was red. It was obvious from first sight that the boss chamber is much more extravagant than the hallways of the castle. It was obvious from Hae-In mana smell and Izuku senses that lying behind the door was an incredible enemy, something which Hae-In voices out. "The amount of mana that is reeking out of this door is enormous. The boss of this room should at least be a rank at best." said Hae-In as Izuku placed his hand on the door before he pushed it open as smoke started reeking out, showing that the room hadn't been open for ages until the intensity of the boss mana rushed towards the two hunters. The power itself sent shivers into their spirit, yet they still stood unwavering as the torches started to come to life as flames appeared, revealing the room interior, which was the throne room, as said throne was empty. A king's throne room? Questioned Izuku as Hae-In cautiously darted her eyes at every single corner of the throne room, although she didn't need to locate the boss as said boss stepped forward from the shadows of the throne room, his boots clicking every time his foot made contact with the stone floor. The boss was a large knight covered from head to toe in blood-red armor with a Y-shaped hole built into his helmet. He also wore a tattered red cape, wielded a massive red sword that was equal to him in height, and had a long red hair-like ornament extending out of the back of his helmet. Being in the presence of the elite knight brought fear into their hearts as Hae-In hands were shaking, as even after resting her hand on her blade she knew that the difference in their skills was extremely vast. The knight was seen walking slowly as he stepped down from the throne stairs. His long sword was being dragged the whole way as it made contact with the stairs of the throne. Spark was seen coming out of the blade. Any amateur hero hunter would have let his guard down, thinking that the blood-red commander couldn't properly hold his sword due to its sheer size that was equal to his height, and with the previous fighters that filled the hallways of the castle whose sheer number was only a nuisance, but in skills they were weak, any rookie hunter would have undoubtedly got confident and assured of his victory, but this would be a fatal mistake. Luckily Izuku and Hae-In were experienced hunters. They knew that a monster with such powerful aura who was said boss of dungeon should be strong, and just like they predicted, the blood-red knight rushed towards the two hunters with speed as he held his sword from the ground, swinging it in a horizontal slash, attempting to remove the heads of the intruders that dared to sully the throne room of his deceased king. Sadly for Igris, he had underestimated the two hunters' speed, agility and reaction time as they squatted on the floor, letting the blade run through the pillars of the throne room, destroying it, which showed the great power that the sword held. It cut the pillars like tofu. What an insanely strong bastard, Izuku thought, obviously alarmed and taken aback by the speed displayed by the leader of the knights. Taking the opportunity that the commander had his guard open, he brought his dagger as he tried to stab Igris in his left kidney, but the blade could only release sparks as it connected with the red armor, unable to penetrate its defenses. Tisk, it's not penetrating, thought Izuku as he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Igris was displeased as he brought the sword overhead as he attempted to cut Izuku in half as he slammed the sword on the ground, creating a large smoke as the ground shattered beneath him as a testament to his strength. With Izuku jumping back, Hae-In had used her speed to appear behind Igris. Her blade was brought in a decapitating motion, ready to remove the head as she poured a lot more mana than she usually did. The blood-red commander dismissed the girl's attempt to eliminate him as he brought his large sword behind him, blocking the sword completely before he brought his right foot, slamming it into Hae-In's abdomen, sending her tumbling on the floor as she vomited blood at the sheer intensity of the kick. Hae-In, shouted Izuku in worry as he watched his girlfriend close her eyes in frustration, knowing that the knight was chivalrous, which meant that he would never use his sword on her. Igris didn't give Izuku the chance to check on Hae-In as he rushed towards Izuku with great speed in an attempt to pierce the boy with his blade, but Izuku reacted quickly by bending his waist to the back, letting the sword continue and pierce through several pillars. Using speed, he got behind and far away from Igris as he watched the crumbling pillars. As he glanced towards Hae-In, obviously frustration was evident on her face. Please rest, Hae-In. If you want to join I won't stop you, but don't force yourself. Rest a little so you can prove that bastard how wrong he is to underestimate you, said Izuku, sending encouraging words to her, which she nodded. Izuku then glared at Igris. The armor's speed reduction is only applied if your strength is below 80. Thought Izuku as he observed and analyzed the start of the fight so far. Igris lifted his head to look at Izuku. This guy's strength is definitely over 80. Its destructiveness is definitely higher than mine. Same for agility. And its armor can block my dagger. That means even its defense is higher. Is there even a way I can beat this? It's even stronger than I imagined, thought Izuku as he gritted his teeth, a little pissed to say the least. His dagger started to dematerialize, knowing that a dagger fight was useless with its armor providing defense. I don't think I can win without a weapon, but if I can't penetrate the armor, I can't deal damage anyway, said Izuku as he slammed his fist into his other hand, cracking his knuckles while giving his best impression of a menacing glare. This is the only way, said Izuku. Igris tilted his head to the side, seeing as his opponent was disarmed before he grabbed his long sword, stabbing it next to him. He then grabbed the ornament that held his tattered red cape before he removed it, allowing for the cape to fall to the ground. He then removed the dagger that was sheathed behind his back as the two daggers fell to the ground with a thud, surprising both Izuku and Hae-In. Igris then started to clench his fist as Izuku grit his teeth. "Chivalry?" questioned Izuku as he looked at Igris. "You're not taking me seriously," said Izuku. It was obviously a blow to his pride, but even he had to admit that his chances are much higher now if his large threatening sword was out of the equation. Igris surprised Izuku by rushing towards him much faster than before as he slammed his palm onto his chest before he quickly grabbed Izuku by the back of his shirt, flinging him to the wall, cracking the wall from the sheer force. Izuku didn't take into account that the long sword and the daggers must have weighed down on him, and by removing them he had become even more dangerous. Izuku then brought his arm into an X shape as Igris' fist slammed into his arms. His bone cracked as he was pushed inside the cracked wall. Luckily Izuku was used to receiving punishments as he used his speed to get away from the wall as he watched the large debris that was created by the wall's destruction. "I guarded that hit, but it feels like I still lost around 500 health." Izuku thought. His face showed a pained look as his right arm showed a red bruise as it hung lowly, unable to move it. "If I didn't have armor, then," thought Izuku as he watched Igris walk through the debris. His dark humanoid figure gave him an intimidating look. "We won't come out alive if I keep taking direct hits," thought Izuku as he glanced at Hae-In, who was trying to force herself off the ground, but the punch had obviously hit her hard, making her quite disoriented. "It's still insanely strong even without its sword," said Izuku as he glared at Igris, who seemed to look down on him. "How do I even put up a decent fight against this monster?" thought Izuku as he questioned what to do to deal with such a powerful threat. Rushing towards Igris, his movement becomes much faster. "Even if I lose in strength, I still have speed," shouted Izuku as to prove it he quickly activated one of his skills, Sprint, as he zipped through the entire throne room, his figure blurring around. Alarm. Skill Spring was activated. Movement speed will increase by 30%. -1 mana will be consumed every minute. Izuku appeared in front of Igris as he landed a power abdomen punch, but Igris quickly retaliated by bringing his right elbow to the top of Izuku's head. Thinking quickly, he brought his left arm as he blocked the elbow attack as he pushed Igris' arm away before the two fiercely started punching each other, building momentum as their hand movements became rapid that their hands seemed to multiply. Izuku cocked his left hand in an attempt to land a punch on the knight, but Igris was much quicker as he landed a right hook, then landed on Izuku's face, making him spin around his head, almost slamming into the concrete floor. Alarm. As your health has dropped below 30%, skill Perseverance will activate. Damage taken will be reduced by 50%. The system was obviously trying to help Izuku in the fight as he became relieved. "If my defense increased due to my passive skill, I still have a chance," thought Izuku with hope in his eyes as he quickly landed a left kick to Igris' right side of his helmet while in the air. "I can't give up," Izuku thought with determination in his eyes. Igris' white eyes suddenly opened, taking Izuku off guard as he grabbed the offending leg with an iron grip before he sent him flying towards the wall above the throne as Izuku coughed blood slowly before he fell in the throne, hunched forward and barely awake. Igris stood next to Izuku, bringing his hand as it faintly glowed a blue hue as the long sword that was stabbed far away undisturbed came flying back into his hands, bringing the sword down in an attempt to execute Izuku, but sadly for him, Hae-In decided she watched enough as her sword glowed much more brighter than before, creating a long golden sword as she blocked Igris' sword. Obviously the sheer power behind Igris' sword had resulted in Hae-In to buckle as a small crater was formed beneath her. Izuku smiled, seeing the perfect opening as he summoned his dagger. "We haven't lost yet," shouted Izuku with a grin as he stabbed his dagger into Igris' left eye. Igris recoiled back from having his left eye stabbed, which Izuku capitalized on it, and like an American football player he tackled the giant knight to the ground. Igris grabbed the handle of the dagger, pulling it away as white substance was released from his white eye, but sadly for him, Izuku was the owner of said dagger. "I won't hand this item over to anyone else except Hae-In," thought Izuku as he forced the dagger to dematerialize from Igris' hand before materializing it in his own hand. Giving a battle cry, he slammed the dagger in Igris' chin, but the armor was resistant. "It's shallow." "A bit more," thought Izuku as he used the skill Vital Strike LV.1 4 times as his dagger successfully breached the defenses of Igris' helmet, killing it as he fell to the ground lifelessly, white substance pouring down his chin. "Alarm. You have slain Blood Red Commander Igris." Izuku turned around as he looked at the relieved and joyful look of Hae-In as they both hugged each other, thankful that this nightmare could be over. "Thanks, babe. That was a close one," said Izuku as he shuddered at the fact that he could have gotten killed back there if not for her interference. Alarm. You leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku then walked towards the fallen knight as he grabbed the items that were undoubtedly dropped by the knight. 5 rewards. Questioned Izuku, surprised before he picked a rune stone, one which glowed faintly purple and the other glowed golden. Red Knight's helmet. Dominator's touch X2 leather pouch. Hearthstone have been obtained. Well, that is odd. Why would they give 2 of the same rune stone? Questioned Hae-In, equally confused, but Izuku slightly understood as the first rune stone glowed purple and the other glowed golden as he threw the golden one towards Hae-In, which she easily grabbed. It's probably the system doing it. Both of us fought the dungeon boss for them to replicate the rune stone, which means that it's powerful, said Izuku as she understood. Item. Leather pouch has been opened. You have received 1,500,000 gold. The leather pouch exploded with gold, much to the astonishment of both Izuku and Hae-In as the gold was added onto the system. Total gold. 3,115,629 G. Izuku then grabbed the green hearth stone. A hearth stone. Why were we given a hearth stone? Questioned Izuku as Hae-In realized what it meant as she looked nervously. This was definitely the boss room, said Hae-In as she gulped when realization hit them. Shit, that means the quest is not over yet, said Izuku, and true enough, multiple gray portals opened inside the dungeon, static coursing through those gates as multiple footsteps could be heard. The job change quest will begin. Shit, the job change quest is starting right now. I knew this wasn't going to be easy, shouted Izuku furiously as Hae-In became nervous. The longer you last, the more points you can collect that will place you into a higher tier job. 000. Good luck. 001. 002. A foot landed on the concrete floor that was the throne room as a colossal knight rivaling even the size of Igris himself, although from the looks of it they weren't strong and with their state they could handle their numbers. The system will determine my job change quest by how long we could survive, said Izuku as Hae-In nodded her head, grabbing her sword. Compared to Izuku, she was well rested. She blitzes towards the horde of knights. This time she managed to cut through them as she had managed to regulate the amount of mana she had to exert in her sword to decapitate the enemy. Normally with her current speed the knight should have a hard time keeping up with her, but she had underestimated them, including the magician that seemed to be in the middle of them. Magician is using skill detection. Izuku, seeing this, decided to join the fray while warning Hae-In, be careful, those magician are using detection skill, we can't take them off guard. I doubt even stealth could work on them, warned Izuku as Hae-In heard and nodded, her head. Sweat started to form on her forehead. A group of knights rushed behind Izuku in an attempt to kill him, but Izuku decided to use skill Bloodlust, freezing them in their place as a blue hue surrounded them. Skill Bloodlust was activated. The target's stats will decrease by 50% for 1 minute. It was obvious that the more they defeated those knights, the more came out of the portal. HP 1036, 10,278. Passive skill Perseverance is activating. At this point the knights have flipped the table over the 2 exhausted hunters as a knight successfully punched Hae-In, sending her crashing into Izuku, who slammed harshly to the ground. But even with their broken bones they still fought, each remembering where they started and how they were put down. Quirkless nerd, you will never amount to anything, came the voice of Katsuki Bakugo as he sent an explosion into Izuku's face and sent him on the ground. Please Kachan stop hurting me, cried Izuku as he laid on the ground, his knees to his chest and hands to his head, trying to protect himself as he peered through his arm to see Katsuki stop for a few seconds before his scowl came back full force. You brought this on yourself, Deku, talking about becoming a hero without a quirk. Don't make me laugh. Your mere existence is an insult to my pride and honor as a future #1 pro hero. There is no way in hell they would pick you over me, quirkless loser, shouted Katsuki as he lashed violently at Izuku. Why is a quirkless bitch like you attracting boys while they don't even spare us a glance? Came the voice of a female, her face blurry as she sneered at the 14-year-old Hae-In who was beaten on the ground. Her long beautiful blonde hair was disheveled. Another girl grabbed Hae-In hair, her foot slamming at Hae-In back. It's probably that ugly blonde hair of yours. You seem to take great pride in it, obviously swaying it around trying to attract attention, you fucking attention whore. Said another female, her eyes burned with jealousy as her hand morphed into a large scissors, her mouth twisting into a sadistic grin. Stoop, shouted Hae-In, tears bursting out of her eyes as she watched her beautiful long hair reduced to nothing but a dust to the air. Her hair was uneven as she was humiliated in the worst way possible. She watched as the eyes of the jealous female classmate twisted into satisfaction and their mouth was quirked into a grin as they laughed as Hae-In cried. Nobody interfered as they walked past the scene. Remembering those memories, both felt renewed strength and determination as they both gave a battle cry, furiously striking the horde of night with much greater speed, but no matter how much they cut through them they didn't suffer any loss in numbers. Question directions. Daily quest: getting ready to become powerful. Goal: push-ups 0 100ths. Curl-ups 0 100ths. Curl-ups 0 100ths. Squats 0 100ths. Running 0.1 of a kilometer. Warning: failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. 8 seconds left. 7 seconds left. 6 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Izuku's mouth twisted into a grin, his eyes showing tenacity as he grabbed Hae-In's hand. 1 seconds left. 0 seconds left. The knight tried to slam his sword on the two hunters, Hae-In almost accepting her fate, but surprisingly she felt herself being transported somewhere else. Alarm. You failed to complete the daily quest. Alarm. You were being moved to the penalty zone. The sun hit both of the couple's faces as they opened their eyes, with Hae-In sitting properly, her hand touching the harsh sand. Where are we? I thought we were in the dungeon, questioned Hae-In as she looked at Izuku, who seemed to be grinning. It seems I had the devil's luck. Currently we're in the penalty zone for the first time because I didn't complete the daily quest, said Izuku as Hae-In's eyes widened in surprise but in relief as well. HP 93 10,278ths. MP 202 850ths. Fatigue 91. Izuku then decided to try and open the system shop. Luckily it seemed that he could access it in the penalty zone as he bought 2 of the highest grade potions, even though it took a lot out of his gold, but coming out alive was a blessing. Hae-In, drink this, said Izuku as Hae-In took the potion tiredly. Before she started drinking the potion the liquid was dripping from her lips while Izuku drank his own. Your fatigue is being restored. Your fatigue is being restored. Your fatigue is being restored. Izuku looked at Hae-In, who seemed to have been rejuvenated, although the wound still remained on the two of them. The potion only restores fatigue, said Hae-In as she looked at Izuku, who just raised both his shoulders, showing that he didn't know much. That should be enough for us, but as for our wounds we will have to find another method to deal with it, said Izuku as Hae-In sighed in relief before she looked around the desert. Speaking of a penalty zone that doesn't seem like a penalty, it pretty much saved our lives, said Hae-In. Suddenly the sand started to rise, showing 3 large centipedes, and Hae-In's sweat dropped. Izuku looked at Hae-In with a poker face. You had to jinx it, didn't you? Said Izuku, although there was amusement in his voice which she caught on it, but she was obviously flustered. Sorry, said Hae-In before she looked at the 3 large centipedes. They were obviously D-rank monsters at best. Izuku looked at Hae-In and she looked at him before they both grinned as Izuku gripped his dagger and Hae-In grabbed her sword. Before in an instant the 3 mighty centipedes were taken down as more came out of the sand as both engaged the monsters into a battle. Penalty quest. Survive. Goal: survive until the time runs out. Time required: 4 hours. Remaining time: 0h 15 minute 22 sec. A centipede jumped towards Izuku, his maw opened ready to devour Izuku, but using Vital Strike LV.1, the upper body of the monster was destroyed, showing a hole where he strike. Vital Strike. Skill has leveled up. Standing in the middle of the dead centipedes he looked as Hae-In flicked her sword, letting the purple substance that was the blood of the centipedes to leave the blade staining the sand as her sword was clean. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. As expected, penalty zones allow you to heal through leveling up, said Izuku as he passed a potion with red liquid to Hae-In, who started drinking it, finding her health being restored. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Level 51. HP: 11,035. MP: 1022. Fatigue: 0. Penalty quest. Survive. Goal: survive until the time runs out. Time required: 4 hours. Remaining time: 0h 3 minute 19 sec. How much time do we have? Asked Hae-In as she adjusted her raid costume as Izuku jumped down from one of the centipedes. 3 minutes before we return to the job change quest. We still have some time to prepare, said Izuku as he observed Risaka's fang as he shaked his head. Risaka's fang isn't enough to pierce through the knight's defense. We'll have to do everything we can. We need stronger weapons, said Izuku as he gave the command to open the store. Store. Guardian Saber 890,000 G. Oracle Sword 1,300,000 G. Stone Axe 1,800,000 G. 1. Night Killer 2,800,000 G. Excalibur 3,000 G. 3. 6,102,629. 1. Buy sell. You have purchased. Night Killer. Izuku held his hand as a blue electricity was formed revealing the dagger as he observed the masterpiece that was the dagger. Item. Night Killer. Item class. B. Type. Dagger. +7/5 attack. Effect. Night Slayer. If used against an opponent with heavy armor, your attacks deal 25% additional damage. Izuku then opened the store once more as his eyes locked onto a large blade. You have purchased. Excalibur. In his hand materialized a long golden sword as Izuku smiled before he looked at Hae-In, who watched the mesmerizing sight of the blade before he gently handed it to Hae-In, who grabbed it admiring the craftsmanship and looked nervously at Izuku. Is this really mine? Asked Hae-In a little unsure as Izuku just gave her a peck on the lips. Yes, it's yours, and compared to your previous sword this one deals a lot of damage, even more than by dagger that should help you not waste mana on the knights that we will face, said Izuku as Hae-In beamed happily. This was the best gift she ever received from anyone. Item. Excalibur. Item class. A++. Type. Long sword. +90 attack. Effect. Excalibur. A sword belonging to King Arthur Pendragon. A sword that grows along with the user as nothing can't be pierced by Excalibur, not even the thickest scale of a dragon. Excalibur is a sword that amplifies, converging its user's mana into offensive power and releasing it. The more your will shine brighter, the more Excalibur shine with brilliance. A blade worthy of a king. Izuku told Hae-In about the sword abilities, and Hae-In was shocked as she looked at the powerful blade that she held in her hands. Her eyes watered at being trusted with such a powerful sword. Are you really sure that I'd deserve something like that? Asked Hae-In as she sniffed while Izuku simply brought her into a hug. Yeah, after all you did say you want to be by my side until your last breath. The system is making me stronger, and at this point nobody will be able to contend with me, so helping my beautiful girlfriend get stronger to be able to fulfill her goal would be the least I could do, said Izuku as Hae-In wiped her tears as she discarded the worn-out sword and placed Excalibur to her waist proudly. You have purchased. Bandage. Izuku then tied his bandage around his hand to secure the Night Killer in his hand and not fall like the Hearthstone. Izuku then picked up the Rune Stone as Hae-In did the same. Rune Stone. Dominator's Touch. A skill can be obtained by breaking the rune. Let's see what skill we could receive from the Rune Stone, said Izuku as Hae-In nodded her head in determination as the Rune Stone cracked under their grip, both engulfed in a golden aura. Skill. Dominator's Touch. Has been learned. Skill. Dominator's Touch LV.1. Active skill. No mana required. You can control objects without touching them. Thud. Izuku looked to see Hae-In using Dominator's Touch to lift one of the arms of the centipede that was cut, although it fell quickly on the ground, not being used to the skill. This is amazing. That's literally telekinesis, said Hae-In as she looked at Izuku, who was smiling. It seems so, although I don't think we'll be able to move objects that are too big, said Izuku as Hae-In nodded her head, seeing as her mana hasn't depleted at all from using the skill. Penalty quest. Survive. Goal. Survive until the time runs out. Time required. 4 hours. Remaining time. 0h 0 4 sec. We're going to be sent back to the dungeon, said Izuku as Hae-In grabbed his hand with a smile on her face and her other hand resting on Excalibur. Remaining time. 0h 0 3 sec. Hae-In then leaned towards her boyfriend, connecting for a last passionate kiss before being sent back. Remaining time. 0h 0 2 sec. Remaining time. 0h 0 1 sec. Remaining time. 0h 0 0 sec. The penalty quest is concluding. Teleporting back to the dungeon, they were met with hundreds of knights standing in wait for the intruders, as they were shocked that their numbers increased within a few hours. But this time things were different, as Hae-In confidently gripped Excalibur while Izuku gripped his Night Killer dagger. It took an instant before suddenly 50 knights were cut, as both Hae-In and Izuku showed no mercy to the knights. Hae-In's sword ran through the knights like a knife through butter, and Izuku's daggers cut them into multiple pieces. Izuku stopped as he observed the current situation. "I don't feel my level rising at all even when I'm up against these numbers," said Izuku as he expressed his discomfort towards the whole situation. Hae-In removed the head of a knight in a swift motion as her eyes glowed yellow as her eyes darted until it landed on the 2 magicians. "It's the 5 magicians in their midst. This has their name all over it," said Hae-In as Izuku looked to see that the 5 magicians were definitely behind this before realization hit him when he saw their numbers increasing. "Summoning magic!" yelled Izuku as Hae-In eye widened before she grit her teeth as she zipped through the horde of knights, her hands clenching hard on Excalibur as she cut the magician into pieces, while Izuku did the same as he cut 3 of the knights' head before he blowed the magician head off his body. "You have slain a magician." The other 3 magicians seemed to be well guarded, but it didn't matter for both of them as they both used a combination of their respective weapon and the new skill, Dominator Touch, to crush the helmet of the knights. Seeing this, the 3 remaining magicians worked together as they placed their hands on the ground, creating a purple summoning circle as the deceased knight's piece were grouped together to create a large golem. But despite its huge size, they had sacrificed speed for strength as Izuku and Hae-In zipped past the golem and killed the 3 magicians, essentially putting an end to the golem, who couldn't function without the magicians summoning magic. Hae-In wiped her mouth as she took a big inhale of oxygen. "Is it over?" asked Hae-In as she looked at Izuku, who looked at the blue screen. 4:29:16. "All the monsters in the room have been slain. The quest will end now." Izuku grinned. "Yes, the monsters have been slain. Currently the timer shows 4 hours 29 minutes and 16 seconds. Said Izuku as Hae-In sighed in relief but decided to keep their guard up, not wanting any more surprises. "You will be able to choose a class based on the amount of points you have collected." "It's over. I'll get a job now," said Izuku as he relaxed his guard, and so did Hae-In. "A job will be granted after the player's actions have been analyzed. Wherever the player goes, the Reaper follows. The player's path is littered with corpses and the smell of blood. As the player possessed strength, he does not leave anything to his teammates and overcomes everything with his own strength." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "It says that I overcome everything with my own strength and don't leave anything to others," said Izuku, confused as he looked at Hae-In, who put her finger to her chin. "The system probably didn't expect me to be involved in the job change quest," said Hae-In. "Your desire for strength burns strong enough to call those who wander the valley of death, and the army of the dead who follows your commands shall create a path where your thread will be the law and you would never need another's help again." "What the? But I thought," said Izuku as he looked at the blue screen announcing his job. "Your job is necromancer. What job did it give you?" asked Hae-In, concerned by her boyfriend's reaction as he let out a sigh. "My job is necromancer," said Izuku as she looked at him in disbelief. "Skills. Passive skills. Unknown LV. Max. Perseverance LV.1. Advanced Dagger Arts LV.1. Active skills. Spring LV.2. Bloodlust LV.1. Vital Strike LV.2. Dagger Throw LV.1. Stealth LV.1. Class skills. Active skills. Shadow Extraction LV.1. Save Shadow LV.1. Shit, as much as having those slaves might be appealing, but they can't grow stronger and my stats will become useless, said Izuku, a little displeased as his stats appeared. Stats. Strength. 132. Vitality. 91. Agility. 111. Intelligence. 70. Sense. 93. Alarm. Will you accept your job? Accept refuse. So I do have a choice to decline. Hopefully the system takes into consideration my displeasure towards the job they picked for me, said Izuku as Hae-In looked at him curiously. Don't you think you're rushing it? I doubt the system will try to screw you over so suddenly, said Hae-In, but Izuku shook his head. I'll refuse, said Izuku, but something unexpected happened. Necromancer is a hidden class. Do you still refuse? Hidden class? questioned Izuku as he looked around him to see those magicians that had proven to be quite a nuisance, especially with their summoning magic. Come to think of it, don't you think that the magicians were basically advertising the job quest for you? Spoke Hae-In as she looked at Izuku, who seemed to nod, finding logic in her words. It's as if somebody wanted to show me a sample of the skill. Thought Izuku before he smirked slightly. I have fighting abilities as well. These magicians did not. If a magician that had close combat abilities and could create his own army, said Izuku as Hae-In realized where this was going, he would be able to clear B or even higher ranked dungeons by themselves. Said Hae-In, quite surprised and slightly impressed. In this game, your ability is dependent on skills, levels and stats. That means that the summons can also become stronger. This isn't solo leveling anymore. Said Izuku as Hae-In realized that the job is not simply with Izuku's system level. Even those undead creatures could grow stronger, defying the rules put in place for necromancers. Your job has been chosen. Based on the amount of points you obtained, you will be given a chance to promote to a superior class. You have exceeded the expected play time. Points will be added. You did not use a Hearthstone. Points will be added. Final health is above 50%. Points will be added. All enemies have been slain. Points will be added. The total points have exceeded the feat limit. A dark aura appeared as it rushed towards Izuku, engulfing him in it as he looked shocked before the system had decided on his final job. You will be promoted from Necromancer to Shadow Lord. Izuku whistled. Shadow Lord, apparently the system gave me bonuses, said Izuku with a smile as Hae-In looked around her, shuddering when she heard the scream of the corpses. You have learned a job exclusive skill. You have obtained bonus stats. You have obtained the title, the one who overcame adversity. So does that mean you will summon the monsters from the dead? Asked Hae-In. She was obviously intrigued and excited. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. It seems so, said Izuku with a slight grin as he walked towards the corpses of the deceased monsters. Knight. Please select your command phrase for shadow extraction. Command phrase? Questioned Izuku before he took a thinking pose as Hae-In beamed, wanting to come up with the command phrase. How about we go for awaken? Or how about come forth? That does sound much cooler, said Hae-In. Obviously her hopes were shattered by Izuku coming up with his own command phrase. Arise, said Izuku with a poker face as Hae-In comically fell on the ground as she looked at Izuku. Damn it, Izuku, that was really lame, said Hae-In, obviously displeased yet at the same time amused at Izuku's inability to come up with a name. Suddenly the corpses of the knights emitted a dark aura that made Hae-In nervous slightly as she watched as a black hand bursted out of the armor like a shadow before each deceased knight came out all black except for their eyes that were glowing blue. This is pretty cool, said Izuku, a little shocked at being able to summon for the first time his own shadow soldiers. He may not rival Ashborn, but that was a milestone in his road at surpassing the previous shadow monarch and becoming his own person. Skill: Shadow Extraction LV.1. Job-specific skill. No mana required. A shadow soldier is created from a body without life by taking out its mana. The chance of failure increases the higher the target's stats are, and the more the time passed since the target's death. Shadows are able to be extracted. 30/30ths. Skill: Save Shadow LV.1. Job-specific skill. No mana required. You absorb created shadow soldiers and save them. Saved soldiers can be summoned and reabsorbed whenever and wherever the animator desires. Saved shadows. 0/20ths. Izuku then looked at his summons to see that they were all ranked as looking at the knights. They were obviously labeled as infantry by the system as their rank was normal while the magicians were elite. Hey Izuku, shouldn't you make that Igris guy a shadow soldier? Said Hae-In as Izuku's eyes widened in realization as he rushed towards the dead red knight followed by Hae-In as they stood in front of the dead corpse of the red commander Igris. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. If you want to use shadow extraction again, you must send one or more shadow soldiers to the world of nothingness through extraction cancel. It tells me that I need to remove some of my already shadow soldiers to make room for him, said Izuku as Hae-In looked at the infantry and knew what was going to happen. I'll have to remove the weakest Elven, said Izuku as he bumped his fist to one of the infantries. I'm sorry. Even though I called you. Cancel extraction on 11 infantry units, said Izuku as the 11 infantry soldiers were dissolved into nothing, leaving no corpse behind. Hae-In then looked with excitement bubbling in her chest as Izuku stood in front of the deceased knight. Blood-red Commander Igris, if I have this guy as my servant, arise, said Izuku as black aura started to come out of the body of the deceased knight, but suddenly to his surprise the extraction failed. Extraction failed, why? Asked Izuku in shock as he looked as the blue system appeared in front of him stating his failure. You failed to extract the shadow. You still have 2 chances remaining. Why didn't it work? Asked Hae-In concerned as Izuku seemed to be frustrated but answered, the extraction rate is based on the target's stats and the time after death. This guy is a boss monster, and it's been 4 hours since its death, so of course it will be difficult, said Izuku. Skill. Shadow Extraction LV.1. Job-specific skill. No mana required. A shadow soldier is created from a body without life by taking out its mana. The chance of failure increases the higher the target's stats are, and the more the time passed since the target's death. Shadows are able to be extracted. 19/30. 2 chances remaining, thought Izuku as he brought his palm in front of the dead dungeon boss and tried once more. Arise, said Izuku as shadow started building up before vanishing once more as the extraction failed. You failed to extract the shadow. You still have 1 chance remaining. Izuku's eyes darted towards the throne and his mind clicked, knowing exactly what to say. Throne. Stop protecting the seat of somebody who has already left, and try protecting me, who is in front of you, said Izuku, bringing his palm once more. Arise, commanded Izuku as powerful shadow aura engulfed the room much more than before as Izuku grinned. Blood-red Igris, said Izuku before he shuddered. No, that's too edgy, simply Igris, said Izuku as he named the shadow of the deceased dungeon boss. You have upgraded the shadow. Shadow's level will be 7. Shadows higher than rank knight can be named. You are now Igris, declared Izuku as the former dungeon boss was covered in all black except his eyes being blue as he stood in front of his liege. Igris LV.7. Rank. Knight. You have successfully extracted the shadow. Status. Name. Izuku Midoriya. Level. 51. Job. Shadow Lord. Fatigue. 0. Title. Wolf Slayer +1 more. HP. 11,035. MP. 1022. Strength. 132. Vitality. 91. Agility. 111. Intelligence. 70. Sense. 93. Physical damage reduction. 46% equipped. Remaining points. 0. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown LV. Max. Perseverance LV.1. Advanced Dagger Arts LV.1. Active skills. Spring LV.2. Bloodlust LV.1. Vital Strike LV.2. Dagger Throw LV.1. Stealth LV.1. Class skills. Active skills. Shadow Extraction LV.1. Save Shadow LV.1. Equipped items. Red Knight's Helmets. Warden's Necklace A. High Knight's Chestplate B. High Knight's Gauntlet B. High Magician's Ring B. Assassin's Boots C. Title. The One Who Overcame Adversary. A title given to those who overcame adversity heroically. Your stats increase proportionally to your missing health. 1% stat increased every 1% HP missing. Igris then kneeled in front of his liege, much to the fascination of Izuku and Hae-In, who watched the previous dungeon boss submitting to Izuku. The other infantry came kneeling in front of Izuku following their commander Igris. Well, I guess take good care of us, said Izuku as he smiled, his eyes glowing blue as Hae-In eyes glowed golden as well. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as he exited the dungeon. As for Hae-In, she was inhaling the deep oxygen that was in the air. Obviously the dungeon was quite stuffy to say the least, and with those monsters rampaging around, their mana smell was something she had to be around for a very long time. Luckily Izuku mana smell had helped balance it, or she would have gotten dizzy. Looking at her attire, it was obviously shredded in some parts, not much to reveal anything significant except some of her smooth skin. Izuku, noticing the cold weather, opened the shop and brought a large comfy coat. It wasn't expensive, so his gold didn't suffer that much compared to when buying the Night Killer dagger and Excalibur. Take it, the weather is cold out there and you can't go around with your raid suit, said Izuku as Hae-In accepted the gesture as she wore the coat before buttoning, covering her entire body. Thanks Izu-kun, said Hae-In softly as Izuku smiled gently, and both decided to head home for a well-deserved sleep as she went towards him, wrapping her own arms around his waist, which Izuku answered by wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "I'm so tired," said Hae-In as she let out a yawn. Having calmed down and the adrenaline had finally vanished, her fatigue was the only thing that she had suffered, and Izuku wasn't excluded from this as well, although thanks to the system he was in a much better state than Hae-In. "You can rest, you've done well, babe," said Izuku as he decided to lift her in a bridal style, her arm wrapped around his neck. Enjoying the closeness, she felt a sense of accomplishment as she looked at his eyes that showed love and pride. She felt happy that she had taken her first step into standing by his side and covering his back. Izuku, on the other hand, felt pride that she was able to fight by his side. Unlike him, she didn't have a system that healed her and increased her stats to an unnatural degree, and like every gamer would say, he was basically a living cheat code who leveled up without a limit to his powers. Hae-In didn't have such privilege. It's maybe why he had bought Excalibur, even though it pretty much ate away all his gold, but such sacrifices were worth it because now she had a powerful sword that will grow stronger by her side, and with Dominator Touch her potential increased and he will continue helping her get stronger. At this point they already jumped towards a rank, and currently they were dancing near the S rank, so considering they had just recently became hunters, which is 6 months ago, it was pretty impressive for a bunch of teens to achieve so much in such a short time, but none was more impressive than Hae-In. Izuku might be the strongest out of the group of teens, but in terms of natural human growth Hae-In took the lead, although Izuku did give her the push necessary to achieve her potential. Izuku looked at Hae-In, who was sleeping in his chest. Her smile remained on her face as she snuggled into him more, as Izuku couldn't help the small chuckle as he looked at the blonde girl that was the love of his life. Stopping, he looked at the large apartment building in which he lived. "Sweet home," said Izuku as he walked towards the building. "Knock, knock, knock." "Izuku, can I come in?" came the voice of Midoriya as she looked at the watch to see that it was already 2 p.m. and let out a sigh. Ever since the sludge incident where All Might made his debut in Musudafu, Izuku has been changing. If she is being honest, she was quite happy about the changes since they were good ones, as Izuku had grown confident in himself and had stopped excessively fanboying over All Might, including the heroes in general, but the one that made her both happy and ashamed is that Izuku had dropped the idea of becoming a hero. She didn't really have anything against heroes in general. She as well had respect for those people who protect the country from the villains that are trying to disturb the peace, but Izuku over the years have grown delusional, wanting to become a hero without a quirk. She was ashamed that she didn't have faith in him and had never supported his dream, but what can she do? She's a mother and wants to keep him pure for much longer. Can't she have the right to be selfish for once in her life? She knows more than anyone that despite what the media portrayed about heroes being invincible and being the undefeated champions who vanquish evil, they're not really invincible. If anything, the moment they became heroes they knew that there will be villains who won't hesitate to kill them, and all of those heroes had very powerful and versatile quirks, but Izuku had none at all to help him reach this goal. But not only that, this society is full of biased people and she doubted any hero school would be willing to accept him. At the end, Izuku was chasing an unreachable dream, and seeing him fill his head with delusion of grandeur made her fear and question his sanity, and part of her blamed All Might for it because he was the one who ignited the dream into Izuku, and once her son clutched onto that dream, simply having him give up on it was near impossible, and he became obsessed about becoming a hero just to be like All Might. At this point Izuku was walking a self-destructing path. She wanted her son to stop looking at the world from a narrow point of view. She wanted him to look at the bigger picture. While being quirkless will definitely cause him a lot of trouble in the long run, but not all people are quirkiest bastards, and he will undoubtedly find a place where he could excel at. It's like the old saying, there are always more fish in the pond. Heroes aren't the only profitable profession out there in the world, and she could proudly say that her son is a very bright person despite her questioning his sanity, so she didn't doubt his ability to get a good job out there. But those changes were unnatural and odd to her, because one thing she knew about Izuku is that he is a very tenacious person, which is something he had inherited from his father. Even with the discrimination he suffered, he kept moving forward, so for him to simply drop it like that, then something big must have happened. She wanted to know more than anyone what happened to him, because his mental and physical growth was unnatural even by human standards. She had spied enough to know his training regimen, which while it's hard, it wasn't enough to give him such an athletic body. She tried to question him, but it's when she learned that he had grown mentally as well. Izuku obviously lied to her face, but the way he did it shocked her because he did it with a straight face, not twiddling with his fingers or sweating profusely. He was calm and collected. While she was hurt that he lied to her, considering that she taught him better, she felt that she didn't deserve to know because she never properly supported his dream. The changes continued to be more evident that slowly he started to skip school and his taste of clothes changed dramatically, that he started to wear black attires. She had at one point thought that he gotten involved with the wrong group of teens and is starting his rebellious stage, which she was not ready to deal with, especially when seeing her best friend Mitsuki Bakugo mother and son relationship with Katsuki Bakugo. Thankfully, Izuku hadn't developed that rebellious stage or talked back to her like Katsuki did with his mother, but he was quite secretive about his activity when not attending school. But she had to admit his grades had increased, making him the top of his class, and had maintained that record until now, so she couldn't force him to attend school nor question his daily activity. The most scariest moment in her life was when Izuku had never returned home. She had remembered how she was camping in front of the apartment door waiting for it to open, but it never did, and she as a mother got worried, and the first thing that came to her mind was to file a missing child report. But the police protocol required at least 48 hours before a missing child report could be filed, so with a heavy heart she had to return home trying to sleep, but ended spending the whole night awake, unable to even close her eyes. Luckily the next day she had managed to reach him, but after asking him again with a much forceful tone on the phone, he had given her a vague yet satisfying answer to his situation. She later learned that he had spent the day with her future daughter-in-law Hae, in which she honestly can proudly say that she loved the blonde girl because she was quite humble, respectful, and most importantly she was also quirkless, so she understood Izuku pain more than anyone, and in some way she was another daughter to her. The door slowly opened, revealing a slightly tired Izuku, but he smiled at her. "Good morning, Mom. Is there something wrong?" asked Izuku as Inko shakes her head. "No, and it's currently 2 p.m. I've prepared breakfast even though it's really late in the day to have breakfast," said Inko as she smiled sadly at seeing her mature son. She knew that eventually he will leave the nest and she can't coddle him anymore like she used to do. "Okay. I will wake up Hae-In," said Izuku with a smile, although when he closed the door he frowned at seeing his mother's tired and sad reaction. Izuku ruffled his own hair before he decided to wake the sleeping girl as he shook her gently as her eyes opened slowly to see Izuku awake. "It's 2 p.m. dear, wake up," said Izuku as Hae-In's eyes opened quickly and properly stood up to see herself in her pajamas. Obviously Izuku had changed her so she would be able to sleep properly. It was embarrassing, but they had already seen each other in their underwear. "We really did sleep that long," said Hae-In as she looked at Izuku and saw that he was bothered by something. "What's bothering you, Izuku?" asked Hae-In kindly as she sat on the bed and ushered him to do the same, which he did. Izuku's face contorted with guilt. "It's Mom, she seems really tired and sad," said Izuku as Hae-In looked alarmed. "I think my changes had affected her, and being unable to have answers made her extremely worried and stressed, and she probably feel guilty for not being able to support my dream of becoming a hero," said Izuku as Hae-In tensed as she indeed seen how sad she looked whenever she saw Izuku. "She is probably upset that you can't trust her with the secret, but what are you going to do?" asked Hae-In concerned as Izuku let out a long sigh. "I don't know, but this needs to end now. I didn't become a hunter to see my mother self-destructing every passing day," said Izuku as Hae-In was surprised by the implication, but her expression quickly softened. "So you're going to tell her about us being hunters?" asked Hae-In. It wasn't a question as she knew that he's going to tell her. "Yes, it's best to tell her sooner than later, and eventually our existence will be revealed in 2 to 3 months depending if the gate got exposed to the public. It's best to prepare her both mentally and physically," said Izuku as Hae-In couldn't help but nod her head. Hae-In then stood up. "Then let's tell her, but this time you're not alone in this, we're going to do it together," said Hae-In as Izuku smiled seeing his girlfriend supporting him in his decision. Izuku and Hae-In had finished their breakfast before they decided to have their talk with Inko, who was currently cleaning the dishes. "Mom, we need to talk about a few things," said Izuku. He was obviously nervous, but the talk needed to happen. Inko turned around to look at her son and Hae-In before she nodded her head slowly as they brought her to the sofa as they sat down properly, as Izuku brought Inko into a hug, which she hugged back but had a confused look. "What's wrong, Izuku?" asked Inko, concerned by her son's behavior. "I'm sorry, Mom. I have been so secretive about my activity that I didn't realize how much you were suffering from this, but I want to let you know that I didn't mean to hide anything from you nor to not trust you. I just simply wanted to protect you," said Izuku as Inko looked even more concerned. "It's fine. I didn't really deserve to know, considering that I didn't support your long-cherished dream of becoming a hero. I was extremely selfish, only thinking about myself, so you had all right to not trust me," said Inko sadly, but she was only hugged more by Izuku and Hae-In as well. "The reason why I never told you about my activity is because," said Izuku as he took a deep breath ready to let it out. "We're working with the higher-ups in the government, specifically under the chairman of the Hero Association, Go Gunhee," said Izuku, revealing his secret as Inko's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her son and Hae-In. "Why, you're joking, all right?" asked Inko nervously, unable to believe that her baby boy is working under such a hotshot, but Izuku remained serious, showing that he was indeed telling the truth. Izuku pulled out his phone, opening it to the gallery image, and showed a picture of Izuku and his friends along with the chairman, Wu Jinchul and Kong Taeshik. "So it's true. But why?" asked Inko, unable to ask the right question as Izuku let out a sigh. "This is a long story, Mom, but it all started on the day of the sludge villain incident. I was attacked by the sludge villain, but luckily All Might saved me. Being a massive fanboy and seeing my idol in the flesh was an overwhelming experience, and I decided to ask him the question that I've wanted answered for years," said Izuku, and Inko, while surprised that her son met All Might, but she flinched when hearing Izuku ask the question, knowing exactly what the answer would have been. "I asked him if I could become a hero despite being quirkless. He obviously rejected my dream in a much nicer way, as he told me that my dream was unrealistic and that I should become a police officer or a firefighter if I wanted to save others," said Izuku as Inko's eyes teared up, realizing how much pain he had suffered that day as she gripped his shirt tightly. Izuku then halted for a second before he continued, "Being rejected by my idol dug deeper than any insults thrown at me. It didn't help that Bakugo had told me that day to take a swine dive off the roof of the building and hope for a quirk in my next life," said Izuku as Inko's heart shattered as she bursted into tears while Hae-In winced and Izuku looked away in shame. "It also didn't help that the setting that I was in was a roof of a building, but I knew that suicide wasn't the answer, and deep down I thought about you and Fubuki, so I chose to walk out of the roof and return with a shattered dream, but," Izuku said as he halted at the end as he watched his mother hug him tightly, sobbing into his shirt as she listened to him. "But when I opened the door of the roof, I was thrusted inside a purple gate. I don't remember what happened aside from waking up in the hospital room, and sitting in front of me was the chief inspector of the Japanese Hero Association's surveillance team, Mr. Jinchul," said Izuku, hiding his meeting with the Shadow Monarch to not freak her out, as Inko looked worried when the mention of the Purple Gate and his first meeting with one of the government officials. "Long story short, I was told that the gate I was dragged into led to a dungeon which is filled with monsters, and in order to close the gate, killing the dungeon boss is necessary, but there was a trick: only quirkless and people with weak quirks could enter the gates," said Izuku as Inko got extremely alarmed. "But there was also something else. Those who survived the gate came out with powers that are not quirks. Right now the unofficial name given to this power is Mana, and Chairman Go Gunhee wanted to create a special task force that clear those dungeons, because if not cleared after 5 days the gate will open, allowing the monsters trapped inside to come out and rampage around Japan, and they are all capable of destroying a city by themselves," said Izuku as Inko's eyes widened as she received her answer to why Izuku was growing so rapidly and how he sometimes performed feats that are impossible for a quirkless to do. "So you accepted," said Inko, finding irony in the situation as Izuku dropped being a hero but became another type of hero who kills monsters to protect Japan, and people are unaware of it. "Yes, I accepted the job because I wanted to serve my country in some way. I just had to wait a month before we were called to receive training for 2 months before we were allowed to start clearing dungeons, which we started from the lowest ranked gate, which is E, to the highest being B ranked gate, but since dungeons are relatively new, their numbers are really small. That's why the government was able to hide its existence. Even pro heroes like All Might is ignorant about the existence of the gates," said Izuku as Inko sat there wrapping her mind around the whole thing. Hae-In then decided to join the conversation. "Me and Izuku met at the bus that was supposed to take us to the gymnasium. We were obviously separated into groups as the chairman wanted to single out those with ill intention, so it was me, Izuku, Choi Jong-in and Baek Yunho. All of us were quirkless, so it was easy for us to become friends, and the association give us a large dorm inside the gymnasium to live in if we wanted to move in and to also train, said Hae-In as Inko felt relieved to know that Izuku was spending his night in a safe place. I'm glad to know that you were at least protected, but I'm still not happy that you had to already kill at your age even if they were not human, but I understand, said Inko, a little sad but happy to know that Izuku had met good people who shared and understood his pain and is able to follow his own path. Izuku then pulled a credit card as he handed it to Inko, who looked at it confused. Being a hunter that works under the chairman and due to the high risk of our profession, we were paid handsomely by the Hero Association, my first salary being 5 million yen, and with the dungeon's rank increasing our salary continued to grow, said Izuku with a smile as he watched Inko choke on her saliva when she heard the large salary that her son received, as she looked at both Izuku and Hae-In with admiration for being quite successful in their age. I couldn't reveal to you at the time that I was receiving such a large sum of money because it would have left more questions than answers, and you might have come up to conclusions like the time when you thought I was becoming a delinquent for wearing black outfit, said Izuku as he chuckled along with Hae-In, managing to lighten the mood in the room. Izuku then took a serious expression as Inko looked slightly nervous by the change of expression. Mom, I need you to stop your extra shift. It would be even better if you retired and took actual care of your health. I have enough money to have us live comfortably for many years to come, and I only spend my money in quirkless charity and orphanage, which didn't make a dent in my bank account, said Izuku as Inko became surprised by Izuku's demand, but when hearing the insane salary that her son received, she felt compelled to finally retire from her job as a nurse in a hospital and start taking care of herself, and most importantly spend time with her children and best friend Mitsuki. Okay son, I will be resigning from my job tomorrow, said Inko as both teens smiled before they kissed Inko in both her cheeks. Thanks mom, said Izuku as Inko nodded. Inko then tried to hand back the credit card, but Izuku pushed her hand back gently. This is your credit card mom. I've created 2 other accounts, one with my name, the second one in your name, and the last one in Fubuki name, said Izuku as Inko looked shocked. Inside your credit card is 1 million yen and Fubuki credit card have 250,000 yen inside of it. I will keep adding money on both accounts when they decrease, but consider this one for entertainment purposes. My account will be used to buy the expensive things like the 2-story house that I intend to have us all move in. It won't be big but not small either, and I will be buying you a car of your choice along with paying Fubuki tuition, said Izuku as Inko freaked out when she heard that the small credit card contained 1 million yen inside of it, but seeing the reassuring look on both Izuku and Hae-In face, she decided to accept it with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you son, but just please be careful you too, said Inko as both hugged the single mother, promising to be careful, and Inko had never felt so much gratitude in her life for raising such a kind-hearted son and for having such a kind daughter-in-law, and Fubuki was no exception because she is going to be a very strong hero one day, and this time she is going to support her. But Inko knew very well that the gates won't be secret for long, and her son and his friends will be forced into the limelight to maintain and ease the concern that will undoubtedly be created by the reveal of a gate that lead to a dungeon full of monsters with the sole purpose of coming out of the gate to cause havoc. Not only that the rift between the Hero Society and Hunter Society will increase, but this could very well be the end of the Hero era and the start of the Hunter era. She could only hope that the 2 professions won't clash against each other and that balance could be maintained, or a great global conflict could start, with the worst-case scenario being a great war. Chairman Go Gunhee liked to say that he was a very calm and honest person. Rarely anything could get under his skin, as he always kept that smile. Maybe that was why he was feared, respected, and most importantly hated by a lot of individuals. Feared because Go Gunhee, unlike most of the other higher-ups, had power to back up his claim, and while he was past his prime, his power was already debated to be on par, if not have already surpassed All Might, but rarely anybody saw his power because he couldn't afford to worsen his already declining health. But one of his qualities that made him notoriously feared was his political skills. Of course, with age comes wisdom and experience, so he was rarely surprised by anything and rarely angered, which is whenever a council meeting were to happen he was always the calmest as he watched as all the competitors tear into each other like a bunch of immature children and make mistakes, which he would then swoop in, capitalizing on those mistakes to turn this meeting into his favor. So it was no surprise that Go Gunhee was respected by many, as he was viewed as the father of Japan simply because he held society with his own two hands and stopped the other members of the Hero Commission from overstepping their boundaries. After all, certain individuals in the Hero Commission were notoriously known for biting more than they could chew, which ended up with tragic incidents that they end up covering it up like the cowards they are. But despite those redeeming qualities, he was quite hated by a lot of his peers, which included the Madam President, who firmly believed in maintaining the hero society and the status quo, which meant keeping the facade up. But Go Gunhee, being the political beast he was, made any of her plans be halted and in some cases stopped completely. One of his achievements was stopping her from falsely arresting Lady Nagant, a pro-hero who was secretly a child soldier groomed by the previous president of Hero Commission and her to do their dirty work, which include assassination. Obviously, Lady Nagant had finally decided to bare her fangs on her master, as she killed him in self-defense once she realized that he was planning on killing her after starting to show signs of defiance. Go Gunhee obviously swooped in and stopped any of her plans to have the ungrateful child locked in Tartarus in the lowest level, and then decided to take the traumatized pro-hero in his protection, and later she became one of his loyal and honest employee who he had given her reign to choose what she wanted to do with her life, and she chose to become his secretary in order to help him manage his workload and prevent him from overworking himself. But even then she still continued her training, and in some cases she performed assassination missions since she became quite desensitized to it, but she rarely partook in it. Go Gunhee was sitting in his office reviewing the files that were on his desk as he had a thoughtful look on his aged face before he let out a sigh. "I'm not getting any younger, am I?" asked Gunhee as he spun around his chair and rested his head on the leather and comfy chair. "Maybe you should rest more, sir, and rely more on us to help you in these difficult times," came a female voice as Gunhee smiled as he looked to see a tall, curvy woman with dark blue and pink two-tone hair and angled eyebrows. She wore light boots, a dark, sleeveless dress and a metallic utility belt in which she stores bullets in. Gunhee obviously knew she was in his office the whole time. After all, he was not the chairman for show, even if he is not getting any younger. "Hello Kana, it seems you have returned from Tokyo. How has everything been going there for you?" asked Gunhee as he looked at the child that he saved from the clutches of those power-hungry bastards. Kana Tsutsumi looked at the man she greatly respected and shakes her head. "I would have liked to come up with good news, but the gates situation is getting much more regular, especially in Tokyo, considering it's a large city. Heroes and civilian alike have already caught on to the existence of the gates, and we barely managed to get a cover story for it, but at this point it won't last long before they know what's behind those gates," said Kana. It was obvious that the situation had been quite big even for her, as she had gone many nights without sleep to ensure that they're prepared for a possible backlash. Gunhee let out a sigh as he turned his chair around to look at the large flag of Japan that was on the wall behind him. "It's fine, Kana. You've done more than enough. We're already prepared, so rest and enjoy your life. Unlike this old man, you're still young, so don't waste it," said Gunhee as he turned once more to look at the girl, who smiled sadly. "Thank you, sir," said Kana as she bowed her head before she raised it. "How are those teens doing?" asked Kana curiously as Gunhee slightly chuckled. "They've been growing every passing day, including Izuku, Midoriya and Hae-In, who are already A+ rank hunters. At this point, by the time of the reveal they will be already S rank hunters," said Gunhee as Kana looked quite surprised and impressed. "A power to grow stronger each passing fight. I could see why he would be already in A rank, but the girl Hae-In seems to be also quite the prodigy if she is able to somewhat keep up with him," said Kana, obviously praising the two children. Gunhee smiled. "Well, those two are already engaged, and Izuku seems to help her in that regard. For instance, he gave her a very impressive and powerful sword called Excalibur. He had obviously given her a few tips then and there, but mostly it was her efforts that got her so far," said Gunhee as Kana smiled. "He is a very good fiancé. He gave her the push that she needed and let her continue herself. I'm sure that had done wonders for her confidence and gave her a sense of pride in her accomplishment," said Kana, smiling at seeing the mutual trust that was shown by the two teenage couples. Kana then took a serious expression. "But do you think they're ready for the burden of being placed in the limelight? Even then, what about their families?" asked Kana. She was obviously concerned as Gunhee let out a sigh. A month ago, Izuku had finally decided to tell his mother and sister about his current situation, and to be honest, I couldn't blame him for doing it. Apparently his mother had grown quite concerned about his activities, that her health started to deteriorate slowly out of concern. He had told me that his mother has a fragile heart and is quite an emotional person. Said Gunhee as Kana flinched slightly before Gunhee let out a sigh. She was obviously not happy that her son was involved in this line of work, but knowing that her son had another source of power had somewhat eased her worries, and in some ways she felt regret for not being able to support his dream of becoming a hero. Said Gunhee as Kana nodded, feeling bad for the single mother. Gunhee then smiled. Luckily the reveal had managed to help the family take their first step in healing properly. With Izuku's salary he had his mother retire from her work as a nurse, and he and Hae-In have bought a nice 2-story house in the middle-class area, which also happened to be near one of his mother's best friends. He had also opened 2 other bank accounts, with one of them being under his mother's name and the second one being in his sister's name, which he put enough money for them to buy what they want, leaving only his own bank account for his sister tuition, anything house-related, car etc. Said Gunhee, quite proud of the boy for managing his money quite properly and for being quite selfless. So he basically became the man of the house. Said Kana, seeing why Gunhee had taken a great liking to Izuku including the other teens. Choi Jong-in has also told them after he learned that Izuku had already come out to his mother and sister. His grandparents were quite understanding folks and were quite overjoyed that their grandson was becoming independent, and learning that he now possessed another source of power had put their heart at ease, knowing that he could defend himself. Said Gunhee, remembering the relieved look of the redhead face when his grandparents had supported him. Baek Yoonho was a little hesitant at first, but with his friend's support he was able to come out about his secret to his father, who was a former pro hero who went by the name Beast Arm Elfman. Said Gunhee as he watched the shocked expression on Kana's face. Wait, you mean the former number 5 pro hero? Said Kana, a little excited to say the least, remembering the man's debut but also his retirement that devastated a lot of his fans. Yeah, it's a shame he retired when he was still in his prime. Said Gunhee as he shook his head in sadness while Kana frowned. He had retired because with the year going by the hero society became corrupted and rookie heroes had started to give good heroes like him a bad name, and it didn't help that his wife Evergreen Beck was presumed dead. Said Kana balled her fist in frustration before she calmed down. But that aside, how did he react? Asked Kana curiously as Gunhee had an amused smile. You should know by now the kind of man he is. He obviously called his son a real man before he proceeded to give him a noogie, but this talk did help Yoonho's self-esteem greatly. After knowing this, his father is proud of him for taking his first step in forging his own path and for surrounding himself with loyal friends. Said Gunhee chuckled slightly as Kana smiled. Kana then started to turn around to leave. I guess I was wrong about them. You've always had a good eye that saw what others couldn't see. Have a good day, sir. Said Kana as the man smiled, seeing as the girl left his office before he stood up himself, stretching his aching muscles before he himself decided to call it a day. They may be stronger now, but they're still young and are starting to enjoy their life that was robbed from them, said Gunhee before he let out a sigh. I feel bad that with the reveal of those gate they will be forced in the limelight, but I'm sure they will get used to it. After all, they're the future of Japan. Said Gunhee before he shut the light, deciding to return home to his wife. Izuku and Hae-In could be seen wearing an apron as they both cooked together with a smile on their faces. Sitting on the dining table was Inko, who was watching the scene with a bright smile on her face, occasionally taking pictures to add it to the dusty album book. Fubuki on the other hand was lounging on the much larger and comfy sofa as she had the Samsung LED TV opened on a drama movie, completely immersed in it. Much to Hae-In amusement, the movie was about the story of a king. Dinner is ready, said both Izuku and Hae-In together as they brought the food on the dining table. Compared to before when they barely ate anything other than katsudon and other non-expensive meal, this time they were able to afford the expensive cuisines, although the Midoriya family were not really into buying expensive cuisines like all other millionaires, but they did enjoy the variety of foods they were able to afford without having to worry about not having enough money. Fubuki jumped from the couch as she walked excitedly to the dining table, having already had a taste of Izuku and Hae-In cooking, and she loved it. Not that Inko's cooking was bad, but having to experience other varieties of foods, especially other Asian culture cuisines, was a mind-blowing experience. Korean? Questioned Inko with a surprised look as she tasted the soup in the bowl as Hae-In smiled. That's the classic Korean bibimbap, said Hae-In as she wiped her wet hands on her apron before she took a seat next to Izuku as they looked at the red face of Fubuki as she continuously drank water. Izuku let out a small chuckle at seeing his sister. That's spicy kimchi stew, sometimes called kimchi shige. I took into consideration that you enjoy the spicy cuisines. said Izuku with an amused smile as he saw his younger sister enjoying her dish. Thanks big brother Izuku and big sister Hae-In, said Fubuki, quite grateful for her brother and sister figure for everything they've done for them. It's fine, said Hae-In smiling as she started to eat as well, and Inko was finally enjoying her retirement as Izuku watched his mother, who had started to lose weight over the month. Her face had started to gain its healthy colors as she no longer felt stress and started doing the things that she previously couldn't do, which is shopping, hanging out with her high school friends. Fubuki was also able to enjoy a comfortable and stable life as she is able to now afford most things she wasn't able to afford. Not that she abused her brother's trust by emptying her bank account money in a matter of weeks, because just like her brother, her mother and her sister-in-law, she had learned the value of money, so she as well used her allowance wisely and on things that she intended to use. Izuku and Hae-In relationship had progressed quite rapidly, and now they have already discussed the idea of getting engaged together, and with Inko and Fubuki blessing, the two now sported an engagement ring on their finger, and they couldn't be any more happier than this. All they could do now was patiently wait until they could properly get married, but they preferred it when they're much older and hunters are globally recognized by the public. So how is work for the two of you? Asked Inko, as despite the fact that hunters are paid handsomely, she would rather both their safety over money, but she had to trust them both to take care of themselves. Hae-In pulled her fork back as she pondered slightly. It's fine so far, there is nothing unusual, and at this point they're trusting us to enter dungeons without Mr. Tashik since we've already surpassed him, said Hae-In as Izuku decided to continue in her place. We've already been divided into two groups, with me and Hae-In teaming up and Jong-in and Yunho teamed up as well since gates became much more common, but whenever the gate rank is higher we regroup once more to clear the dungeon, said Izuku as Inko nodded her head in relief. You should consider inviting them for dinner, said Inko with a smile, wanting to properly meet her son's friends. We've already planned to do that actually, said Hae-In as she then looked at Izuku, who nodded his head. Yunho was the one who suggested that we do something like that, since it will be difficult to have a normal teenage life after our status is revealed to the public, said Izuku as he let out a sigh. Fubuki gave a mischievous grin as she leaned to the table. Yeah, and I bet ya in the first week both of you will be called power couple. I wish y'all luck with those delusional rabid fangirls at Aldera, said Fubuki with a grin, although shivered when she saw the look on Hae-In's face. May those bitches rest in hell, thought Fubuki, having watched enough drama movies to know that Hae-In will probably kill those girls before they could make contact with Izuku. Izuku looked at his sister with a raised eyebrow. I only tolerated them because we're expected as well to deal with this kind of stuff, but if anything I'd rather avoid them altogether, but I was told use this as a real-life situation and not just brush away people because it could cause a lot of problems, said Izuku, obviously frustrated as Inko chuckled. Having already seen her son being popular among women, he was definitely like his father in that regard. Yeah, I guess I'll have to also get ready to have reporters stalking our house, said Inko with an amused smile, while Fubuki shivered, having seen enough to know how paparazzi conducted their business, and they're like the fangirls, persistent and overly annoying bugs. Hae-In chuckled when she saw Fubuki going through crazy scenarios in her head. Don't worry about that. Chairman Gunhee has already decided to have at least bodyguards around to ensure that they don't get way over their heads and storm inside the house, said Hae-In, while Izuku slightly frowned at the idea that someone could try and harm his family made his blood boil, which was noticed by Hae-In, who grabbed his hands in a soothing manner which managed to make him smile. Standing up, they both picked the dirty dishes in order to clean. Izuku, Hae-In, please let me clean the plates, said Inko as they were slightly hesitant before they nodded, knowing that Inko wanted to contribute and not feel like she is being a burden to them. Okay mom, if you need help tell us, said Izuku as Inko nodded with a smile as she tied her own apron and started to clean the dishes. Just sleep you two, you've deserved that much, said Inko as they nodded their heads before they walked towards their room. Opening it revealed a very spacious room which had a king-size bed. In front of the bed was a LED TV, and on the right side was a window which was covered by blinds, but in front of the window was two sofa chairs. Izuku and Hae-In sat comfortably in the bed they shared together before they closed the light of the room, with the only source of light being the moon, as the two couples hugged each other and shared one passionate kiss with the moon reflecting it on the ground. Izuku and Hae-In could be seen standing in front of the chairman of the Would-Be Hunter Association Go-Gunhee, but they weren't the only ones in the room because next to them was Jong-In and Yunho. It wasn't something out of the ordinary for them to have such meetings with the chairman where they're mostly given missions that are exceeding their own ranks, which mostly consisted of rank missions. The only few times they gathered here together without it being mission-related was when Gunhee himself wanted to have a drink with all of them, which they were perfectly fine with since they get to become comfortable around their boss. I'm sure all of you are wondering why you're here given that this isn't mission-related or us having a drink. Said Gunhee. It was obvious that the man was being calm as he usually was. There was nothing in his voice that indicated anything unusual. Izuku out of the group seemed to have some sort of idea of what was going on. Does that have something to do with the multiple mana signature I'm sensing in the gymnasium? Asked Izuku. He was obviously unsure, but he didn't show it. Gunhee smiled. That is correct. I don't know if you heard or not, but Tokyo has been experiencing gate appearance regularly. At this point heroes and civilians alike are already catching up on its existence, and as it stands we're barely coming up with a cover story that should at least buy us some time to prepare you all for the burden that unfortunately will be placed on you four and other hunters, said Gunhee, grimacing slightly. That things will be revealed to the public very soon. The four teens grimaced. They were obviously prepared for the life of a hunter for 8 months now, but still the idea in itself brought some sort of nervousness that their life will no longer be the same. Getting back to the point, we've decided to do something different than what we usually did, which is to gather all the current hunters in Japan in the gymnasium for a battle royal or a one-on-one match depending on your preferences. Said Gunhee, watching as numerous emotions were shown on the four teens' faces. Izuku was obviously surprised but didn't vocalize it. Hae-In seemed to be slightly nervous with the idea of being around many people. Yunho was grinning from ear to ear. It was obvious that the idea of a battle royal excited him greatly, and lastly Jong-In seemed to have a smile on his face. So is this about promoting camaraderie between us hunters? Asked Jong-In as he looked at Gunhee, who smiled. That is correct. You're not forced to fight in this battle royal, but some people understand each other better through an old fist fight, and this might be a good experience for the four of you, but this fight is meant for something else as well. Said Gunhee, getting a curious look from the four of them. What could it be? Asked Hae-In as she watched Gunhee grin. As I said before, gates will be more common in this era, so a few of you will be picked to become masters of your own guild. Think of it like the hero agency, and in those remaining 2 months we're encouraging you all to make more connection with the other hunters. Said Gunhee as he watched Yunho explode into cheer, but he couldn't blame him. The guy had every right to be excited. How I wish I was young again, thought Gunhee with a smile on his face as he looked at Jong-In, who seemed to be much more in control, but his eyes were burning with excitement. As for Izuku and Hae-In, they seemed to be also calm, but they were interested. I want to ask something. In order to create those guilds you speak of, do we necessarily need a set of required numbers of hunters to join? Asked Izuku as Gunhee let out a sigh, knowing that Izuku and Hae-In like to work together and don't work well with others except with Jong-In and Yunho. In order to create a guild you need to have a certain required strength to become its master, but in the future the requirements to become master of a guild will be changed, but we haven't decided yet. As for your question, just like there is a guild master there should be a vice guild master, and while we recommend that you have hunters join your guild, but as long as you can maintain clearing dungeon efficiently, then we have no reason to tell you how to manage it. Said Gunhee, watching as the two couples looked at each other with a smile on their faces, and couldn't help the fond smile that made its way on his face as he watched the two display great trust in each other. So are we going to be heading there? Asked Jong-In to cut off Yunho from doing something that will make him look childish. Of course, please follow me, said Gunhee as he pressed a red button underneath the table which would allow for the chauffeur to have the limousine parked in front of the building. The limousine finally made a halt as it stood parked in front of the large gymnasium as the chauffeur opened the door, allowing for the four teens and Gunhee to finally get out. Their attires have changed to match today's event, as Izuku simply wore a white shirt and a long black cloak followed by black pants and black shoes. Hae-In wore a short-sleeved black shirt and blue sweatpants followed by black shoes. Jong-In wore a white shirt with a brown vest which showed his black tie and wore black jeans. Lastly, Yunho came out wearing blue sweatpants and white tank top, which he intended to remove in the fight. His grin was obviously plastered on his face. Now that we've arrived, make sure to enjoy yourselves, said Gunhee as he watched the four teens open the door of the gym as they walked towards the ledge to see the multiple arena where many seemed to be talking with each other. Some had started to duel each other in a one-on-one fight in arena rings. Yunho's eyes fell on a burly middle-aged man with bushy black hair, thick eyebrows, and sloppy facial hair. He wore a dobok, the standard uniform for a judoka. Removing the white shirt, he jumped from the ledge heading directly towards the older man. "Here he goes now," said Jong-in with a hint of amusement in his voice as he watched Yunho engaging in a talk with the older man. "Well, at least he is enthusiastic about the whole event," said Gunhee with a smile, glad that someone is enjoying himself. "My name is Baek Yunho. May I know the name of such a great fighter?" asked Yunho, making sure to politely introduce himself as he watched the older man grin. "It's nice to meet you as well, Master Baek. My name is Ma Dongwook, so how can I help you?" asked Ma in a friendly tone as he watched Yunho grin. "I hope I'm not sounding rude, but I would like to fight you, Master Ma, and test my skills against such a capable fighter and learn from you as well," said Yunho as he bowed to the man in respect who seemed to match the boy's grin. "Very well, Master Baek. I could see that you're a fighter type, so prepare your fists," said Ma as Yunho nodded as he started to partially transform by turning his hair white along with his hands. Just like that, the fight started with Yunho rushing towards the older male for a frontal assault, his eyes glowing red like a predator as both their hands locked against each other, with both trying to establish dominance over the other. But with Yunho enhanced strength that came from his partial transformation, it was easy to see that they were in a standstill. But experience is what mattered here, and Ma had years of training over Yunho, which was displayed when Ma placed his right hand on Yunho's right shoulder, essentially stopping him enough for him to bring his right foot near Yunho's left leg before he tripped the young teen off balance. With Yunho being off balance, Ma's right hand that was on Yunho's right shoulder went to the teen's wrist and slammed Yunho on the floor. Ma was obviously impressed by the boy's strength but knew he could do better. "Master Baek, a young person like you should be able to use more strength," said Ma loudly. It wasn't disappointment, but rather he was encouraging the boy to do his best. Yunho grinned. "I'm no master, Master Ma," said Yunho in a humble tone, admitting that he was inexperienced when it comes to human combat, as monsters in dungeons have their own pattern but humans have no such thing. Before the two locked hands once more, resulting in a gust of wind to appear between the two of them. The two were obviously excited, which was displayed by their wide grin on their faces. "He's getting pushed back," said Izuku, slightly impressed by the older man, but Jong-in seemed to shake his head and smiled. "I do admit Ma Dongwook is a very impressive fighter, but if Yunho were to give it his all in this fight, this will quickly turn in Yunho's favor," said Jong-in with a smile on his face as he watched his friend from afar increase his strength gradually as the fight progressed. Sometimes overwhelming strength could defeat experience if the gap in power is large, said Hae-In. Understood where Jong-in was coming from. Izuku slightly stiffened, which was noticed by the others as they looked at the entrance of the gymnasium to see 10 hunters walking together, but each of their individual strength was at least a rank, but it seemed that their leader was at the same level as both Izuku and Hae-In. Gunhee chuckled. "Those 10 hunters you see down there have an amazing potential, very much like you all, but the one who leads them is Goto Ryuji, whose potential rivals that of you too," said Gunhee as he looked both Izuku and Hae-In in the eyes. Izuku gave the man a critical eye. "He has a very impressive magical power. I think I heard about him. He has been clearing a lot of dungeons in Tokyo, and it seems that the rumors that they all fight with swords was true," said Izuku as Gunhee nodded his head. "I will be going now. I think I found something interesting," said Jong-in as he walked towards the ledge and jumped to the arena, using condensed flames on the sole of his feet to cushion his fall and land on the ground. Obviously it caught some attention, but he didn't bother to glance at them. Instead he walked towards a young woman with red eyes, strawberry blonde hair, and a large bust. She wore a black corset with a miniskirt, thigh-high boots, a red hooded cloak with white fur trims, and long white leather gloves. Next to the women was an athletic young man with spiky black hair and a friendly face. He wore a suit of gray armor with brass highlights, a blue midsection, and a long purple cape with white designs. Despite the serious look on the female face, it was obvious that Jong-in had managed to engage with the two of them in a conversation, and it seemed to have been going well. "I guess Choi found something to busy himself with," said Hae-In as she looked at her fiancé, who seemed to look at a young man with gray eyes and custard-colored hair that is shaved on both sides of his head. But it's not his magical power that attracted him, because as far he was concerned the boy was at least D-rank hunter, but it was the amount of expensive armor that he was wearing. It was obviously waiting on him, but it seemed that the boy felt somewhat insecure about his small magical power compared to most hunters that attended today's event, so he compensated it with expensive armors. That is Yu Jinyo. He is the son of Chairman Yu Myungin of the Yujin Construction. He is a very dorky boy, but he is fiercely loyal, and he tend to wear expensive armors to help his poor self-confidence because his older brother is C-rank hunter and his cousin is a B-rank hunter. Said Gunhee as he looked at the two couples who seemed to look at each other before nodding their heads. He could be a good candidate to be our third member. It's not rank that we seek, but someone who could be loyal to us, and besides our future guild could need someone like him, because something tells me that he became a hunter to prove his father his worth, so this could be an opportunity for him to shine as well, considering that me and Hae-In are not really into politics, so he could handle business related stuff, said Izuku with a small smile while Hae-In smiled as well. That seems like a smart idea. I'm sure Jinyo will be very pleased with this, said Gunhee, knowing the boy's history. Izuku and Hae-In walked towards the boy, who was obviously out of place, who seemed to be nervously fidgeting at the stares that he was receiving from those who noticed him, but he was quickly dismissed. Your name Yu Jinyo, am I not mistaken? Asked Izuku as the boy freaked out as he looked at Izuku and Hae-In, which obviously reminded Izuku a lot of him when he was still young and naive. Don't worry, we're not here to harm you or judge you, said Hae-In, managing to calm him down enough for Jinyo to nod his head. Yeah. My name is Yu Jinyo, but just call me Jinyo. May I know your names? Asked the boy politely. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jinyo, said Izuku as Hae-In stood forward. My name is Hae-In, but I think you will eventually have to start calling me Hae-In Midoriya, said Hae-In proudly as Jinyo blinked multiple times before he noticed the rings on their fingers. Before he could make a scene, his mouth was instantly covered by Izuku's hand. Don't make a scene, Jinyo, said Izuku as the boy calmed down, but was surprised that two kids with the same age are already engaged. Oh okay, so why did you two come see me? Asked Jinyo nervously. We never really intended to have a third member for our guild since we don't really work well with others, but we saw you and we wanted to make you our third member, said Hae-In as Jinyo was taken by surprise but got slightly suspicious. Why me? I'm sure there are other talented hunters here, asked Jinyo, but Izuku let out a sigh. We don't really do well with others that include anything business related. We might be smart, but it's not really our thing. We're more the type who clear dungeons. We learned from the chairman that you're the son of Yu Myungin, said Izuku before he raised his hand to stop the boy from coming to a quick and wrong conclusion. Eventually our guild will have to attend parties in which there will be a lot of nobles and many companies who want to do some contract with us, which is why we want someone smart enough to be able to manage all of the guild business related affairs, and you seem to fill this nicely, said Izuku as Jinyo stopped for a few seconds. We're not forcing you to join us because at the end of the day the choice is yours to make. You can take as much time as you want to come up with a decision, said Hae-In with a small reassuring smile which managed to calm Jinyo down, and all the crazy theories he came up with in his head was thrown out of the window. Well, at least they're not approaching me for my father's name. I have nothing to lose here, and maybe this could be the opportunity that I needed to prove to my father that I've grown, thought Jinyo. Okay, I accept. So have you two decided on a guild name? Asked Jinyo as the two looked nervous, remembering the multiple guild names they came up with. I came up with Solo Leveling, said Izuku, and Hae-In blushed in embarrassment. I came up with Hunter, said Hae-In as Jinyo looked at the two couples with a large sweat drop. You two are really bad at this, said Jinyo before he let out a smile. I guess it's up to me to come up with good names for our guild because a guild name is our identity, said Jinyo as the two couples smiled at seeing the boy get into the role without too much of a fuss. At least they found a reliable member. Goto Ryuji was walking around the gymnasium, which was fortified by the use of many mana crystals, allowing individuals like him to go all out without a worry about the building going down due to his sheer power. He walked past multiple B-rank and lower hunters whose mana was not impressive enough to grab his attention. There was nothing he could profit from here. At first he came here simply because he was curious about the type of hunters that are scattered around Japan and maybe recruit someone with a potential, but to his disappointment they were quite weak. The more he walked, the more the idea of leaving sounded much more appealing to him, but then he tensed as his eyes darted towards a corner of the gymnasium to see Izuku, Midoriya and Hae-In. The two were surrounded by their individual magical aura, which no matter how they tried to conceal it, they couldn't hide it. So even among those weaklings there are good hunters that could rival me, thought Goto. Sweat dripped down his forehead. He may not want to admit it, but he knew that they were strong, if not stronger than him, even though it hurt his pride. Hanekawa, who are these two? Asked Goto as he glanced towards the two hunters that piqued his attention. Said girl was a slender young woman with neatly parted black hair wearing formal business attire. Hanekawa looked at where Goto was looking to see the object of his interest. You're interested in Hunter Izuku, Midoriya and Hunter Hae-In? Asked Hanekawa as the man slowly nodded his head. So that's their names, said Goto before he looked at the girl next to him. Out of everyone in the gymnasium they have the highest magical power. Do you have information on those two? Asked Goto as the translator let out a sigh but maintained a serious expression. Hanekawa shakes her head. Not much, Goto-san. I only know general information that the association allows us to access. Said Hanekawa as Goto slightly frowned, but his face became impassive. Anything is fine as long as I get to know who they are. Said Goto as Hanekawa nodded her head. The black-haired boy is Hunter Izuku, Midoriya. He is an A+ rank mage, having cleared several high-ranking dungeons, with his highest being an A rank 1, although he is known to work only with Hunter Hae-In. Said Hanekawa as Goto frowned. That's impossible. The way he carries himself and his physique implies that he is an assassin-type class. Said Goto as Hanekawa shrugged her shoulder, being oblivious as well. It's officially confirmed information, said Hanekawa as Goto sighed. What about Hunter Asked Goto as Hanekawa looked at the blonde girl. Hunter Hae-In is an A+ rank fighter, having also cleared several high-ranking dungeons, with her highest being an A rank 1, although she is known to work only with Hunter Midoriya and she is extremely talented with sword. Said Hanekawa before she looked at Goto. Should we recruit her for the Draw Sword Guild, Goto-san? Asked Hanekawa, but Goto shaked his head. I believe our guild invitation to Hunter will be declined. If you paid close attention you could see an engagement ring on their fingers. Said Goto simply as he watched Hanekawa look closely to see the expensive engagement ring on the two hunters' fingers. You also said that the two of them are notoriously known for working together, so inviting her to the Draw Sword Guild is meaningless. Said Goto impassively as he walked away, followed by Hanekawa. Why not challenge them for a duel, Goto-san? Said Hanekawa as Goto stopped for a few seconds. I've already acknowledged that the two are strong compared to the many hunters that came today, and it's that reason why fighting will put us in an unfavorable situation, since we will be forced to reveal our hands. Said Goto as Hanekawa blushed in embarrassment for not taking into consideration that the current setting was not the ideal place to fight in. Getting her professional look back. Are we going to depart? Asked Hanekawa as Goto continued walking. Yes. Tell the others that we have extended our stay in Musudafu. We will be returning to Tokyo. Said Goto as Hanekawa nodded her head before she walked away. Goto's eyes lingered on the two hunters for a few seconds before he walked away. Let's see who stands at the top of Japan and the world, Hunter Midoriya and Hunter mused Goto, his lips curled into a smirk, determined to take the seat of power and live as a king in his birth country. Jinyo looked at the two couples, resisting the urge to roll his eyes, feeling a large migraine assaulting him. He had regretted opening the topic about the guild name because the two had no talent when it comes to naming anything. How about we try another different approach? Guild name doesn't necessarily need to be based around the guild master and vice master name. We could name the guild based on your abilities. Said Jinyo, seeing as the two got an idea. How about Shadow Blade? Said Izuku as Hae-In found herself nodding at the name. I think I agree with the name, your abilities with shadow and my abilities using swords. Said Hae-In as they looked at Jinyo, who seemed to ponder at the idea but didn't seem to argue against it. Well, compared to the many names you two came up with, this is much better, and it represents both your abilities while being simple enough to be remembered. Said Jinyo as he let out a sigh of relief, his lips twitched into a smile. Well, glad this is over with. This was getting quite draining to say the least, so thank you, Jinyo. Said Izuku, making sure to give credit to the team for helping them come up with a good name without looking ridiculous to the public. Jinyo was proud that he had helped the two come up with a name. I'm glad to hear that. We just need to come up with the logo for our guild and then we will be set, but let's do that for a later date. said Jinyo, not wanting more migraine from trying to have them create a guild logo after having experienced their lack of understanding in the beauty that is guild naming. Well, we're not in a rush, we still have 2 months to the very least to have everything guild-related ready, said Hae-In as Izuku nodded his head agreeing with her. Jinyo then looked at the two couples. You two should consider hiring more hunters for the guild, suggested Jinyo, but the two seemed to shake their heads in disapproval. If we hire other hunters to join the guild, we will have to do things like giving salary to the hunters, dealing with unsatisfied hunters who want an increase in their salary, be responsible for their lives, so if they died we will be held accountable to their deaths. That's why having small members in our guild is much better, said Izuku as he saw Jinyo shiver. Hae-In then pondered for a few seconds. But we don't expect you to be able to deal with all guild legal matters, so you could hire office workers, but we prefer that it would be someone quirkless, said Hae-In, surprising Jinyo by the specific request. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. It could also help increase quirkless survival rate and also solve the problem regarding quirkless unemployment, said Izuku before his hand went to his chin. Although, after a year or two I doubt being quirkless will be a problem anymore, since they are the ones with a high chance to develop mana like us, said Izuku with a smile which was mirrored by Hae-In, and Jinyo seemed to find the idea appealing. Well, that does sound simple enough, although finding quirkless people at this time of age will be difficult, considering that a large number either immigrate to countries like USA where quirkless discrimination is not tolerated, or just end their life by the age of 12 to 15 because the burden became too much on them, said Jinyo as he saw the small frown on both Izuku and Hae-In face, but it wasn't directed at him, but rather they were quite upset with the severity of the situation. Well, just do what you can do and don't exhaust yourself too much, said Izuku as Jinyo smiled, as at least his bosses were considerate enough and were not ordering him around. Thanks, since we're going to be partners we have to exchange numbers so we could better communicate, said Jinyo as the two couples nodded and gave their respective numbers to Jinyo, who quickly created a group for the guild. Yunho gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing red as he pivoted his feet on the ground, putting a force for an incoming knee blow, but he knew that such an attack would not surprise his opponent Ma. Ma had his left palm open ready to block the right knee that was intended to gut him in the stomach. His other right palm was open ready to push Yunho away from him to create a distance. Ma had successfully pushed Yunho away from him, but such a devastating knee attack wasn't useless as Ma's left arm hung lowly, showing that some of the bones had been cracked. Ma grinned before he let out a howl of laughter. He had never had so much fun fighting someone else. He may have fought monsters in dungeons, with some of them being at least B rank in threat, but fighting humans is different completely because they're unpredictable and have no patterns to their movements, which is why he was a firm believer that those who fight monsters and neglect to fight humans as well are bound to lose no matter how powerful they are. Excellent, Master Beck, you're talented for a young man, said Ma as Beck wiped the trail of blood that seeped from his mouth, yet he grinned. I still have a lot to learn, Master Ma. I need to catch up to 2 of my friends, said Yunho as the man couldn't help but admire the boy's dreams. They must be strong for you to idolize them, said Ma as Beck smiled fondly. Yes, they're very strong, Master Ma. At my current level one can't defeat them, but that's why I'm planning to become strong enough to be on equal footing, said Yunho as the man smiled. Very well, let's end this little sparring match for today, said Ma as he brought his right arm for a shake while Beck smiled and shook the older man's hand. Let me heal that left arm of yours, came the voice of a thin young man with spiky black hair, pale skin, and black eyes. He wore a black coat over a white shirt and black slacks. The young man opened a spell book before the two warriors found themselves healed back to shape. Man, you both were pretty good out there, said the young man as he rubbed the back of his head. Ma smiled. Thank you for healing my arms, young man, said the man as he then got quickly flustered. Oh, I didn't properly introduce myself. My name is Min Byung-gyu, I'm an B rank healer, introduced the teen as Beck grinned. B rank healer, that's very impressive. My name is Beck Yunho, an A rank fighter. It's nice to meet you as well, Byung-gyu, said Beck with a smile. My name is Ma Dongwook. I'm a B rank tanker. It's nice to meet you as well, young man, said Ma as they exchanged handshakes. Why not stop fighting and go have a drink? I'm sure that such an intense sparring match would have at least made you both dehydrated, said Byung-gyu with a grin as the two looked at each other before they nodded. Lead the way, Byung-gyu, said Yun-ho with a grin as the three newly acquainted acquaintances headed towards the bar to have strong drinks to conclude the day. Jong-in's sweat dropped as he looked at a young woman of slim build, with light lavender hair that was swept over the left side of her face and tied into a ponytail at the back. One noticeable feature is that her lips are visible compared to other females without lipstick. Can I help you?" asked Choi as he looked at the lavender-haired girl who seemed to be observing him with analytical eyes. "You're pretty strong," spoke the girl as she stopped for a few seconds, "for 4 eyes that is," said the girl as Gina bellowed out in laughter, breaking out of her serious attitude while Sun Ki-hoon slightly got nervous as he watched the bulging veins that suddenly appeared on his future boss' head, his clenching teeth that was screeching against each other as he forced a smile. "Thanks for the compliment, flat board," said Choi, and now it was time for the girl to get a tick mark as she glared at the redhead. "Take that back, you redhead 4 eyes bastard," said Jericho as she grabbed the redhead by his vest but quickly got her hand slapped away as Choi made emphasis in the way he was dusting off his vest. "Don't touch me, I don't want my suit to get wrinkled by a flat bitch," said Choi, and just like that all restraints were lost as the girl pulled her blade, which started covering into ice while Choi's entire body engulfed into fire. Boom. Everyone stopped doing what they were doing to look as the two furious individuals clashed against each other with a pillar of ice and fire clashing against each other. Gina was cackling out loud as she watched as the two fought against each other as she somehow pulled a popcorn out of nowhere, surprising Sun Ki-hoon. "I think we found our Vice Guild master," said Gina with a smirk. Just like that, a beautiful budding relationship was born between two opposite elements. How romantic, as the spectators could only watch to see the aftermath of the fight. Izuku and Hae-In looked with a poker face to watch Choi and Jericho being loaded into an ambulance, surprisingly or not really, but Choi had obviously been the winner, but the woman was a very feisty one and made sure to take him down with her. Beck was rolling on the ground cackling out loudly, much to the injured Choi's displeasure. "This is good. Who would have thought our dear Jong-in would find his soul mate?" said Beck as he choked on his own laughter, unable to hold it anymore as he bursted out into another laugh. "Fuck you, Yun-ho. Remember this, you bastard, I will be coming for yo." Jong-in couldn't continue because the door of the ambulance was shut and drove off to the hospital to get the two idiots treated. Gunhee shaked his head in disappointment, yet with a slight hint of amusement. "Back in my days, love was shown through an exchange of flowers and chocolate, but now love is shown through violence and sending each other to intensive care," said Gunhee as both Izuku and Hae-In sweat drop. "Does that make us weird or something?" asked Hae-In, confused, although Izuku shaked his head. "No, they're the ones who are weird, so just ignore them," said Izuku as he shaked his head. Jinchul's eyes were closed, trying to forget the disaster that just happened inside, "and I thought he was mature enough," said Jinchul, planning to give the redhead and the lavender-haired girl a piece of his mind when he visits them. "I regret encouraging them to fight against each other," said Gunhee with a sigh but a smile nonetheless. Izuku locked his hands with Hae-In, who did the same. "I guess it's time for us to leave," said Izuku as Gunhee looked at the two couples with a smile. "Well, I won't hold you here forever as long as you have enjoyed yourselves, then I find this event successful in my book," said Gunhee as he watched as the two couples bow their heads in respect before they walked away from the scene towards a black car which was opened by one of their agents. The car quickly left the gymnasium and towards their home, concluding the day. Izuku and Hae-In could be seen sitting next to each other in a decent cafe located in Musudafu. Right in front of them was Jin-ho, who had taken his role seriously ever since their meeting, and so far he had proved to be quite trustworthy and very humble, although the boy had displayed to be quite dorky, often coming to quick and ridiculous conclusion, like that one time when they got in a van that Izuku owned. "Big brother Izuku and big sister Hae-In, both of you look so tired. Did you get any sleep?" asked Jin-ho in concern. "It's fine, we just didn't sleep that much last night," said Izuku with a small yawn. "Yeah, it was a rough night. I think my legs are numb," said Hae-In, and that was all that Jin-ho needed for his brain to come up with all sorts of lewd thoughts. Jin-ho looked at the two couples mortified. "You both are still 16 years old," said Jin-ho in a whisper. Sadly for him, both couples didn't understand what he tried to imply. Is something wrong with that?" asked Hae-In as Jin-ho turned his face away, clearly mortified by the answer. Taking a few deep breaths, trying to rationalize that the two were a different kind of species and that comparing them to normal people is stupid, Maybe high-ranking hunters are not normal, thought Jinho as he remembered the time when Choi and Jericho were sent to the hospital after fighting against each other. Although the two couples couldn't blame Jinho for being like this, especially when you have a father who is a little rough on you, but when you think about it, his father simply wanted to humble his children after Jinho's older brother became extremely arrogant and entitled after having a dose of being a popular celebrity. On the coffee table was a white paper. It was obvious that they have been going through a lot of versions for their guild logo, which is quite hard since Jinho wanted to create the best logo for their guild, which they could only let him handle it. We did say Shadow Blade, correct? Said Jinho before he picked a black marker and started to sketch something showing what appears to be a black shadow with a sword in the middle. What does the shadow represent? Asked Izuku curiously as Jinho let out a sigh. The shadow part of the logo represents mystery. Said Jinho, getting the two couples' attention as Hae-In arched her eyebrow. Mystery? Asked Hae-In as she watched Jinho smile. Yeah. When I drew it I was just simply scribbling on the paper, but when you look at it many people could come up with their own interpretation for it, because some could see it as the wings of a dragon, some could see it as your aura flaring up said Jinho, much to the surprise of the couple as they looked at the drawing to see that it was true. The shadow part doesn't need to represent your power, but it also could represent your personality, because from the time I spent with you I realized that you're quite a mysterious person and sometimes I don't understand what goes through your head. Said Jinho as Izuku was slightly surprised by this. Except for Hae-In, that is, since she seems to read you like a book, which I don't know how, but you two were never normal to begin with. Said Jinho as the two couples' sweat dropped. The whole point is that some of your actions don't match your appearance. That may sound stereotypical of me, but that's how everyone nowadays thinks. That's why the first thing everybody thinks when they see is assuming that you're a model because of your looks and body figure. Said Jinho, although he had to gulp when he saw the murderous look on Hae-In's face, which wasn't directed at him nor at Izuku but merely at the air. He then took the black marker and quickly sketched something on the paper before showing a sword stabbed in the middle of the shadow through a rock. Big sister Hae-In, you told me that your sword name was Excalibur, like King Arthur of the ancient mythology, which is why your sword will be white and stabbed through a black rock. In a way it represents the story of Excalibur. Said Jinho, watching and amazed Hae-In, obviously liking the idea. That's a brilliant idea, Jinho. I could see what you want to show here in the logo. Said Izuku, quite impressed as he praised the boy, much to his growing pleasure in being recognized for his work. Hae-In nodded her head with a smile on her face. I agree, you've nailed our personality and ability in one simple logo. Said Hae-In as Jinho smiled. I'm glad I could help. We just need to properly draw it on a Photoshop application and our guild logo will be ready. Said Jinho as the two decided to enjoy a small coffee drink before they departed. Izuku and Hae-In were quite pleased with how their evening had gone, as after finishing on deciding on a logo for their guild, Izuku had decided to treat his fiancée to a date, which went well like usual. Walking towards the two-story house that was the Midoriya household, it was quite small in his own standards, since with his own money he could have afforded something even bigger than this, but they weren't into something gigantic, they simply didn't have a reason to flex on others. The two-story house was obviously equipped with security-like camera, which Izuku can access the camera feed from an app that he had installed in his phone, which will allow him to be notified of who came inside the house and who left the house, so he wasn't worried for his family when he is not around. Opening the wooden gates, he walked inside, his arm locked with his fiancée as he pulled the key from his pocket as he opened the door of the house. The first thing he saw was several shoes, which meant that they were having guests. His frown deepened when one of the shoes stood out more than the others due to the fact that unlike the others it wasn't neatly placed, and the only one who has no proper respect towards other people's home was Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo, muttered Izuku, which Hae-In heard, and her frown deepened, knowing that their day will probably be ruined considering the amount of stories she heard about the spiky ash blonde and his trashy personality. I'm home, announced Izuku properly out of habit after getting over his surprise as he removed his black shoes and placed them on the shoes shelf, with Hae-In following his example. Before Izuku could walk towards the living room, a hand grabbed his shoulder softly to reveal a concerned Hae-In. Are you gonna be okay? Especially with him around, said Hae-In, although through whisper, not wanting anybody to hear them. I'll be fine, Hae-In, said Izuku with a small smile, although she knew that he didn't like the fact that his tormentor was relaxing inside his home, and she couldn't blame him because she would have felt the same way if she was in his position. Izuku walked towards the living room to see Inko talking with Mitsuki. They seemed to be quite enjoying their conversation, while Katsuki had the same grumpy expression that doesn't seem to ever change as he scrolled through his social media on his phone. Izuku and Hae-In, welcome home, came the voice of Inko, who stood up welcoming her son and daughter-in-law with a hug as the two couples hugged the slim mother. How was your work, you two? Asked Inko as she saw the two smile. It's going well. We will need to finalize everything the next time, and we will be prepared for when they decide to reveal everything to the public, said Izuku as he saw the relieved expression on Inko's face. But the higher-ups are being stressed out this month. They're trying to make sure that when the revelation happens that the public will be able to take everything as calmly as possible without any serious backlash, said Hae-In with a smile as Inko smiled. Well, I'm glad you both are not being stressed out, said Inko as she let the couple go from her hold. Izuku at this point wanted to leave the living room because just being in the same room as Bakugo was getting on his nerves. Izuku, it's been so long, look at you all grown up, came the voice of his aunt Mitsuki, who had been obviously stunned when she saw her once shy and plain-looking nephew turn into a handsome young man that could only be found in model magazines. It's nice to meet you as well, Auntie Mitsuki. I'm glad to see that my mom is being kept company, especially since it would get lonely if someone were to live alone in a large house, said Izuku as Mitsuki smiled, seeing how polite he was, and could only wish that her son was half as polite as Izuku. It's fine. Thanks to you I was able to spend more time with Inko, and she started to regain her beauty that was lost due to stress, said Mitsuki, quite grateful for Izuku and impressed that Izuku had become the man of the house and found a job to pay for his mom and sister. It's the least I could do for my mom after raising me and my sister on her own, and it's time that she enjoyed an early retirement, said Izuku as Mitsuki nodded, and Inko felt a lot of pride in her son. Is that why you stopped attending school, Deku? Asked Katsuki. His red eyes were glaring at him, determined to create a hole through his head. Izuku didn't bat him an eye. It's Midoriya for you, Bakugo, and yes, I stopped attending Aldera because I didn't feel like wasting my time hanging around self-absorbed quirkist bastards who pick on others to nurse their own fragile ego, said Izuku, surprising Mitsuki, while Inko was half surprised since she already knew about Izuku's relationship with Bakugo. Hae-In let out a sigh, already knowing about everything, but was surprised that Izuku hadn't lashed out on him. Katsuki on the other hand growled at the former green-haired boy. So you think yourself better than us? Shouted Katsuki, quite furious that the boy he looked down on for years was growing some backbones. I never said anything about me being better than anyone. It's your fragile ego that made you view it that way. You interpreted everything I did as me looking down on you because, let's face it, Bakugo, you were always jealous of me, so you picked on me to make yourself feel better, said Izuku, and Katsuki rose from the couch furiously, his hand unconsciously letting out a spark. How dare why? Katsuki was cut off as a force brought him to the ground, his face forcefully planted on the ground and his arms were restrained behind him as he weakly looked to see Izuku's eyes glowing blue and his hands released a blue hue, showing that Izuku was using Dominator's touch. I'd watch my mouth if I were you, Bakugo. This is not Aldera. The moment you stepped foot inside my home you better abide by the rules of the house, which means no quirk usage, because believe me when I say this, if you piss me off I will make sure your admission to UA be rejected and blacklisted in all hero school in Japan, said Izuku, shocking Mitsuki that Izuku would have that kind of authority, but also surprised by the telekinesis ability. Hae-In glared at the ash-blonde boy. He's right. We have a lot of connections with some of the higher-ups, and blacklisting you from all hero schools is an easy feat. We could also get you thrown into juvenile considering your track record of illegal quirk usage, assault, property damage, along with many more things you have committed that went unpunished for years due to favoritism, said Hae-In as Mitsuki turned her head towards Katsuki as if asking him if what was said is true, but he didn't offer any rebuttal, so she knew that what was said was true. The force that brought Katsuki to the ground was lifted as Izuku decided that he no longer wanted to be here. Listen well, Bakugo. I don't want you to talk to me. The only reason why you're not thrown out of the house is because of Auntie Mitsuki, so I'm only tolerating you for now, so don't test my patience because I have a low one for people like you, but remember this, the only reason you get to become a hero in the first place is because of my kindness, even though you don't deserve it in the first place. said Izuku before he and Hae-In left the living room to their room. Mitsuki turned towards Katsuki with a glare. Katsuki was everything that Izuku said is true. Asked Mitsuki, trying to be rational enough to hear her son out, but he didn't say anything, choosing to remain quiet. I knew you were a very prideful person from the beginning, and with everyone praises you became way too arrogant and full of yourself, but to think you would bully others with your quirk and commit all sorts of atrocious acts to nurse your own frail ego, said Mitsuki as she looked down on her son with angry glare. I thought you were better than this, Katsuki. Me and your father believed that under that prideful act you were a decent person enough to know the right from wrong, but I guess we were too optimistic, said Mitsuki with disappointment in her tone. Mitsuki then turned towards Inko, who seemed to give her an understanding look. We will be leaving for today, Inko. After this I don't think this will be a good time to have our girl talk, said Mitsuki as Inko nodded her head in understanding. I understand, Mitsuki, said Inko as Mitsuki started to leave the house, dragging her son by his hand like a toddler, because at this point she no longer trusts him to act his age. We will be talking about this at home with your father, and it's about time that we get to visit a therapist, because it seems that we can't have a proper conversation in our home without being at each other's throats, said Mitsuki as Katsuki didn't offer any resistance because he kept remembering what Izuku told him. But remember this, the only reason you get to become a hero in the first place is because of my kindness, even though you don't deserve it in the first place. His pride had suffered a massive blow. He knows that Izuku was essentially telling him that he got to become a hero because of him, that all achievements he would accomplish in the future as a pro-hero was made possible because of his mercy. He hated it, but he could only blame himself for letting his pride be his drive in life. He could only blame his inferiority and superiority complex that had put him in that situation in the first place. Would All Might do what I did? Katsuki thought, and for the first time asked himself the question that his pride had prevented him from doing. The answer was obvious for Katsuki. All Might, the #1 pro-hero and symbol of peace, would never do something as a bully and belittle someone for their disability. He inspired hope to the civilians and brought fear into the hearts of the villains who threatened the peace. Was his behavior that of an aspiring hero? Was that the image he wanted everyone to view him as? The answer was once made clear to him. He wanted to be the best hero out there and to surpass All Might, but his behavior painted otherwise, and he doesn't want everybody to think that he was incompetent. Izuku was in a very bad mood, despite being in control of his emotions during the whole confrontation. Simply hearing the old nickname, Deku, brought a bad taste to his mouth. It reminded him of the days where he pathetically allowed people to walk all over him. Hae-In was straddling him, being only in her underwear as she pressed her body onto him. Her lips were targeting his neck. She knew that they can't go to bed with him being in such a bad mood, so she had taken to distracting his mind by her, and it was working. You shouldn't let him ruin your day, Izuku. I know what he had done to you, but you're not the same Deku that he made you out to be back then. You're much better than him in everything, so don't give people like him the satisfaction of bringing you down from your mood, said Hae-In as Izuku took a deep breath and smiled. You're right, Hae-In. I shouldn't have let him get to me that way, said Izuku as Hae-In smiled and pressed her lips with his as he wrapped his arm around her waist, enjoying the feelings of their lips being connected. Separating from the kiss, Hae-In snuggled into his chest, her nose inhaling her fiancé Mana smell with a content smile. I know I shouldn't be judging you, because even I would feel the same way if one of my former bullies were inside my home, but to be honest with you, being quirkless was not really bad because I was able to find those who I could trust with my life and those who hid behind a fake smile. Quote, said Hae-In as she looked at Izuku, who gently ran his hands through her hair. And it also helped me meet you, Izuku, the one person I want to have a future with, said Hae-In with a wide smile, and Izuku's heart warmed. Leaning his head on her forehead, he kissed her deeply as she kissed back with equal force before he separated. I would love that, Hae-In. Having a future with you sounds very nice, said Izuku, much to Hae-In happiness, as they knew that their bond is only getting stronger each passing day. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.